I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your PODCLASS and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're to take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a PODCLASS. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti PODCLASS on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. Go ahead. We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question, I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another SANITY TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemetic.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetta did him madness. Just be allowed.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my PODCLASS, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official debate with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw police debate, you know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches and let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the PODCLASS? How did you even know about this to come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old PODCLASS that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the PODCLASS, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this,
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with these
build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's area.
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe primordial. I know he was the primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were on.
Peace. Greetings, everyone. Mic check. Let me do a mic check. Peace and greetings, everyone. Mic check. Press a 9 if you can hear me, and let me do something to these settings here. Let me see something here. Mic check. Mic check. If you can hear me, press a 9. Let me check the room, and then we're going to get started on the proper frequency, as we always do. Mic check. If we got a 9, do we have a 9? Press 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9. Let's my comment section is behind real time. They have a lag on what I see. So as you all are typing, boom, now they just all popped up. See? I couldn't see the comments in real time, then boom, they just on 99999. So now I can look at the comments and see 9. All right, 9. Boom, boom. There's Lisa. There's Amunet Ka. Tessa Unk Tut Tehuti. Amun Ka Tut Tehuti. Here's a new name. Shout out to the new names. Nut Hisha. Nuthi, I saw. If I'm not saying that right, pardon me, but I love all the I love it when I see new names pop in. Wonderful. VRI all the way from the UK. Angela Gates. All right. Wonderful. Press the 9, Tiny 23 Experience, the beautiful Tiny 23 Experience. All right, the lovely Yvette, the best friend of the Naturts. Yvette Amun, there she is. So Zemania. Bijan Pharaoh is back in effect. Bijan Pharaoh has stepped back into the House of Atten. Glad to see you back, good brother. ZY the Great. Is this a new name? I love the new names. Let me see. Am I saying that right? Z the Great. If I'm not saying it right, pardon me. Excuse self, but I'm trying to Zai the Great. As long as it has great in it, I like it. Awesome. All right, everybody. Wonderful. And where's Nook, whose name is not? There it is. 9. Yes, chat. 999 with a little 9. All right, wonderful, everybody. We are ready to start. We're going to start with the proper frequency, which is the affirmation.
And those who are new to the PODCLASS, say it along. You want to say the affirmation along with us, then you can read it because it was going to be on the screen. So let's get into it. This is going to be another great event. This is the Tehuti PODCLASS event. It's going to be taking place for as long as the questions come in, as long as I'm answering, usually 8 hours or so, sometimes 10. As long as it takes to break this matrix and put everybody on the proper path. We're going to put on the affirmation, which is something that I start everything that I do with. Everything important that I do starts off with the beautiful affirmation. And for those who don't know, we're going to put it on the screen. And there it is. We're going to start on the count of 3. I'll get everybody to look at it for a moment to become familiar. And then we'll go ahead and get this started. Everybody ready? Let's start on the count of 3. Ready? All right. 1, 2, 3. Anki en maat un en es nin tet aset en maat min. Hapapet en maat her en hukiui per ikut. I live for maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of maat. Every day I advance towards maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light, and I will let it sit on the screen and marinate for a moment. And then we'll take it off of the screen. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to this event, the Tehuti PODCLASS event that takes place once a week and is taking place for the first time in post-matrix history. For those who are new, peace and love. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. Peace and love to the new people watching. As you can see, I've been on a dedicated mission to break the matrix and break the minds of the controlling matrix over the people and break the matrix out of the people's minds who are being controlled for several decades. And in order to do so, I first had to break myself out. In order to do so, I had to come to my own awakening of who I was. When my mother told me that when she was in labor, that she saw some type of energy or whirlwind hovering over her womb, and when it went into her womb, then she went into her contractions and into birth, into child giving birth. And she said then it was me that came out after that interesting event that took place. When I was young, I always acknowledged that there was something else going on behind and beside the physical realm, and that our existence was in existence prior to this electron world that we exist in. My mother told me that, and one of my children told me that he had told the mother that he had seen me and the mother in an intimate state and decide upon the mother's and mine's climax to come down and choose us as parents. It was reminiscent of what my mother had told me about myself. As I did further investigation, as I separated myself from society and people, I was always out in nature, and I started to see that nature didn't seem to have boundaries of a matrix that was controlling it. It seemed that everything that was out there in this natural environment was free. I noticed when I was young that they would call nature videos wildlife videos, but they never called the Cosby Show a wildlife video. And I was trying to understand. I was wondering, why was Martin and the Cosby Show and Sesame Street, why were they not called wildlife? I looked up the word wild and I saw that it is synonymous with being free. Wild means not to be captured. It means not to be controlled. So the television I was watching, none of those sitcom shows that I was being raised up in, not one of them were called wildlife videos. But yet, when I was watching the videos of animals who seemed to not be under control, all those shows were called wildlife. So I was like, so the opposite of wild would be to be controlled. The awakening began. I started to go out with the animals and examine this wildlife and merge in with them. This is why you see me with animals such as, this is Entendre. This is Entendre from Nicaragua, and Entendre represents duality. That is what an Entendre is, which every single pod class I teach on Entendres and duality. And the reason why Entendre is called Entendre duality, all the way from Nicaragua, is because Entendre represents a double venomous snake with somotoxin and soditi toxin. And somotoxin is that which kills mammalians but is harmless to birds, and soditi toxin is that which kills birds but is harmless to mammalians. So upon which Entendre hunts, Entendre has the ability to damage the tissues of mammalians separate from the damaging of tissues of birds. So it is a double venomous soditoxin, somotoxin, double venom in that head. And so the name of this one here is Entendre, which represents the duality realm of which I always teach on. Isn't that right, Entendre? How are you doing today? I don't want any of your double venom today, so say peace to the pod class and just stay calm. I noticed that being around the animals, I had to be calm, because if there was any sudden movement, the animals would all scurry away. The birds would fly away. The turtles would jump back into the water. The frogs would swim away. So ever since I was around 8 years old and I was around the animals, I had to walk into their environment in a very calm state. When I was around people, I would notice that people were not calm. People were hesitant. People were apprehensive. People were insecure, argumentative. I noticed the topics that people were arguing about, and it was none of the topics that animals cared about. And it was about religion, organized religion, who loves Jesus, whose religion is correct. And I wanted to link the natural animal world with this religious doctrine that was taking place, and I couldn't seem to do so. As I looked into the wildlife videos, I found on the same nature channel, there'd be people in the wildlife videos, but the people in the wildlife videos were tribal people. So every once in a while, when they're capturing the animals and the elephants, you'd see tribal men and women amongst those inside the wildlife video. I didn't see Bill Cosby, or I didn't see any of the sitcom people there, but I would see side by side with the nature videos were the tribal videos right there. I'm with them, and the same animals that were in the nature videos were in the videos about ancient Native American tribes all throughout what the European calls Africa. And I tried to link in what states we were in consciously when we were considered wildlife. Because, you know, the opposite of being wild is being tamed, right? So if we're not wildlife, then we must be tamed. So I wanted to find what was the wildlife of the people consciousnness when they were untamed. Were they inside of Bibles? Were they inside of Qurans? Were they in these religious scenarios? What was it that the wildlife humans were into prior to being tamed or prior to being colonized? And as I looked into that, I came across an entity called Tehuti. At that point, I had renamed myself the Word, and I kept on investigating. Tehuti was the netter of the words, and I renamed myself the Word. Are you puffing up? No, you know, some of this, jaw. What is that you're doing? Oh, that's an interesting thing you're doing with your jaw. Show them what you're doing with your jaw. What is that? I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something interesting. So Tehuti was the netter of the words and mathematics and other things that I started seeing, and I named myself the Word. I started reading different types of books and literatures, and I came to a certain awakening within myself, and I was away from people, so I never got to merge with what regular teenagers, as they call them, which is a matrix term, but regular youths were involved with. I was out in the bushes. I was out in with the alligators or with the turtles, and I was with nature. And I saw something very interesting as I was out with nature, and that was there was a structured system. There was an accountability system. The lions out in the wild, the foxes, the ants, and the bees all had an accountability system. There was a conscious structure of unity that was taking place amongst the species that were social. Each one had its own ranking system. The queen bee had its ranking system. The worker, the drone. The honey maker bee was different from the warrior fighting bee, which was different from the queen bee, which was different from the drone bee. And they never argued positions. And the termites had the same thing. And all the creatures seemed to have positions, and they never argued the positions. They seemed to all do what they had to do inside of this thing called nature. And then I started being taught that what those animals do is called natural. And when men start to create something, it's called unnatural. The videos of animals were called nature videos, and things that were in the form of pills and other things were called man-made. And I say, what's man-made? Is that not are we a part of nature? No, 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 we're not a part of nature. If something is man-made and it's not natural, then that means there's a separation. They say nature is something that comes about naturally. And I say, like honey? Can you show me somewhere in nature where honey comes about naturally? I thought honey was a manufactured product by only one species on this planet called bees, and only they have the secret of how to make it. And it's a chemically made product made from their saliva and pollen and other mixtures of different chemicals, which comes out as an end product called honey. And this honey, when you eat it, you call it, I'm eating natural honey, but it's made from a bee, and it's not out there in nature other than something intelligently designed through chemicals. So I started seeing there was a separation between nature and man, and there was a separation between science and religion. I saw this matrix developing right in front of me, and I decided that I wanted to break the matrix, continue to study, teach, and it was creating a very uncomfortable situation at home where I had to, I was threatened to leave, that I had to leave the home. And so I set up a debate with my mother's pastor. My mother made a wager with me that if I survived the debate with my pastor, that I would not be kicked out of my home. And so we had a 5-hour debate until she kicked him out. This was the very first time I was able to support myself, meaning that I was taught that if I go to school, get good grades, and go out and get a job, then I would be able to support myself financially. Well, the first time I ever earned a roof over my head was to use the knowledge that I had and the consciousness to be the pastor. And at that time, I earned the roof over my head. My mother was taking care of me since I was a baby. I never earned it. We were just in there because I was the son. I had brothers and sisters. But the very first time it was threatened and I had to earn a roof over my head, it had nothing to do with getting a job. It had nothing to do with going to school. It had to do with taking my knowledge of animals and my knowledge of religion and taking my information that I had and beating a 47-year-old pastor while I was still maybe just coming out of my teenage years at the time. So that created a biological imperative, neurological connection that the consciousness could actually have me survive. At that point, I had no chance to survive in the Matrix because I was expelled from every school that I went to. Every school I was expelled from. When I was in church, they would tell me that the devil is evil and that witches are evil because they'll cast spells on you. The school was telling me, if you are bad, we're going to remove you from school and put an X in front of spell. So I was wondering, when I'm in school, is the X removed? Because when I'm in school, if the X is removed, then does that mean that I'm in a spell? I'm no longer wildlife. I'm now tamed life in a spell. But when you remove me from the school, then you put an X in front of it and I'm expelled. Doesn't X mean to take away, negate from? And I started seeing this wordplay that was taking place that was hypnotically controlling the minds of the people. I was removed from every school. I was removed from church because after the debate, the pastor put a legalized restraining order against me to ban me from the property of churches. So I could not go to the churches and I could not go to the school system. I guess I am doomed. As Tehuti, I'm doomed. So I would break into the schools that I was expelled from, and I would hide in the library and collect information in the library. And when recess came, when the school bell and all the children would come out into the hallways, I would come out of the library, and there was so many people that the principal and the teachers didn't recognize that I was there in the school, even though I was expelled. But I'm in the hallway teaching classes, breaking down things, elaborating on things, breaking people out of the matrix, breaking down religion. In the 15-minute, 20-minute recess breaks, I'm in the cafeteria, I'm in the hallways, teaching and breaking people out of the matrix. At that time, when the bell would go back off, ding, 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 I would go back into the library. I would break into the school again, and I would do this on a regular basis. So I'm in school. When some people think that I'm going to school, I'm actually already expelled from the school, and I'm actually in the school for the main purpose of just teaching people in the hallways. I don't know if this is a regular thing that other teachers go through, but this is what raised me. And so by doing this, I was completely separated from the matrix. I had no ties to having a job, earning money, had no ties to school system, no future of going to college and getting any type of college degree. I'm kicked out of the churches. I'm legally removed from all these different systems of the matrix. And now I'm just a nomad traveling, walking about, teaching people on the streets. I'm going into the churches unauthorized, sneaking in there, teaching the people before the pastor could come in and recognize me. And I would have the people go and ask the pastor questions, and he wouldn't recognize that I was there because there was so much confusion with the people asking questions that I could just go into the corner and I wouldn't be recognized. So my mission ever since a young child was to break the matrix, break this matrix. And it changed my neurological makeup. I found an organization that was very interesting because it too seemed to want to break people out of religion. I joined the organization and I excelled at a rapid rate, where the teacher, the owner of the organization, the movement at the time, said that he was going to take information that I was teaching because I would teach using these. I was not bound to any one particular doctrine. I was teaching using animals, using resources and different things that I was raised up on, mixed in with what this particular teacher was teaching. And he said he was going to take the information from me and told the rest of the organization, don't be mad at me. You all take information from me. Why can't I take from him? Why can't I take from you all? So at that time, he also told the entire organization, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. Go to him. He will teach you how to teach. It's the first and last time that I know he's ever said that about anybody other than himself. Now, this time it caused a little bit of jealousy and confusion amongst the other teachers that were with me at the time, side by side. And they came to my premises and told me I cannot teach the way that I'm teaching. I cannot use sources that are not inside this master teacher's book, because that is breaking the doctrine. And they came with torches to burn my property, to burn everything that I had. You okay? To burn everything that I had that was not coming from the particular teacher's books. So that time I had to leave the organization because the teacher at that time told me it was not safe for me to be around. They're coming with violence. They were coming with lit torches, wanting to burn my property. This was an unsafe environment for me to be in at that time. So I left that particular community on the premise that I was not teaching within the boundaries of the community. So for those who say you were a part of this particular organization, I was a part of it as an outcast. I was a part of it as a top teacher because I was teaching from what I was learning from the time I was 8 years old, mixed in with what that organization was teaching, and I was removed for it. I was removed for teaching outside of the teaching. So while the teacher was saying he's going to take from what it is I'm teaching. So it created that chaos. I had to leave the organization and I had to fend for myself because remember, I'm expelled from school. I never had a job. I had to go out into the world and fend for myself. And that is what I had to do. So I used the knowledge and wisdom that I had with the conscious teachings and I put it to work inside the real world, which was taking information and turning it into products, which were health products, teaching people where they could get faith in me. And I would then tell them that I had all these products or access that I'd never had, in faith that I would get them. And people started sending me money. And I found the source of where these products came from, met up with that person, and that person was not just into the product. That person was a hitman, basically. The person was a hitman and told me that if I revealed any of the secrets of where these products are coming from or his connection, his family and all this, that he would put me in cemented, so I'll put you in a cemented shoes and we'll put you the Staten Island, whatever those docks, will put you right over there. You just see the fishes, and you're gonna swim with the fishes. I'm into the bodybuilding, I'm into the exercise, but it's just a hobby. What I really do is I remove the people from the earth. I don't take the people off of the earth. I'll take you off of the earth too if you reveal. So now my life was. So now once again, biological imperative sets in. I have to keep this knowledge to myself, make a survival, but I can't tell anybody the secrets, or else this person that looks like a 280-pound Steven Seagal is going to come remove me from the earth. So I have to keep the secrets. I went back to that organization, taught them how to sell these products, taught them about health, never revealed the secrets, but taught them how to fend for self and how to have knowledge of self. My aunt at the time taught me some real estate. I was inspired. I did not do too well with the mortgage company, but I took the real estate information and I created a pseudo company, as they call it. I created a company that was not based on conformative real estate. I based a company based on underground real estate, flipping houses, taking the money, giving it back to the buyer as an incentive, taking that money, investing it for the buyer so you could buy multiple houses, string houses, all these different things I had no real estate license, but it was my consciousness that kicked in of this is how to survive. I took that money knowing that the real estate and stock market would crash, and I invested it into magic because I knew that one day I would be left with just me to survive. So I invested it into magic, knowing that I would walk the streets one day performing magic, and that is how I would be able to survive. And that is exactly what I did. Speed up the story. I ended up moving to Canada. Had my family there in Canada, and I had no job, no education, none of that. How did I survive? Off my own creativity and consciousness, and walking the streets performing magic in sometimes -8 degrees. Performing magic, getting tips, $5, $10, $2, $20 out every single day from 3 and 4 in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night in Canada in the cold, young and Dundas, just performing because I refused to get a job. I refused to go to school. I wanted to be in control of my own system. In doing that, I was able to use magic to support myself. I had 3 women at the time and 2 children. That's myself, 1, 2, 3. That's 6 people that I was providing for, rent, food, everything off of simply doing magic. Therefore, the matrix is completely leaving me. I am not under any type of grid system. I don't even know what a W-2 looks like, and I'm able to do this. As time went on, I'm saving, scringing little penny taking 5 cents, 10 cents, $2, saving it up bit by bit by bit by bit by bit by bit so that I could move somewhere and teach and perform on a yearly basis. And that's what I did. I moved to California and I started doing magic on the streets, magic at the beaches. And that is how I provided for myself. And I continue to do so. And I would teach classes. I would do a thing called Pal Talk where I would teach, but you couldn't see my face. Eventually, some of my students, Nania Setmer, other students of mine, a beautiful sister who's no longer here with us, said to me, you should check out YouTube. There's people on YouTube that are teaching similar to you, but their teaching is nowhere compared to you. I went onto YouTube. I saw the same familiar faces, but I started seeing some new people. I also saw something very interesting as I investigated, and that was there was audios of myself being distributed from Atlanta, Macon, Georgia, to Trinidad, to the UK, and it was audios of me teaching, and the cover Photoshop my head off of my body and put another person's head on there, but it's my voice that was teaching. And these audios were being sold all throughout from Trinidad to the UK to the USA, and it was me teaching. And the person even took my name. At the bottom it said Amenhotep, and I was like, this is interesting. It was from that same organization that I wasn't part of, and it was distributing. And I saw people on YouTube. Nania Setmer said, hey, this is one of my teachers that I learned from, somebody that I watched YouTube video. And I said, oh, who is that? I click on the YouTube video, and it's my student that I converted in 1994 when he was a pastor, a college student, getting his degree in Doctor of Divinity, whatever it was, to become a pastor, and I beat him in a debate because he was brought to me to destroy me. He's going to destroy Tehuti in a debate, and in the debate, I converted him out of Christianity in the debate. He became my student ever since. And then when I came back to the internet, he was a YouTube person, popular YouTube person that would focus on Christianity stolen from Kemet, Christianity stolen from Kemet. He was a pastor or a person that was in the churches, and now he broke away from that, and now he's Christianity stolen from Kemet, and started to teach. And that was a person I would see the children of my students getting 200,000 views. You all know that. I'm not going to say their names, but getting 50,000 views, becoming the most popular. We're different people with different paint on their eyes and strange looking, all kind of interesting things. And these were the children of my students and some of my students, and they became YouTube celebrities, but they were not formulating any structure. I came back, started checking out the different YouTube channels, went on this thing called Lions Den, did an interview with them. They challenged me to debate, started debating in that league. I only went there for an interview, started beating everybody one by one, went to SANITY, beating everybody one by one. And I wasn't really trying to do any kind of beating of anybody. It was just, they were challenging me. I've never in my life challenged anybody to a debate. They were challenging me, and I was using the classes that I teach my Neturts on the couch. The classes that I teach them, I was using that in these things called debates. I'm not a debater. I'm just using what I teach, and I'm splitting them up into 15-minute rounds, and everybody's declaring me the winner. And I'm like, I'm the winner because you're not debating me, you're debating the Natiru. Debate me on auto mechanics, I'm going to lose. Debate me on golf, I will lose. Debate me on sewing, I will lose miserably. Debate me on computer tech, I will get destroyed. Do not debate me on that which I live on. Because I'm not a YouTube debater. Don't debate me on the way of life and the ancestors that I teach and live by when the computer system shuts down. Don't go debate a Dogon on Doganism. Do not go debate Bruce Lee on Kung Fu. Don't debate the people that live it, because you're doing this for debating. I'm not doing this for debating. I live this when the computer shuts down. So I was beating people step by step, one by one. I went on to Kill a Priest. He saw me. He said he wanted to interview me because he knows that I lived with a particular teacher at the time, and he did an interview. I did a blow-away masterclass interview. He gave me the show to run the very next week. The next week, Killer Priest wasn't on the show. He let me run the show. AD told me he had never seen anything like this in his life. We never had nothing like this at the Killer Priest show. He took his wallet, dumped his wallet in my hand. He said, "You deserve everything in my wallet and more. I'm going to get Killer Priest to pay you." And we don't pay anybody. We don't pay anybody at the Killer Priest show. That I'm going to get Killer Priest to pay you. Take my money. And he dumped it in my hand. And that was the very first time I received reciprocity. Peace and love to AD. He's the very first person that gave reciprocity. At that point, I started doing one-on-ones because people wanted to talk to me one-on-one. And I said, "Here's my Cash App, PayPal, whatever you feel my one-on-one was worth. As a matter of fact, don't even pay me first. Pay me, send the money afterward." After the one-on-one, after an hour of talking to people were Cash Apping $200, $150, $50. They said, "We owe you much more than this." And I started seeing that people cared about this as much as they cared about Doritos, as much as they cared about Nike, and everything else they gave reciprocity for. The thousands of dollars we spent on Halloween, fireworks, on July 4th, all the thousands of dollars we spent on Christmas, new shirts, new shoes, the latest this, the new Samsung phone, and all these different things. We need popcorn at the movie. You can't just watch a movie. You need $20 worth of popcorn. When you go to the park, you have to get the cotton candy, all the things that were killing us. And I started to see that people really valued what this was, that my gift was to give. Each person has a particular gift. This is just my particular gift because of how I was raised up, running wires through buildings in order for me to teach class in properties that are for sale. When the police could come and arrest me, things like this is what raised me up. And so I tell Tequila Priest is getting way too busy for me. I'm going to open up a section on my channel, and it's going to be called the Tehuti PODCLASS. It's the first time I ever heard of the term podcast. I was never into the internet. I don't know what a podcast was. I said, oh, a podcast? Well, I teach, so I'm going to call it a PODCLASS. And this will be a class where I'm going to be silent until the question is sent. Why? Because I believe that what the masses of people want to know is more important than what I decide to teach. I brought something completely new to this internet, and that was, I am not going to come with any organized lecture. I've already did my journey. I've done this journey since I was being expelled from school. I have my questions, I have my answers. Let me give the people the opportunity to put me to the test. Send in your question that you get laughed off the stage or called names for. Send that question, and I'm going to make a movie out of it. Send the question in and watch the type of answer that you get. Watch what happens when I make a personalized documentary ebook out of your question, and therefore you become the star of the PODCLASS. There was never any internet channel like that. There was nothing taking place that I ever saw where the audience actually controls the direction of the class, where an audience member can send in a question of his raising or her raising of consciousness, and that's actually what the class will be on, not the pre-prepared lecture that the Kemetic conscious person brings. Let's talk about this today. Today we're going to talk about this, which is fine, but it's what the teacher wants to talk about. So of course it's going to be structured and organized because it's one of his or her likes. How about put yourself in front of thousands of people and say, regardless of what I like, send in your questions with reciprocity and support what it is that I do, just as you supported Denzel. Denzel and Will Smith makes $21 million, $15 million a movie for doing what? Acting, which is what? Lying. He's acting. No Denzel movie is real. No Will Smith movie is real. Based on a true story, the closest they can get. Not a true story. This is based on a true story. It's acting. You went to the movies. You ordered the Netflix. You ordered the Hulu. You went to Blockbuster. You gave them reciprocity for them to become millionaires. And in the movie, some of you cried. How many people here cried when you saw a movie? You knew that it was acting, but didn't you get emotionally moved? You liked the Avengers. You liked the Transformers. You liked these movies. You liked Run Forrest, Run Gump. You liked all of these things. And you supported them and gave them your reciprocity. And they became millionaires off of giving you falsehood. There is no Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Family. There's no such thing as a Transformer. Wolverine does not exist, neither does Spider-Man. You've all seen the movies, and you paid for that. There's no Bone Crusher, Denzel. There is no such thing as that. These are fantasies that you all paid for. So I said, what if I give people the truth, but it's the truth based on what you have to ask? Would it be appreciated as much as the cotton candy that we spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on, the Dunkin' Donuts and the Cheerios and the Colgate yellow, red, blue toothpaste, all the things that we've spent on? Will the uplifting of your consciousness be as valued? So I set up a system where you can send in questions and support. When you see a question answered, support what it is that I do, like we supported the boxing. You supported guys smashing their face in. I enjoy it too. I like Mike Tyson. I like Muhammad Ali. We supported the fighting, the boxing, the movies, all of that. So I set up a system where you can actually send in a questions that people are afraid to ask. What kind of questions? It doesn't matter. Uplifting questions that will raise consciousness and your health. Hotep, SABA, can you break down hyperhidrosis? This is $50 sent in for that. Wow. Somebody send, but I can go to these other channels and just type in something and somebody will give something from the top of the head and answer. That's exactly right. I asked Bijan Pharaoh, I ask anybody, is there anybody in the PODCLASS who has never had $50 before? You have never had it. Is there anybody in the PODCLASS who has never had a $20 bill? Every single person watching and every single person that's alive that you know has had a $20 bill. If you were to go on stage and say, I have this great performance, everybody watch this, and you pull out a $20 bill, boom, look at that. Everybody be like, what's so big about that? It's a 20. People go in their walk and say, I have a $20 too. I have a 22. My child mows lawn, he has $20 too. There's nothing impressive about that. But every time a PODCLASS question is answered, people say the same thing. I have never received this before in my life. I've never gotten an answer like this. This changed my life in a way that this shook my reality. I've never seen this. So the $20 that you pull out, or whatever you pull out as a support that you pull out, if you were to pull it out and there wasn't a PODCLASS, people would say, what's the big deal? I have that too. But the answer that you get is why people are sending in supports like this, because there's nobody that has never spent $20 on a movie. Anybody in the world? No. But these are more important than the movies. We are building a structured organization. The structured organization keeps people in check because there's an accountability based on a culture, not individualism that was taught by the conscious teachers who were taught by the Egyptologists, just individual studiers. I study Kemet. What's your position in it? Are you the scribe? Are you the treasurer? Are you the high priest? Are you the priestess? Are you the pharaoh? Are you this? Are you that? What's your position inside of this thing called Kemet? I seek the truth and I'm just studying. So Kemet was a civilization based on studying? No. It was based on accountability, where a whole culture watched your actions. So we set up a system where you can send in questions such as, look at this. Stranger sends in, is the knowledge and application of math and triangulation a part of MAAT? Where has anybody ever heard a question like this before? Is the knowledge and application of math and triangulation a part of living MAAT? Didn't Pythagoras get his formulas from Kemet? That question has absolutely nothing to do with the hyperhidrosis, which has nothing to do with eyesight. A PODCLASS question. This is not a PODCLASS question for eyesight. I turned it into a PODCLASS question by keeping the person anonymous. I hope that person is doing good. His name is Netzer Hotep. Netzer Hotep L. He had a different name. He took the L out. But I haven't seen him in a long time. But him and others have sent in different questions. Shout out to those who I haven't seen in a long time, but I hope these people are doing well. Shout out to Hippocampus and all the people that I haven't seen that send in particular questions. This question was sent in on eyesight, and I was able to answer the question without making it personal for anybody, without revealing any personal secrets, giving answers that everybody benefited from, including the person that asked the question, that he could teach his parents and family members on the eyesight. Depression. Is depression and anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? I don't get into anybody's personal thing, so it doesn't matter if you send it in anonymous, or you can send in anonymous, or you can send in with your name. The personal is for the one-on-one. If you send a question in, it's going to be answered that everybody and yourself can benefit from. It's customized for what you're asking about, because other people are going through this situation. Other people are going through heart stroke. This question was sent in here. It was not showing up. That one was on heart stroke. It doesn't matter what the question is, as long as it has to do with the liberation of your consciousness and an organized structure. A question sent in on the origin of libation. Can you do a breakdown on libation? It has nothing to do with ADHD. Do you see the variety? Have you seen this on any other channel since YouTube has been? Have you seen this on the have you seen this in history? Have you seen an organization or a movement or a channel or a structure where you can send in a question on ADHD, get a 1.5 hour breakdown, and in the same channel send in a question on libations, in the same channel send in a question on 666, the mark of the beast, on the same channel send in a question on algebra? Have you ever seen such a thing happen before? Ever? On the same channel have Indians come in, full Indians coming in, saying Hotep Ma'at Namaste, coming from an Indian Sanathan Dharma background with all its spiritual practices and rituals. I now acknowledge, what does he now acknowledge? I now acknowledge that Ma'at is the mother of my traditional culture, and I owe reciprocity to Ma'at by living for it and in it wholly, Thank you, SABA Tehuti. Straight from India. Straight from a person, straight from an Indian culture. Indians converting. People getting eyesight. People getting eyesight fixed. People learning about libations. People having ADHD situations and problems. People wanting to know it doesn't matter feng shui, the origin of feng shui, which nobody knew the origin. Everybody thought the origin was one thing. Once the podcast was done, everybody realized where the origin actually really came from. Hotep, great Saba, after some thought, have decided to change the question. If you can, I would like to know about Oregon energy origins, sending extra support for more elaboration. The never-ending story. A 1 hour and 45-minute class I did on this, and to this day I've never seen this movie in my life. This is the variety of what can be asked here at the Tutsi PODCLASS. In these teachings, you will never hear the slander of anybody. You will never hear anybody being name called. You will never hear anybody's personal life. You will never hear anybody yelling at anybody in the PODCLASS. You'll never hear any of this. Why? Because when you're on the Nitiru frequency, you do not need any of that. Because there's so much consciousness to teach on. Where is the time for any of that? When you see other channels and people focusing on, I don't like this person because this person personally did this. I'm going to talk about, you ain't messing with me. I'm going to talk about your mom, your sister, you cheating on your wife, you're doing it. If you see all that going on other channels, because they're distracted. Because they're not at peace. They're arguing with themselves. You will never see me or anybody here at the House of Atten ever address anything personal, anything slandering an individual, anything. It's all about the raising of consciousness, because when you're on that frequency, there's so much to raise that you have no time to be cussing people out. And I don't like you. Let me tell you about yourself. I don't like blah, blah, blah. Everything is contention and disgruntled. I'm going to argue with you. And what you're wrong on about that is what you're wrong about, what you need to recognize. We don't have time for any of that, because after 2 hours of getting your mind blown with knowledge, you have no time to be arguing and fussing with people. It's all about conscious structure. So with all that understood, we're going to go ahead and get right started. I'm going to put the link in the room. Everybody, welcome to the new people to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Welcome to the new people to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Welcome everybody who is watching, new people, old people, anybody, to the House of Atten, the last to represent the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and we're about to get into some beautiful topics. Some questions that were sent in already. Exorcism. In Jesus' name. What's the truth on it? The Hippocampus and Kemetic spirituality. Is there a connection? There's going to be a special treat at the end for that one. So I'm going to put the link in the room. Let the supporting students jump in. I'm going to step away, drink some water. I'm going to put Entendre down for a moment, and then I'm going to come back and answer these beautiful questions. And this is live. You all can send in questions. The questions I show live on the screen. They may not be answered right then and there, but as you send in a question with support, it goes onto the screen. None of this is pre-planned, pre-orchestrated. You're about to see a gift manifest. The meaning of a gift is something that's given. So if you have a gift, it's to be given to someone else. The word gift means to give. This particular gift that I have, I'm not keeping it to myself. I'm giving it. That's what a gift is. It's something that's offered to other people, and they appreciate it. This is what we're doing here at the Tutsi PODCLASS. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the room for the team to jump in, for the supporters to jump in. If you are a supporter of the Tutsi PODCLASS, House of Atten, the Nitiru exists. House of Atten, the Nitiru exists. If you're a supporter of that, click on the link, jump in. I'm going to let you all build for a moment. I'm going to put Entendre down, and then I'm going to come back and answer these questions. So jump in the room, everybody. The supporters. If I see random people in the boxes, you can't come in. All the beautiful people that are trying to friend request me on Facebook, I'm telling everybody now, I delete around 10 Facebook friends a day, because in the beginning I was accepting a bunch of Facebook friends, And then I realized, wait a minute, I do not really know these people. These people do not support the podcast. Some people are just friend requesting to get information. Some people are sending out, they're taking my list of friends and they're sending out their products too. So only the people that are supporters will accept your friend request. So when you send a friend request, I don't even know if you're a bot. I don't trust the internet. I don't care if it's somebody that I knew from the past. I just see a picture on the screen. I don't know if that's even you. My system has been hacked. I don't know who's who. I need to see you live in the chat on the panel. And when I go to your page, I'm going to scroll down 1 month. If I don't see the podcast shared, of course you're not going to get a friend request acceptance, because what I'm not understanding what the friendship is. My relationship with you is strictly that I'm a teacher here. I'm a guide of the Tehuti PODCLASS in the House of Attend. So if you want to be friends, we're not going golfing. We're not playing basketball. The friendship is what I do here. So if I scroll down and I see people doing doing some type of dance, and I see fights in the hood, and I see other YouTube channels. Let me break down the Illuminati. Let me break down the Unk. The Unk is the key of life, and the Unk is the woman's ovary. If I see a bunch of that on your page, and I don't see the Tehuti PODCLASS, then your friend request will be deleted. And if I go to people's page on the Facebook and I don't see the Tehuti PODCLASS promoted, I'm deleting, because I do not understand what the friendship is. The friendship is strictly to promote. You should only know me because of this. You don't know me for nothing else. So if you're not promoting this, then the friendship is some type of some guide for something else. It may not even be you in the picture. I see people friend requesting me as pretty women, by the way, and then a month later, it changes back to the male face. Or I scroll down the friend request of Sandra Hotep, Amelia Patara, or something, and I see some pretty women, and then I scroll down to the bottom, and it's some Indian guy, Brahma Shiva. Brahma Shiva. I'm like, what happened to Sandra Hotep? What happened to Amelia? What's going on? So I don't trust any friend request Facebook. I need to see you in here and on the panel as a supporter. Then I will match your name up to the Facebook. Tell me I'm that person, and then you will get a friend request acceptance. So I put the link in the room. I'm going to step away. I'm not sure where everybody is. Jump on panel. I'll put the link in the room one more time in case anybody missed it. Go ahead and jump on. I'm going to step away for a few moments, and then I'm going to come in and answer this PODCLASS question. I will also have a message for the good brother Dashe Watermelon TV, Israel Hoyley. I sent it out last week. Maybe you didn't get it. Please come on to the panel. I want to organize with you how to get your name here live on the Tehuti PODCLASS, because I realized that the naming ceremony, the rent ceremony, each person got a class with it, with the history of who they were and how they got the name. So if I just send you the name, it's not going to come with my teaching in the class. So I'm going to actually do something I've never done and give you the live naming ceremony here, and also send you that. I'm not sure if you're in the same place where you were before. If you want me to mail it to you, send it to you as a PDF. But I will give you a breakdown of your name here in the Tehuti PODCLASS. I will take about 10 minutes of the class. There is the Jed Sedem Paut Ku. Peace, good brother. How are you? You ready for this? You ready to get exercise?
SABA, you already know. Number one, Hotep Hindu. I'm still waiting on my serpent. I'm still waiting on you to let me know whenever you want to build. We ready for that. I need a meeting to go on, how to take care of them, what to do. You look like you're very well. Look like hopefully your leg is healed all the way. No cramps, extra water. Hoping that you're feeling good. And I'm definitely excited for this wonderful class, SABA. Hotep Hindu, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling wonderful. I got some last minute information on these answers, and I erased the first answer, and added the bonuses. I added the extra bonuses, so I feel really, really good about that, and I'm ready to guide and ready to teach. I'm wondering where's the rest of the team so I can jump off here. Where's Annie? Where's everybody? Anybody here? Is Nook Panook here? Where are the people? Where are the people? Is just you? Just you, okay? It's just you, my brother. I'm gonna have to give you the.
Saba, you said, hey, show up to the class as if it's just me and you, and we the only ones. We the only ones.
I don't. I'm trying to get that mentality into people. It's a mentality that I have. When I first started this mission, I pretended it was only me and then Natiru. It's only me representing, so therefore I have to do everything. I have to be everywhere. It's just me. And if people were to behave the same way, they would be here because it would only be me. But the mentality is everybody's depending on other people. I don't.
Look, Saba, I appreciate it because as I'm listening to you right now and during the intro, everything, I'm still prepping and creating for tomorrow's presentation. So I know that you do multiple things. I know that, and so you lead by example. So that's the only way. I have to make sure that I showed up even during the process of my presentation for tomorrow. I'm still here, still listening, still right here. No excuses. It's all for the House of ATTON. I'll put it like you said, like you stumping concrete, bare feet, doing people shooting shots at you, whatever the case may be. You're doing whatever it takes. So we here, Saba. We here. No excuses.
No excuse. This is the brother that asked the question. He should be on. Click that button. This is the one who asked the exorcism question. But yeah, absolutely. Just to take up a little bit of time because waiting for Annie and them to come in. I'm gonna pop off in a moment, but just take up some time. I was just telling one of my ladies, actually, all of them at different times, that I used to run when I had an organization before. I had people living with me that had to get physical tests before they could come live in the house because we would all share wine glasses or be intimate with each other because we have relationships and such. So they had to all go do doctor's tests, AIDS tests, and all kind of different tests. And we would have a thing called we would do the Sabbath. We would have a Sabbath, but our Sabbath was dedicated to the Anunnaki. So we knew that the gods of the Bible were not the God in the Jesus, but it was actually Enki, Enlil. Who's in here? Israel Hoyley? Who's Ptah? Oh, that Ptah. That Israel Hoyley. Okay, there we go. I was like, who's Israel and who's Ptah? There's a Hebrew Israelite in here. There's another Ptah. I was a little reluctant to click on Ptah because I have a student. I never told him, but I have a student out there that I have somebody that's name is Ptah, and he's a crazy teacher on the internet. He is a crazy madman now. His name was Ptah, and he changed his name to some voodoo name, Ifa name. He's the one that I did the magic on with the spider Loa. He's the one in the Loa were coming to visit me. I shared the information with him, and the spider appeared on his face, and he was trying to knock the spider off, but it was in an etheric form, so he couldn't hit the spider off of his face, and it all had to do with Ifa and voodoo. And he turned crazy now. His name is Ptah. When I saw Ptah pop up, I was like, is Ptah's back, not the crazy one? And
that one, Saba. Not
that one. This is the good one. The one that this is the one that's not losing his mind. He's sticking through. What's up, everybody? So I'm doing great. So I was a part of the food. So I had this system set up. We had the Sabbath. We were organizing the worship, give praise to the Anunnaki for their building and all of that. And so we had this unleavened bread. We were living as Hebrew Israelites, but the Hebrew it was to the Anunnaki. So the sisters were making the food, like how Nanny and Stepmer and the women made the food at their pathways. We would do something like that every week. But I told the brothers that, listen, as a netter, as a God man, I'm going to show you that it's not limited to the sisters. So I jumped in the kitchen with the women. So I put on my apron, and I'm in there cooking with the women, and I'm teaching the class. So I was the class teacher. I was everything that I was as the teacher, but I'm also in there with the apron, and I'm also cooking the food. But guess where the food came from? Guess where the food came from? I was cooking. Take a guess. Let's give you this part of my life. Where the food come from? Okay, guess.
I don't know, Saba. I don't know.
Farmer's market.
Saba's market. Okay, Saba's market. Let me tell you where the food came from. So, to prove to everybody, to prove to people that listen, I'm going to pretend it's a one-man show as if there's no sisters here, but I want all the sisters to build and cook. People think that women can do the cooking. I'm going to jump in with the apron, do the cooking. Where's the food going to come from? I'm going to hunt the food. So I didn't go to the grocery store to buy the food for the events. I would go hunt the food in the wild. the food for the event. I would take a garbage bag the night before and a cage, and I would go out the night before, whether I taught a class or not. So like I'm teaching Tehuti PODCLASS here, then the class is over. It's nighttime. I take a glad garbage bag and a cage. I take chicken lizards and gizzards and all these things, and I would go out into the wild and hunt the food. I would hunt the food. I would go and hunt fish. I would hunt crabs. I would go out, and this is when I would jump in the lake, and the alligators would steal some of the food. So I'm in the lake hunting with the alligators, and sometimes as I'm hunting, I would just see like 2 sets of eyes pop up beside me, another 2 sets of eyes in front of me, 2 sets of eyes behind me. So I had to be very, very still because they're not coming to kill me. They're coming to get the food. So then I see the food cage shake, and I pull it, and there'd be alligators, and me and the alligators are fighting the food that I'm hunting for the event. So this is why I don't know what anybody's talking about. I gotta do this. How can I prepare for this event? I gotta cook too. I gotta listen. Jump in the lake with the alligators, hunt the food for the event. And so I catch the crabs, I catch the fish, I fight off the alligator. I'm pushing alligators' heads down. I know how to grab the alligators by the mouth so they can't bite me. I'm moving them to the side, grabbing my catch, putting it in the bag, putting the crabs and the fish in the bag. The crabs are full of spikes, and I'm catching fish that have spikes on them. So as I'm walking from the lake, from the forest, catching the food for this event, the spikes are stabbing my back. So I'd come home with a bloody back because it was just the bag of spikes on the back. It's all spiky. The back is bleeding. My lady that take care of my back, and I go ooh, and I dump it out in the kitchen. And there I'm cooking the meal. It was called Hilu soup, and I'm making the meal live with the live animals, killing the animals there in the kitchen that I hunted, and that's what I had to do to just show everybody. Listen, I'm the hunter. I'm not going to. I'm the hunter. I'm the cook, and I'm going to teach the classes as well. And I want to be an example that you can do so too, because in the wild, this is what we did. So I was hunting and fighting alligators to provide the food for the event. Welcome to the podcast.
You need a documentary, Saba. We have to talk to you. We got to talk. We got to have a good conversation. You need to put that in the intro. That needs to be in the intro for sure. Those are the Saba, that's the add-ons. You know, that's the add-ons that I love when you throw a little extra in the intro. That's it right there. You got it. Like, that's part of it.
Man, I wish I could. The intro would be 8 hours. I have 35 years of intro to do. So my intro story started when I was in my single digits, and they go all the way up to me fighting alligators for food and making concrete with my feet and teaching 1,200 people to 1,500 people with the concrete still on my feet because you can't wash it all the way off in the shower. So I don't know if anybody tried to wash off. Anyways, how you doing, Israel Hoyley? How you doing, good brother?
I'm doing well. Just enjoying the Saturdays. Never had a Saturday like this.
Good. So I'm gonna say this to you now that I have you here. Are you still out in the place that you told me are you still in that?
Oh yes, sir. I'm still in the same apartment.
No, out. You said you had to go somewhere to help somebody.
Oh, in Mississippi? No. I'm back here now in Colorado. That's why I got my coat on.
So what I want to do for you is in the Ren ceremony, the way that I name people is I walk them through an elaboration of how their name came about from years ago. I put people's names together from years ago, and so I was just going to send you the name, but then you'll be looking at it and try to figure it out yourself. I'm going to actually, I can for the next podcast, spend about 10 minutes to give you your name here and teach on what your name is for you to understand what it is, and then send it to you, send the certificate to you. You down with that?
I'm okay with that. I appreciate that, sir. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna step away. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm with y'all. I'm all ears.
Okay, good. I'm gonna step away for a moment. When I come back, everybody, we're gonna deal with this right here. The topic of the class today. Hush Nation started all this. Exorcism in Jesus' name, the truth. Another brother, a brand new brother, sent in a question. That's why I pushed his question up to the front, because he was a brand new person in the class, I think for the first time. And Bloomy sent in a question: Hippocampus and Kemetic spirituality, exorcists, all type of bonuses. We're even going to get into horses. So we're going to get into the auto body symbolism of the horse. So we're going to get into a whole bunch of things. We're going to get into reverse reintegration information going back and forth from the body up into the double ka, which is the ba. We're going to get into all of that. I'll be right back in a few minutes, everybody. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. When I come back, we're going to deal with these questions. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be right back. Peace.
All right, Hotep MAAT. Mic check. Can you brothers hear me clear?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. All right, Hotep Hinu, great brothers. Glad to see you. As always, peace and love to everyone that is in the chat. Be sure to hit the like button. If you have not done that yet, hit the like button and share this. Share this to your social media platforms, which assists and helps the PODCLASS and the House of ATTON greatly. So two out to everyone who does that. And of course, support. The links to support are pinned to the top of the chat. If you look at the very top, you'll see a pinned message, and right there is where the support links are. So if you have a question that you want to bring forward to the great SABA Tehuti for him to answer the way that he does, utilize those links. And if you're here and you're participating in receiving what is being broadcasted, support as well. It is the reciprocity that allows these things to exist. So if you appreciate and you benefit from anything that you see or receive here, then it is extremely important to make sure for yourself that you support it, so you can continue to receive it at the consistent level or even higher levels. So continue to support Dua Hinu, Makaru, to everyone who does that and appreciates everything that you see here, letting the great Saba know that all that has taken place for him to be here in the way that he is, to teach and guide us, and to bring forward the Natiru. Absolutely show your support for this. So it's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org. Link is also in the bio. All the links to everything that we do is in the bio. We have a social media platform as well, House of ATTON. Be sure to follow us there. Instagram, TikTok, all the social platforms, and spread this. This is an opportunity that everyone has to participate in establishing something that's pure. So each person who does so, much dua and love to you for that. Shout out to the Kuru, the Medu word for someone who is within something, a member of the body. Shout out to the Kuru and those who support this and want to take what's being taught here and implement it in your everyday life and build with other great brothers and sisters who are here to break the matrix. So Tua, shout out to every one of you and those who participate in all of the classes that we provide here at the House of ATTON. And so we'll go around the panel before the great Saba Tehuti comes back on screen, and we will allow everyone that you see here to give some words. Shout out to the great brothers Tefrem Kim Ma'at and Menku Ara, Mary Ma'at, leadership of the House of ATTON, as well as the great brother, the Jed Sajem Ma'ah. And so we'll start with you, great brother, if you're there. If you need some more time, we'll come back.
I'm here. We good. We feeling good. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu.
You already know, man. Just building, being definitely being consistent. Got to make sure we there for the House of ATTON. No excuses, no nothing. Definitely feeling good. Peace and love to the House of ATTON. All the newcomers too. Everybody who's showing up. A peace and love. No Isfet here. No criticism. No nothing. We definitely lead with the left. Follow the Eve. It's always great to see you, great brother. Patah. You already know. We know you the real one. No fake stuff going on around here. Shouts out to Hush Nation, my brother. Yeah, man. Yeah, you already know, man. It's always a pleasure to see you, great brother. Definitely peace and love to you. I'll always say it, man. No love greater than yours, brother, to travel across the country, man, and come be with your peoples, man, all the way out here with us, man. So shouts out to you, great brother. Whatever you had to do to make it out here, it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I appreciate you. And yeah, we doing good. We healthy, man. We feeling good. Just building on the we making sure the presentations is ready tomorrow. So everybody, I'm in and out. I'm here. No excuses. Definitely House of ATTON, man, until we reach the Netta Kurt. You already know. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu, great brother. Always an honor to see you, great brother, and I'm happy to hear that. I just posted the link to the House of ATTON YouTube channel, which is what the great brother is speaking about, and as he will be presenting, the Jed Sajim has done some amazing things, and he's creating visual what he titles primordial visions, and they're absolutely phenomenal. So everyone, make sure you go check out House of ATTON and everything that's being built over there. Peace and love. Israel Hooley done ended up in the city somewhere.
That's right. Just showing face, man. Showing love, brother. That's all. I'm all ears, man.
All right, wonderful. Glad to see you. And yes, Hush Nation, great brother Fix, Hotep Henu, how are you doing, my brother?
Hotep Henu, big love, big MAAT, big respect. You don't know already. Yeah, man, definitely grateful for the Sakem to be here. Another PODCLASS, more life, man. Get more life to be here again. So, salute the family, salute the whole House of ATTON family. Salute everybody in the chat, everybody in the panel, everybody watching on the different platforms and things. Yeah, big love. Big hush, big salute, Saba Tehuti for answering my question. This is a mixture of me and Sir Jim, the Jed Ma'a questions, you know. We had kind of like sending the same question. So yeah, tonight's the night, you know, so just strap up the seatbelt and Saba can take off of this one, and yeah, man, just take notes. We do what we gotta do, you know. To again, Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, Sekem, prosperity, protection, all the best, and nothing less. Yeah, to our whole HOA family. Dua.
Dua, great brother. Hotep Hinu to you. Yeah, I appreciate you greatly, and for being who you are, supporting MAAT and your consistency and coming up to the panels and being here in every class, great brother. So Dua, much dua to you for that. All right, let's go to Watermelon TV. Hotep, great brother. We're just going around the panel, letting everyone speak to the people. What's on your Eid currently, Hotep?
Man, just taking it hour by hour. That's how my life done slowed down so much. So, you know, I enjoy anticipating the show every Saturday. Although I don't show face a lot, I definitely always tuning in because I can always use the word, you know, of encouragement just to, you know, put into my life. I'm kind of in a cave right now, so I'm not really dealing with a lot of people in the. I was in the hospitality, and I'm not doing that anymore. And so I just kind of been in the, you know, just in my cave, man, just kind of reading here, soaking it up, just kind of being dolo. But I do enjoy watching and learning from you brothers. And actually, I'm reading the Para M Heru right now. I'm on page like 46. Just trying to just to say that I've read it. You know, so if people say, "Oh, have you read the Quran?" No, not yet. But anyway, that's all that's going on, man. Like to see our brothers' faces. Of course, I missed the pathways this past year or last month, but yeah, I don't feel like I missed it because when I see y'all on the panel and stuff, it zaps me right back to the other time. I'm actually waiting to see some pictures and video, so I want to take y'all's video and chop it up. But anyway, that's all I got. Peace. I appreciate all y'all. Definitely appreciate the Saba Tehuti for being a practitioner of MAAT.
Yes, Hotep, great brother. It's always great to see you and hear from you. Definitely was missed at the pathways, and I'm looking forward to you receiving your Ren and the great Saba doing it the way that he does it here for you. So that'll be Nefer, great brother. So Tua, yes, read the Pert M Haru. It's a beautiful thing, great brother. So that's a great set of writings to read.
Or unless this is the PDF version, what I found on Google. It seems pretty right, or it seems you know like, oh, okay, it's putting more being more descriptive to kind of what I was always thinking before anyway. You know, like you said, what even led us up to this information and knowledge and just who we are. We're definitely a small unit. I like to include myself in y'all's unit. You know, I'm just a ghost face. You know, see me one day and then, you know, but I'm definitely a soldier for sure.
Yes, keep doing what you're doing, great brother, and all the Jet Usir to you, power and life and strength to you, great brother. So Tua, and yes, we're working on the footage for the pathways. I just posted in our group chat to the brothers a video, and I'll probably post that to the Discord so everyone can see that. But we're working on a full documentary of it, and so we got some great footage, and it's going to be wonderful. So we're working on that, but I will post the short clip to the Discord so everyone can see that. We have some wonderful footage in there. So make sure everyone is within the Discord as well. So yes, look forward to that. But yes, Tua Hinu to you, great brother. Tua for being here. I don't think Amun and Amunet, I'm not sure if you're here. I know you said something about connectivity issues.
Hotep Urdasan, we're here. Our camera is not working though right now.
Oh, okay. Hotep, great brother. How are you? How you doing?
Hotep Urdasan, I'm doing excellent and wealthy. Happy to be here. Happy to be able to click the link and still hop on. Even though I'm having some technical difficulties right now. Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Marie, to the wonderful Sabaturium Hotep Ran, to his Aout, to everybody on the panel, everybody within the chat, to all the supporters. Looking forward to today's class. Might get some scary music because this topic is definitely very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what SABA brings forth. I know it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Very mind-blowing, groundbreaking, something that I know I'll be able to use and exercise when I'm looking at things around me and observing things around me. So I'm looking forward to this class. To Hush Nation and to Jed for asking the question that you did. I'm looking forward to the next question and answer as well with the Hippocampus. I'm happy you're all alive. You're all healthy. Looking forward to seeing you all again. You know, it's been like 3 weeks. Happy to be here. Happy you're all here. Shout out to Atef doing family things. Looking forward to seeing that video from the pathways and all the other videos that come from what was taken there. And hope that Jay gets a snake because it's absolutely a beautiful thing. So definitely talk to Sab about that, to Jed, because the snake is a beautiful thing. Should definitely get one from Arir Sabatuti. Very magical to have his part of his family, an extension of him within your within your house. So definitely talk to him about that. Very beautiful, very magical. Shout out to everybody else who has a snake from Sabatuti. And if you don't already, contact him about it for sure. Hotep, Uncle Ja, Suneb.
Uncle Justin, great brothers. I'm Annette. There with you?
Yes, I am.
Hotep.
Hotep, everyone. Peace and love. I'm very happy to be here, as always, consistently with you all. To all who are consistently being here for yourself first, making sure you're in a healing environment such as this and surrounding yourself with things that will help you live on for eternity and continue with your memory strong and healthy. I appreciate everyone who is supporting the great Saba Tehuti, who has saved Amun and I's life and has changed our life. He is the echo of the Natiru. He is the living Neter that we all should aspire to echo. And yes, he's very, very life-giving, and I'm very appreciative of him. So do your best to support as best as you can. It's great to see you all, Hotep and Mary.
Hotep Marie. Yes, Uncle Jasanep to Amun and Amunet. To both of you for all that you do for the House of ATTON and your consistency. It's much appreciated. Amun is doing some great things and bringing some powerful classes to the House of ATTON as a Kuru, as well as he is the moderator over at the House of ATTON YouTube channel. So, handle to you, great brother, for that. And Aminette is our social media Hemet, priestess and manager over everything that from the videos that you see on the House of ATTON social media pages. She organizes those and schedules those to go out, so everyone has a consistent broadcast from the House of ATTON on these social platforms, which definitely helps the growth. So Tua to Amun and Amunet for all your works. Uncle Justin, up to you. And let's get to the Heb Ma'at of the House of ATTON, one of the great leaders of the movement here, Menku, Ara Mary Ma'at, Hotep Henu, great brother.
Hotep Henu, Ani Patah. Good to see you, great brother. Good to see everybody on the panel. Peace and love to the master teacher, SABA Tehuti. We adore you. We appreciate you. Looking forward to this powerful class. Excuse my voice. Just getting over a little bug. But all is well. Akujasa Neb. Peace, power, protection, and prosperity to everyone in the chat. Thank you for being here. Peace to the leadership of the House of ATTON. Definitely happy to be here. And we are excited because on December 14th, we are celebrating something very special. Does anybody know? You can put it in the chat. What is December 14th of this year? Peace, Waldo Faldo, in the chat for your question regarding what is the knowledge of this group. Answer that in the chat. You said, okay, I will be sure to do research. The acknowledgement of energy essentially caught my attention. Yes, the echo chamber coming from our master teacher is very powerful. We believe in the law of attraction, which is a concept that was created by the followers of Ma'at. That is the energy that you are feeling. That is truth. That is love. That is power. So welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Does anybody know? Yes, I see in the chat, December 14th is the 3-year anniversary of the Tehuti PODCLASS. So we will be celebrating the 3rd year of our master teacher being back in public, breaking the matrix, teaching us our true identity, representing the Netzeru, and putting things back in divine order. So peace and love, everyone. Hope to see you here every PODCLASS, but definitely we're looking forward to celebrating 3 whole years of nothing but consistent, powerful teaching from our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. So tua to everyone that has supported and who is helping build up this system of reciprocity and building up the House of ATTON. We appreciate you. Shout out to the Jed Sajim, to Ani Patah, to Atef Rim Kim, to Saba's Naturts, who have definitely been instrumental in everything that is taking place here. So Henu Hotep, Hotep Mary.
Hotep, Uncle Justin, Menku, Uncle Justin, up to you. Ujwat, healing energy to you. May the Netiru heal you. May Osset Hekau continue to heal you. Uncle Justin.
Uncle Justin.
Nini Yuk.
Hotep. Yes, peace and love. Again, make sure everyone has hit the like button as you come in. and send this out to the to your social platform. Support. Links are pinned. Links are in the bio for those who are watching on the playback as well. And ask your questions. These are some powerful questions that were asked for this particular pod class, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what the Great SABA has put together for us. And let's welcome Basa Tut, Hotep, great brother. Basa Tut, Maka Ox Effect. How you doing, great brother?
Peace. Peace. Can I be heard?
Yes, can hear you clear.
What's up? Peace and love, everyone. I'm doing wonderful. Glad to make it to another podcast today. I'm glad to see everybody here. I'm grateful for all the love bestowed upon myself and us. And I'm just looking forward to what's coming. And I'm just happy, embracing my new life with my new Ren. So yes, I'm doing great. And peace and love to everyone in the chat as well.
All right, peace and love to you, great brother. Tua for your consistency, and this great brother is the Nefer example of what it means to be a Karu, the House of Atten, and support. So Tua to you. All right, and I will share the screen to our website here. Hold on, let me pull it up in a separate browser. All right, there we go. All right, so yes, this is houseofatton.org. This is where you go to see everything that the House of Atten is doing and what we have to offer here. And we will have the mobile app available to everyone very soon. There's just a few things that need to be worked out to get it on the Google Play Store and the Apple iStore as well. So there is a House of Atten app that will be available to everyone very soon. All right, and this is how you join the House of Atten if you would like to be a part of what you see taking place in the organization here. We have 3 different tier levels: Karu Ua Sin Kemet, which is 1, 2, and 3 in the Medu Netter. And you can click on these and see details of what this encompasses. So join the House of Atten. And here are some of our apparel products that I'm looking forward to seeing the support of. To everyone who has supported and purchased the House of Atten shirt or hoodie or crew neck. And if you have, come here and leave a review. This helps the algorithm, and it helps everything that you see here on the website by leaving a review. Brings more traction to it. So to everyone who supports, I definitely want to bring forth more designs for everyone. But we want you all to support and show that you want it. So this is available for everyone under the shop section. SABA Tehuti's ebooks are here. Everything is here. We have bathroom sets. We have suitcases, Hotep mats, a desk mat that I use for as a Hotep table offering cover. It's very Nefer. Our social media and all of the pod classes here are in organized structure. All of them are here. So if you want to be able to find something specific, you can do so here. So I hear some noise, so I think that may be SABA Tehuti back. And oh yes, Hotep Great Saba, Hotep Hinu. Hope you had a Nefer break.
Hotep. Finish up a minute or so of what you're. Thank you. Finish a minute or so of what you're breaking out. I'm still doing some things right here, but I want you to finish showing the people what you were showing them for a minute or so, and I'll come back. I'll come back right after that. I'll be here, but finish up with that. I like that.
Okay, Tua. All right. Yeah. So here is the all of the pod classes here. The support links for SABA Tehuti for you to ask your questions. The Cash App and the PayPal is pinned up top here, and I have everything in a playlist section. So you can come over here to the side, and here is the playlist. So you can scroll through. There's 142 classes here. So and as well as the House of ATTON YouTube as well. And here are the Scribal sessions, which again, everything is in a organized playlist for everyone. I just concluded class number 13, the writings of the hidden realm, that people know as the teachings of the Amduat, which is really titled the Seshnit Ant Amentet, the Sesh Amentet, the writings of Amentet. And I went through hour 1. A lot of detail went into it. The most detailed teaching in class on the Sesh Amduat that's available. And there was I did a performance. There's a tone. I performed some tones and some music in this particular class. So everyone can come here and support and learn about the other set of writings outside of the Pert Imheru that the great ancestors documented and left. So Tuai Hinu. And here is Minku Ara. He has his wonderful classes here. Everything, again, is set out in playlists. So you can just find what you're looking for very easily. The Legend of the Origin of Heru. Very powerful classes. So Tuai Hinu to the great Minku Ara for bringing forward his teachings here. And here is Tefrim Kemaat, who is doing audio reading some of the ancestors' writings and creating visuals like a cartoon to go alongside the writings. So it's wonderful. So if you want to hear the stories that the great ancestors left, you'll find that at the House of ATTON. And the great Primordial Thought 9, formerly known as, I need to update this name here to the Jed Sejima Hemet Pauku. And his wonderful primordial visions, his documentary style teachings that he does, in which he'll be presenting tomorrow, which is Sunday, November 10th, the House of ATTON. So Tuai Hinu. Here's all of the ancient literature readings of the Kemetic literature. And here is the reading of the Enuma Elish that was read by Amun, formerly Anu. Karu member also has classes. So once you're within the House of ATTON, you have the opportunity to come forward and utilize the platform to begin learning how to teach and put together presentations. And so here are some of the Karu classes held at the House of ATTON. Phenomenal work here. So Tuai Hinu to everyone who supports and sees all of the work that's going into building a structured movement through consistency and discipline with the guidance of the great SABA Tehuti and the Seba'it that the great ancestors left for us. And as we bring together these powerful classes, and here at the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer forum of the House of ATTON. So Tuai Hinu. And again, our social media is here. Join the Discord and join all of our social platforms here on our link tree. Everything is here, organized for everyone. So it's very easy to follow everything that we are that we're doing and that we have. And we also have some put some sources here for everyone to have quick access to, such as the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary by E.A. Wallace Budge. Volume 1 and Volume 2 is here that you can come and dig into, research. You can download it as well. Just click that little button over there, click download and get PDF, and you can download it. Middle Egyptian, an Introduction to the Language and Culture of Hieroglyphs by James P. Allen, a phenomenal book. If you're wanting to learn the Medu Neter, definitely want to have that. And here is the Per Imheru, the Papyrus of Ani. So we have all these great books here, the literature of ancient Egypt, for you all to have quick access to, for you to come and download and start to begin your studies and follow along with some of the main sources that we use here at the House of ATTON. So Tuahinu, Hotep, Makaru, support the Great Saba, support the podcast, hit the like button on your way in, and make sure you all are ready to learn and take this information in. So Tuahinu, and I'll stop sharing now. Hotep.
Okay, that was great. Peace and hotep to everyone. Hope everybody's ready. Get your pen and pads out. Get your Cash Apps ready. Get your PayPal ready. Get the support ready. I see a couple of new people on the panel that I didn't see before. Peace to, let me wipe my eyes so I can see the panel. Okay, I see a couple people on the panel that I didn't see before. Peace to Basatut, Maka Ax Effect, Menkor Ra Marie Ma'at. Hey, Menkor Ra, I was overhearing something as I was walking by, and you said a term, and I like that term. I may use that for the PODCLASS. Did you say something about an echo chamber? I like that. That's what the Hepapet is. There's an echo chamber in what they call the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was an echo chamber. I may use that for maybe the new term. Go ahead. I like that. What is that echo chamber?
Tua Saba, yes. Yes, you please use it. I actually heard Nefertatan say that, and I actually a friend of mine, he visited Tamari, and he was talking about he's like a Christian, and he was just talking about the power and coming into the misconceptions about Tamari. And he said he actually went into the king's chamber, and he said he was hearing the echo, and I was able to build with him on some information that I've been learning through you and the brothers. And so, yeah, I first heard Nefertatan say that, so I have to give props to her. So yeah, that's definitely a beautiful concept.
Okay, I like the echo chamber. All right, I like that. I like that. Okay, well, everybody, we're gonna get started here. One second, and we're gonna get started here. Everybody, get your pen and pads out. Was Sonetter asking? Was Sonetter in the chat asking about me?
Yes. Sonetter did. Was asking for. He says he needs your number. He came in under the Cam Up podcast channel.
Okay, peace and love. Peace and love to the good brother Sonetter. If you're still listening, I will have your number, so I will call you. It's the same number as we spoke on before, but I will I guess I will call you or text you the number. Peace and love to Sonetter. I had a feeling that the brother Sonetter was going to come to class today. I had a very strong feeling that he was going to be in this one. Okay, let's get started. 1 second, everybody. Okay, everybody, get your pen and your pads out. Shout out to the new people. Here's a new person. I love the new people in the room. This is a new Waldo Faldo. I've never seen his name before, but peace and love to Waldo Faldo. Tiffy, the other brother there whose name I couldn't really say. Peace and love to all the new people in the room. We're about to get this started. Basa Ted, you're doing good, my brother. You're doing good. This class, one of these classes is going to be about your name again.
I'm doing well. Yes. I look forward to all the classes. They're all about eternal life, and it's my name, right? I mean,
say that again. Say it again.
All the classes are about eternal life and moving on into the duat and having all the bodies, and they're all about my name, right?
Yes. And I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna start with the Exorcist answer. Let's start off with let's go right into the Exorcist one, and then the next the next answer, I'm gonna give it an interesting jewel on the spider that's on my hat. What does the spider on the hat have to do with the hippocampus? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna get crazy. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. Peace and love. I have spider hairs in my throat. Waldo says, eager to learn the knowledge of our ancestors, I became aware that they will always be with us. That is factually right, because you are them. So when I tell the people that the Natira were real and we are the Natira, it's because it is an undeniable. Let me take this off. It is an undeniable fact. We are them, and there is no other choice but to be them. So your ancestors will always be with you because you are an echo of them. The only reason why you exist is because they existed. With every other animal and the creature. The only reason the pet store exists is because the turtles of 2 million years ago existed. So without that turtle 2 million years ago, you wouldn't have a pet turtle or pet dog. So absolutely. Let's get into it, everybody. Get your pen, pad ready. Get ready to open your mind, everybody. Really, I don't know if anybody's ever had an exorcism done. Patah, you ever had an exorcism done to you or witnessed one? Ever anybody that needs to get the devil out of them?
Yes, I have.
The last question.
Yes, I have unplanningly been a part of some exorcisms. So, yes.
Oh my goodness! A friend of mine named Curtis went to visit a church, and they held him down to do an exorcism on him without his permission. All the men came and they grabbed him, they tackled him to the floor. Jesus, pull the devil out of this man! Pull the devil! He didn't know what was going on. He was like, "What's happening here?" He's being held down by like 5 men. Jesus, come get Satan out of this man! That was the last exorcism that I was. That was the last Christian exorcism that I was informed of. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. And what do you think, Menko Ra? The Exorcist movie, The Exorcism, getting evil spirit, getting the devil out of you. Have you seen it before? Would you like one done to you? I don't know.
I definitely don't need one. Don't want one. I definitely know that's a big things that Christians love to do. So it's interesting that they like to do it because they don't want to put it there. And so, I'm really interested in seeing how you're going to break this down, Saba.
Okay, wonderful. Hush Nation, this is the brother here that actually sent in the question. Everybody focus on this man here, because without this man, this question wouldn't have come in. You saw what he did the last time, sending in that 666 question and then sending it again when it gets banned. And here he is again with this most popular topic here. So we're going to ask Hush Nation, have you seen an exorcism? Is anyone around you doing it? You sent in the question. Would you like one done to you? What's happening?
No, Saba. I definitely wouldn't like no exorcist done to me. But that's the famous testimonial that everybody have, so it's just go to finally get to the bottom of this, clear it up, sweep it out, straight out to the door so they could stop coming with this Jesus ecstasy business, Jesus exorcist business.
This Jesus. Okay. Yes. Jesus exorcist business, man. Well, you know what, everybody? So the exorcism is a very popular topic, and it's a very popular topic, and it is one of the Christians. It is people's claim to fame. There are popes, and the question comes about, well, if my Jesus doesn't exist, if this is all fake, if the Bible's made up, how come we have popes doing exorcisms? We have the devil being extracted. We have priests doing exorcisms. We have people getting demons removed. My grandmother got a demon removed from her. So if this is not real, what's going on? I mean, if this would prove that Jesus is real, right? They're using Jesus' name, aren't they, Hush Nation? Jesus' name is being used, right? So there it is right there. The podcast is over. We've been defeated, and Jesus is real because they have proof that they're using Jesus to remove the demon, and nobody in the podcast here can remove demons like that. So I guess it's time to go to Jesus. Well, we're gonna find out if all that is true. And has anybody ever talked to anybody in an argument or something, and you're looking at that person as they're in an argumentative state, and their eyes and face is a lot different than what you're used to, and even the reasoning and the way they talk seems like they're being influenced by something else other than that. Like, this is not the person that I know. This is not. Has anybody ever witnessed that before? Who's this new person?
I saw that many times, SABA.
I was communicating with someone. He was real intoxicated, and I could see this entity jumping in and out of him. And when it was in him, he would start talking with a lisp. So his whole speech pattern would change. Yeah. So. Absolutely.
Oh my God. Okay. Oxafek, have you ever seen, argued with one of your ladies or mom or friend, and all of a sudden something else seems to be going on, and something else is happening odd, unrecognizable?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I wouldn't doubt it might have happened, but yeah.
Okay. Bijan Farrow he needs to come to the panel, tell us. So we're going to get into this, everybody. Netzer first said he saw it. Netzer first, he's doing it a couple times. Netzer first, you can jump on the panel. He said he saw it. So he saw it. So I don't know if he called the priest to remove it or who got the being out of it. I'm not sure, but we're going to find out today what's happening here. Everybody ready? I'm going to get the timer out. We're going to get into this question of the Tehuti podcast. Excuse me. The spider hairs. It's about time. Let me get the timer on. Everybody can hear me clear? Timer's on. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. One moment. Hold on. Okay, I'm taking it off of mute. You should be able to hear me, but you can't see me. And in a moment, you should be able to see me. I'll be right on. Let me get. Oh man, hold on. You can't see me. Let me go and get this. Okay, boom. That ready. Gotta get all the. I gotta cast any demons out of here before I start this class. I gotta get these get spirits out of the room. Okay. All right, we're ready, everybody. Let me come back to the screen. All right. Are you all ready, everybody? Waldo said, let's do it. Waldo's hype. Who's Waldo? Waldo's a new person. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. What's it? Nook Panook says, Saba, get some water. Woo. Does anybody here drink 2 gallons of water a day? You see these water bottles right here? 6.5 of these make a gallon. I drink about 14 of these a day, 12 to 14 of these a day. I'm this man's sponsor. I'm Watermelon TV, so I drink so much water. I am watered up, but thank you, Nook Panook. I am watered up. Everybody ready? Let's get into it, everybody. Get your pen and pads out. We're about to get into this answer. Waldo has given permission. He says, let's do it. This is the time, Waldo. Let me ask you a question, Waldo, real quick before I start. Have you ever been to a Tehuti PODCLASS before? You can just put yes or no. Will this be the first time you see a Tehuti PODCLASS answer? Or have you been here a few times before? Just put a yes or no. Have you? Yes, I have seen. No. Okay, good, Waldo. All right, Waldo knows what's going to happen. Then here we go, everybody. Let me put this on the screen, and I'm gonna say peace. Oh, let me fix the screen. I'm gonna say peace and love to everybody on the panel, and we're about to get into this first question of the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Let me expand this so everybody can see it when it comes on. And boom, there it is. Okay, so peace and love to Scribe is gone already. Peace and love to Scribe, Pata. Peace and love to the Jed, Saddam, Ma'at, Hamt, Paut, Cool, Amunet. Are you all having audio? They're gone already. Maybe they have audio issues. Video issues. I haven't seen them. Ba Satut, Maka Aksafek. Peace and love to you. Menko Ra Marie Ma'at. Did Amin and Aminet mention anything about having some video issues or something?
Yeah, they said the camera wasn't working. Oh, there he is.
Our camera isn't working. It keeps freezing up.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Peace and love to you, everybody. About to get into it, everybody. I'm about to go big screen. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. I am ready. The kid, are you ready? Are you ready? This is Saket, everyone. And she is ready. Let's go. Boom. Boom. And boom. Here we go, everyone. You all can see the screen and hear me. Press A9. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Welcome. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of Attend due to the kidnapping of your history. Your spiritual identity has been stolen. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the material, health, purity, mental detoxification. What about out-of-body experiences? Are there any ancient sources to that? Do government psyops really take place? Is there really a big brother? Are there really government conspiracies happening to control people? What about telepathy? Is telepathy the same as quantum entangled consciousness? Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and has infiltrated atheism, which has infiltrated in the form of the New Age Black consciousness. The atheistics are the atheists who have disguised themselves as so-called Kemetic teachers, Kemetic teachers with the are conscious teachers in the agenda of the Matrix to just focus on the quote-unquote knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients, who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any particular culture. They're not accountable to any particular way of life, nothing written verified of what they do. Thus, they can only teach from what are called memes, or they do what's called counter teaching, which is just they only come up to do speaking when it's to go against what someone else teaches. They only do debates, debunk, I expose you, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as topics, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black, Egyptians were not this, the Egyptians are white, the pyramids in America are older than ones in ancient Egypt, we are the Abos, we are the American Indian, we're not African. Or they'll say things like, let me tell you where you're wrong. Let me tell you what you're missing, what you fail to realize, what you fail to recognize. Everything is about either a contention or attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue, have discussions based on contentions, thus to hide that they cannot answer or live by anything. they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, you're laughed off of the stage, kicked out of the room, insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform in existence, class, that exists on this planet where you can send in these type of questions with reciprocity and get a personalized ebook, personalized documentary type answer customized for you. And on top of that, taught live with each answer, get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. What are the questions for the section that Tehuti will answer? Question sent in by Hush Nation. Support from Fix, Henu SABA. And let me do this for this good brother. Let me do this for this good brother. Let me come off of here and do this for this good brother. Thank you, Hush Nation. We did it for you last week. But I'm going to go ahead and give you this. I usually do this before we start the class. We didn't do it this time. But I want to definitely give you your respect for your donation appreciation. And we're going to give you a nice hand clap here. Thank you very much for the support of the Tehuti PODCLASS. You are excellent. We appreciate all the support that you constantly give, and understanding that you can only ask these type of questions here. We have much love and respect for your support. Appreciate you, good brother. Thank you. And now that we given our adoration, because we're about giving adorations here. Now that we've given our adorations here to the good brother for his support and his acknowledgement, let us continue. Let's give this man what he sent for. Let's make this movie. Here we go. Ready? So Hush Nation says, support from Fix, Henu Saba. When people use the name Jesus to chase away bad spirits, are the bad spirits really going away? For example, like an exorcist. What a good question. This is a really good question. Very, very popular. Exorcist. Okay. Another great question asked by a student of Tehuti's PODCLASS. And of course, this answer will only happen at today's event inside of Tehuti's PODCLASS. Let's get into it. Ready? Let me start off by asking the class, are they familiar with this process in real life? Have they heard about anyone they know or any story of someone being possessed? We had Netter first and a couple people. Somebody says, yes, I have. Someone on the panel saying, yes, I have, firsthand. Or this entity being exorcised out of them. Now, this terminology has been made popular through its most popular depiction in the movie of its namesake, The Exorcist. And who do you see that is always there fighting the devil and exorcising the spirit? Let me ask that in the PODCLASS. Who do you always see that is there exorcising the spirit? Who do you see there? You see Buddhist monks there? You see a Hindu there? Who do you see there, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. Who do you see there? Exorcising the spirit when these people get possessed by demons or have exorcism. Do you see Amish people there? Do you see people from the Zulu tribe there? Do you see who do you see there? Priest. Maharu. First Netter says masterpiece pending. That's interesting. Actually, I call this masterpiece. All right, Ibetiamun says a priest. I've seen people wallop on the floor in church when I was a kid and found it strange. Catholic priest. Priest. Hush Nation says priest. Amun Kat Tehuti says priest. Everyone pretty much says priest. Sozi Mania says priest. Waldo says no, but I can see how it's possible. Lisa says, I've heard of it, but never knew of anyone. Catholic priest. Catholic priest. Wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's continue. Everybody pretty much has the same answer. Nobody's saying the Jewish rabbi. Nobody's saying the Hindu. The priest. There we go. Boom. Whenever we see these movies or depicted on TV or even hear about it, and it's not even just all of Christianity, it's usually this particular branch made one of the most popular, I would say the most popular horror movie in the world. The most popular horror movie that I can think of, possession movie, is The Exorcist. This is way before Dawn of the Dead and Dusk and all the whatever all those demon movies that came out, Carrie and The Ring and all. This is way before that. This is the most popular first demon possession movie that ever came out in Earth's history, The Exorcist movie. Okay? But this is not just a practice found in movies, is it? Is this a practice just found in movies? Well, let me take you to a real-life exorcist, Gabriel Amorth. Here he is. This is the late Pauline father, Gabriel Amorth, longtime exorcist for the Diocese of Rome, who died in 2016. Was the subject of a 2017 American documentary film dedicated by William Friednick titled The Devil and Father Amorth. He is pictured here performing an exorcism on Christina in the documentary. But he actually does this. This is actually done in real life off of TV. So this is Gabriel Amorth. What if I told you that this was an actual diagnosis disease as far back as 1824 called monomaniac? Let me take you to the console and classify French psychiatric progression in the 19th century by Ian Goldston under the University of Chicago Press. What, Tehuti? What do you mean? Here's the console and classify the French psychiatric profession in the 19th century with the new afterword, Ian Goldston, University of Chicago Press. I'm going to go to page 155. Monomania helps to explain the lower percentage of monomaniacs in those institutions, the delirium following or accompanying the speech and motility impairments that characterized general paralysis often took the form of so-called monomania. To such cases, a squirrel would likely affix the label monomania and salpetriere, or by Citri, physician, the label general paralysis. The vogue of monomania proved time-bound, as curious as flourishing of that disease soon after its entrance into the nosological scheme was the obverse phenomenon and its virtual disappearance several decades later. At the Salpetriere, through those who admissions registered, I have traced the process. Newly diagnosed monomaniacs had all but vanished by 1870. What confronts us then is the rise and fall of a disease, and a disease significant not only in the usual medical context, but also a lay context, where the construed more figuratively than literally, it became contemporary shorthand for the particular state of mind. The purpose of this chapter is to explore the disease entity as Squirrel's theoretical construct from the multitudes of perspectives that shaped indeed overdetermined its singular career, the medical, the cultural, the professional, and the political. In other words, monomania will be viewed here as a scientific contribution in its own right, but it must also be viewed as the scientific core of a particular stage in professional development of the psychiatric specialty, and as carrying with it that role distinctive political and cultural baggage. Monomania. Interesting. Okay, let us continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. So again, here in the console and classify the French psychiatric profession in the 19th century with the new afterword Ian Goldston under the University of Chicago Press. Now we go over here to page 156, 155, 156. The initial definition of the disease, the meaning of monomania in the technical medical sense in which it was first used, was very close to the popular meaning it would soon acquire. It denoted an indifixy, a single pathological preoccupation in an otherwise sound mind. Yet in this technical sense, monomaniacal idifixy was not in the benign quirk that it was, for example, the Tocqueville when he spoke jokingly of monomania for his book on the democracy of America. It was true, full-fledged insanity. And guess what the British Journal of Psychiatry called this classification of monomania in volume 25, 225, number 3. Here we are now in the British Journal of Psychiatry, BJ Psych. If anybody wants to refer to it, what was monomania labeled as under the British Journal of Psychiatry? Pathway to deliver the dementia disease modification, an 18th century view of demonomania. Classification published online by Cambridge University Press, January 2nd, 2018. Monomania was scientifically classified demonomania, with the word demon in it. I thought the scientists were atheists. Boom, demon. Characteristic takeover of the mind was a scientific medical term in the 1800s, was linked to and registered as a disease. It was linked to and registered as a disease, yet still holding the title of demon. So something that was linked to and registered as a psychiatric disease in the 1800s also held a name that carried a spiritual connotation, demonomania. In other words, a demon that behaves in a maniacal way. That was a scientific term for all the atheists out there. Let me take you to the very first recorded so-called exorcism in Kemet, Tamaray, amongst the followers of MAAT to see what, quote-unquote, demon possession was registered as. For this, we will go to the stela of Ptah Khonsu and Neferhotep and the princess of Bekton. So let's go to the oldest known exorcism story, which is going to take us to the stela of Ptah Khonsu and Neferhotep and the princess of Bekton. Anybody who doesn't know what the princess of Bekton is? Neferu. Neferu was one of the mates of Ramesses brought to him by what people call today a Mesopotamian king. And Neferu was a beautiful, gorgeous woman named so by Ramesses. And then her sister seemed to have some type of possession. Something was going on with her. And therefore, because she was accepted into the family, the father and the family asked for Ramesses to assist with the first demon possession and exorcism recorded. Here we are, everybody. Let's shrink this down. For those who want to refer, this is where the story is. This is the Stella recording and the casting out of the devil from Princess of Becton. And here's the Stella right here. This is the Stella of Ptah Khonsu, Neferhetep, and the Princess of Becton. I have Nefer twice, maybe Nefer once. Here it is. Okay, boom. So here we are. And what does it say? Legend of Ptah, Neferhetep, and the Princess of Becton. And His Majesty said, bring to me the magicians, the ones who perform Hekau, or scribes of the house of life, and the nobles of the palace. And having been brought to his presence straightway, His Majesty said to them, having been brought into his presence straightway, His Majesty said to them, behold, I have caused you to be summoned hither in order that you may hear this matter. Now bring to me one of your company, whose heart is wise and whose fingers are deft. And the royal scribe Tehuti Heb came into the presence of His Majesty, and His Majesty commanded him to depart to Becton with that ambassador. And when the man came of learning had arrived in Becton, he had found Bent Risht. Bent Risht was the Princess of Becton, who was the sister of Neferu, Ramesses' new mate at the time. He found Bent Risht in the condition of a woman who is possessed by a spirit. And he found this spirit to be an evil one and to be hostile in the disposition towards him. Has anyone ever heard of this before? Has your Kemetic teacher ever taught you about Bent Rishet? More than likely not, because the new agenda of atheism that has infiltrated the conscious community and the New Age Kemetic priests, Kemetic teachers can't teach about this, because it would have them simultaneously acknowledge that there is some type of invisible conscious spirit force, some type of invisible consciousness that has its own agenda, that can overshadow, or as people say, possess a physical being that has a different agenda. And they would have to explain to you, the students, what are these invisible beings? They can't, because they are undercover atheists. They don't believe in invisible entities that can overshadow consciousness, because as soon as they do, their colleagues on all those channels would say, you're the pseudo, you did the spooky, you did the spooky, you did the pseudo, you didn't believe in the unseen spirits. They can't truly represent what the ancient scribes wrote about, because they're embarrassed of this. That's why you'll never hear about this from any of your pro-black conscious teachers. Have you ever heard about this? If so, give me the YouTube channel, timestamp of the lecture that's given with this possession taking place, and a magician that has to be called named Tehuti to come remove this entity. Your teacher will never tell you about this, because he's going to spend 8 hours talking about the Egyptians being black. And another 8 hours after that. Another 25 hours after that. The Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and I'm black and the black and the Hebrews are wrong. And after about 8 million hours, in the next life, maybe your children's teacher will say, there are entities of consciousness that the ancient ones taught about that could overshadow or possess somebody, and they weren't seen by the physical eye. And magicians had to be called in. So is this a Catholic teaching, or is this something inside of Kemetic papyri? Conscious teacher? Let's get into it. Are you ready? Let's go. So, and when a man of learning had arrived in Bekton, he found Bent Resht in the condition of a woman who was possessed by a spirit. He found this spirit to be an evil one and to be hostile in disposition towards him. Not Bent Reshet, but the spirit, and we're going to find out what that word is, was very violent and had a violent disposition towards the person trying to remove that consciousness. And the prince of Bekton sent a messenger a second time into the presence of his majesty, saying, O king, my lord, I pray thy majesty to command that a netter be brought hither to contend against the spirit. What? A netter be brought? What's that word there? I have it in the meta-netter. They're asking for a netter to be brought to contend with the spirit. The netters are the mythological, the principle. They're asking for a principle to be brought. It's the principle of the sky was brought. The principle is the principle. They're asking for a netter to be brought to deal with a conscious spirit. If you teach on this, you're the spooky to the pseudo, to the spooky to the pseudo. This is why your teacher has never brought this up to you in your entire journey of consciousness. Now, when the messenger came to his majesty in the first month to the season Shemu, in the 26th year of his reign, on the day which coincided with that of the festival of Amen, his majesty was in the palace of what they call Thebes, Waset, and his majesty spake a second time in the presence of Kenzu in Thebes, Waset, called Neferhetep, saying, O my fair lord, I present myself before thee a second time on behalf of the daughter of the prince of Bekton. Then Kanzu, it Waset called Neferhetep, was carried to Kansu. Carried to Kansu, called Pa'ari Seker, the great netter who drive away the spirits which attack. And his majesty spoke before Kanzu and Waset, called Neferhetep, saying, O my fair lord, if thou wilt, give thy face to Kanzu, Pa'ari Seker, the great netter who driveth away the spirits which attack. Permit thou that he may depart to Bekton, and inclined his head with a deep inclination twice. And his majesty said, Let I pray thy protective magical power go with him, so that I may take his majesty to go out to Bekton to deliver the daughter of the prince of Bekton from the spirit. And having been brought to the presence of his majesty with his gifts, he spake words of adoration to his majesty, saying, Praise be unto thee, O thy son Ra, of the 9 nations of the bow. Permit us to live before thee. And when he had spoken, he had smelt the earth before his majesty. In other words, he had bent down, prostrated. He continued his speech before his majesty, saying, I have come to thee, my king and lord, on behalf of Bent Reshet. You see the way our ancestors used to speak to each other? And thy youngster sister of the royal wife Ra Neferu. Some disease has penetrated into her members. And I beseech thy majesty to send a man of learning to see her. And his majesty said, Bring to me the magicians of the house of life, and the nobles of the palace have been brought to his presence. Some disease has penetrated into her members. And found Bent Reshet in the condition of a woman who is possessed by a spirit. The great Neter who drives away the spirits which attack. He found this spirit to be an evil one and to be hostile in his disposition. Call the Neter that he may contend with this spirit. Do you see all of that? Some disease has penetrated into our members. What's happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Boom, a disease, because we knew pre-matrix the mental and spiritual sanity or insanity, which is really one. Sanity and insanity is the same thing. But for this today's understanding, sanity or insanity, which is really one and the same, with the same word, was ku. That which affects the physical body, thus that which affects the physical body affects the brain mentality, which opens the door for frequency change, which appears to you as spirit possession was a disease. And guess what? This was classified as in 1200 BC by the followers of MAAT. Shept, which is the same word for disease. Let me shrink this down. Why is the same word for disease? Shrink it down again. Why is the same word for disease the same word for ill temper and words of shame? The word for disease, shepet, is the same word for ill temper, having an ill will, and words of shame. What ill will? What's the ill will? What ill will? He found Ben Reshet in the condition of a woman who was possessed by a spirit, and he found the spirit to be an evil one and to be hostile in his disposition towards him. Violent with an ill will and a bad disposition was the same word for disease, and now here there's words involved. Huh? Wait a minute. When I have cancer, there's no words involved. What do you mean words of shame? Disgrace? But I just have cancer. When you have cancer, are there words of shame involved? Does cancer have to do with an ill temper? What is this disease that is also the same word for an uncontrollable behavior and words of shame and disgrace? That's a disease? Yes, ill temper resulting in words, the vibrational communication that echoes your consciousness, that you would be ashamed for later, was also called a disease, because in ancient times pre-matrix, we did not see our consciousness as separate from our spirit, and thus, if one was spiritually ill and could not control their behavior, this would be considered a disease, because the same word for intelligence was the same word for spirit, as found in the oldest immortal book of spirituality, the Per Emharu, on page 115, plate 13. As I have taught multiple times before, he maketh his way for intelligence. The word there for intelligence is ku. I am intelligence. The word there is ku. I have the arrows pointing to it. Intelligence is ku. So that's consciousness. The word for consciousness and intelligence is ku. There's the word right there in the Per Emharu. There it is again. in the tomb of the Scorpion 1 tomb in Abti. Now, on plate 13, we see Ku is spirits. What's Tehuti? What do you mean? Yes, ill temper resulting in words, the vibrational communication that echoes your consciousness that you would be ashamed for later, was also called a disease because in our ancient times pre-matrix, we did not see our consciousness as separate from our spirit. And thus, if one was spiritually ill and could not control their behavior, this would be considered a disease because the same word for intelligence was the same word for spirit as found in the oldest immortal book of spirituality, the Per-Emharu, on page 115 and on plate 13. There is the word for consciousness, intelligence, Ku, and there's the word for spirits, Ku. It is a sound frequency or a consciousness vibrational frequency that has the ability to override you, causing interconflict. And thus the words that come out of your mouth sound like babble or contradiction or confusion, because the words that come out of your mouth are the manifestation of that which is within your thought frequency. The popular terminology today for a spirit taking over someone is the word possession. Let's look at what the ancient word was for possession before the matrix was created. What was the word for possession? Cur, huh? Cur is to be under something or having possession. The word is cur. That's the word for possession in the Medu Neter. One of the first symptoms of someone who can't control themselves anymore, what do they say, everybody? They hear what in their head? What's one of the first symptoms before it gets seriously drastic? What do you hear people first start saying? They hear what in their head? Let me come to the chat. What do they hear in their head? Let me come to the chat. What is everybody? Voices. You bet the moon. Voices. Lisa says voices. First Nature says voices. Hushnatian said voices. How do you all know that? Zaya the Great just points up. Like, I concur. You just put 3 points up. Angela Gates says voices. Amun Kat Tehuti says voices. Wait. Lisa lives in one state. First Netzra lives in another state. Hush Nation lives in another country. Amunet all the way in Wisconsin. Angela Gate somewhere in the Carolinas. I don't know where Zaya the Great lives. How do you all have the same answer? How do you all know that? That's interesting. Did somebody tell you that? How did you all know that? Why is that the very first thing before someone completely loses it? The very first thing they say when they can communicate that something is going. First National's all the way in London. Oh my. First National's in London. Why is that the first thing? The first step, the very first step, Zay the Great's all the way in Dallas. London and Dallas are saying the same answers. Zay the Great and First Netter and someone all the way in the Carolinas is saying the same thing. Why is that? Before they totally lose their mind. Because they're catching something in an intrusive state. They're still the one that's talking. Remember, Bent Reshet had to be carried away. When Tehuti came to deal with Bent Reshet, and when Neferhetep came to deal with Ben Reshet, the spirit was acting hostile in a violent way, an evil way. It didn't say Ben Reshet was acting in any way. They weren't dealing with bent Rachette, were they? Something else is acting hostile. Bent Rachette's not talking once in the story, is she? Is Bent Rachette talking? She's not talking in the story. Because by that point, it's a complete overshadowing. In the beginning points, there's two entities involved, two consciousnesses still involved. One is still you, and you're hearing something else. You're not saying, I hear my voice. No one is saying, I hear my voice in my head. And you notice it's always plural? You see, first Netzer has a voice. Angela Gates has a voice. Z the Great has a voice. Ibeti Amun has a voice. Singular? When people talk, let me go back and see if what you type was singular or plural. Voices, 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 voices. Huh? What happened to the voice? Plural. A multitude. Confliction between multiple entities, and the person is still conscious enough to speak, to say, that's not my voice I'm hearing. I'm hearing voices, different types of consciousness. And it's not me. But I'm still screaming out, help. I'm hearing voices in my head. I can still talk at this point. Bent Rachette wasn't talking. When the full overshadowing takes over, the person himself or herself is not hearing voices anymore, are they? No, they are the voice now. Now it's the culmination of the one or the many. And the person talking is not the person you know anymore. Now it's voices, but a complete overshadowing. When the person is in the beginning state, they're still able to cry for help. Something is going on. I'm hearing voices in my head. I am hearing voices in my head. That means they're not mine. I'm still talking. Help me, please. I don't know what this is, but I'm still talking. And it seems to be a multitude of different characters. Because never, I hear a voice in my head. It's always voices, plural, voices, plural, voices, plural, voices, plural, voices, voices, voices. More than one voice. A state of frequency chaos taking place, and the person can still speak. Bent Rachette wasn't speaking. We're getting somewhere. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the timestamp, chapter, verse, YouTube channel, wherever. Well, first of all, you probably won't get this anywhere else because everybody's ashamed to read the stories written by the scribes. It's too spooky for me and the pseudo spooky. Let's get spooky. Ready? I want to get spooky. Let's get as spooky as the ancestors wrote for us. I'm as spooked out as the ancestors were. Here we go. Boom. Voices. One of the first symptoms of someone that can't control themselves anymore. What do they say? They hear voices plural in their head. Voices in their head. Remember, the word for possession is kur. That's the possession. At this point, with the full possession, you're not even going to hear the voice of the person anymore. You're going to hear something else overshadowing. That's the full possession. The beginning state is I hear voices in my head. Voices. Wait a minute. The word for disease. The word for disease pre-matrix was ill temper. Words of shame. Our ancestors knew that this type of disease was associated with words. Words were associated with this one, but they're words of shame. What do people usually say to you when they get into an argument with you? Or they get really angry or they get drunk? I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean to. I take that back. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. Why? Because if they stuck with that was said when they were drunk or in that frequency, they would be ashamed. Huh? What happened? That disease. That's what your teacher's teaching you? Because that disease, the shept, has to do with an ill-tempered a voice speaking that you'd be ashamed of. That you knew that wasn't the real me. I didn't mean to say that. It's like something took over me. What was going on right there? Voices in my head. Right now, I can talk normally. I hear the voices. By the time the full takeover, when somebody told you what you did, you start to feel ashamed and you say, I didn't even mean to do all that. Words of shame is the same word for disease. Ask your current Kemetic teacher to explain why. You're getting it here, the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Boom. Voices. Uh-oh. Voices in my head. Well, let's go over here to Healthline. Hearing voices? Plural again? Even the scientists and the doctors is plural, right? It's always plural. Hearing voices? It's more common than you think. Voices versus intrusive thoughts. Potential causes? When to be concerned. Coping tips. What's the takeaway? Auditory hallucinations are more common than many people realize, especially among children and adolescents. Ever heard a voice inside your head that wasn't your own? You may have experienced an auditory hallucination. The voice may have sounded like someone you knew, making you do a double take to check they hadn't come up behind you. Or maybe it sounded like a stranger, striking up a conversation or commenting on your choice of clothing. However the voice sounded, you might have felt a little confusion, possibly even concerned about your mental health. You might have kept it to yourself, knowing that people often associate seeing or hearing things that aren't there with schizophrenia and other serious mental health conditions. I'm not telling anybody because they're going to think I'm pseudo. I'm making it up. This word cur that I just showed you and taught you that means possessed, guess what else the ancients said it meant? I hear the voices in my head. Concerns? Are you hearing voices in your head? Disease. Words of shame. Possession, cur. What else did our ancestors say that cur meant? Cur. Voice. Tehuti, you made it up. You put that in the dictionary. This can't be real. The same word cur. The disease, words of shame, those are voices, are words, plural. Shame, disgrace, ill will, ill temper. Possession, cur. Cur, voice. Cur deals with sound and voice. Boom, yes, a voice. Your consciousness is being taken over, quote unquote, possessed by cur, a sound frequency shift. This is a sound frequency shift or an electromagnetic, a conscious shift. Guess what the word is in Medu, in the story of the first possession that we read about? In the Ben Rashid story, the Exorcism, where she wasn't talking and she was being carried away. In the story of Ptah Neferhotep. What's the word used for the possession there? Uh-oh. Legend of Ptah Neferhotep, the princess of Becton. And when the man of learning had arrived in Becton, he found Bent Reshet in the condition of a woman who was possessed by a spirit. and he found this spirit to be an evil one and to be hostile in disposition. What does that say in the Metanetter? Kur aku. You see that symbol there? The kur. See the aku? Possessed by a spirit. That's how he found her. You see that he found her. Kama NF. He found. That's the he. He found her to be Kur Aku. He found the person to be Kur Aku, possessed by a spirit. Kur Aku. What was possessed? There's the Kur, that's a voice. That's a sound frequency, which is also the word. Also the word for possession, and what's being possessed by the frequency. The aku, the ku, the consciousness, which is the same as the spirit. The consciousness is being overridden. The kur aku. The kur, there's the aku. See the bird? You see the sieve symbol there that makes the ka? That's the aku or the ku. You see the bird? You see the ku? You see the ku? Your current teacher will not teach you this because he's ashamed of it. He can only teach about physical matters and fighting. Here it is, the kur aku. Kur. Kur. The word for possession. I'm hearing voices in my head. Voices. What, have you ever heard voices in your head? Voices? Sound? Kur. What does that mean? Voice. You made it up, Tehuti. You wrote that. You put that there. My teacher told me just the Egyptians black. That's all we need to know. Here it is. Kur aku. Kur. Spirit possession. The taking over of your consciousness by another entering sound frequency, causing inner confusion, which can lead to start off with physical disease, which is anti-biological imperative. Inner confusion. Hearing voices? Should you be concerned? However the voice sounded, you might have felt a little confused. You made it up, Tehuti. You photoshopped the word, did you? But you put the confused. You may have felt a little confused. That's what the word isfet means. Isfet means chaos, going in multiple directions, uncoherency, tumultuous thoughts, confused. Someone that's confused is not coherent. You may have felt a little confused, the doctor says. Kur aku, spirit possession, the taking over of your consciousness by another entering sound frequency, causing inner confusion, which can lead to or start off with a physical disease, which is anti-biological imperative. And what are some of the symptoms of this possession that we have discussed? What are some things that you all have seen and discussed before when we talked about, have you ever seen a possession or somebody talked about what they describe? What are some of the symptoms? What do you see? Convulsions, moving around uncontrollably, fast running around, going into what appears as seizures, to look like you're being seized. That's what seizure means. To look like you're being seized. Uncontrolled speech. Speaking unintelligibly or in contradiction. Well, here are the words for those actions in Metanetter. Bath and Ba'a. Again, what are some of the symptoms of these possessions? Convulsions, moving around uncontrollably, fast running around, going into what appears to be seizures, looking like you're being seized, controlled, speech speaking unintelligibly, or speaking in contradictions. Well, here are the words for those actions in the metanetter. Ba'ath and ba. Here it is. Ba'ath. To walk, to run, to leap, leap out, escape, hasten, depart. Ba. Contradiction. Converse, to speak in contradictions. Those are the words for running around, leaping around fast, and to speak in contradictions. Ba'ath, Beth, and ba. Guess what else those words meant? Free matrix in the metanetter. Bath, ba. To carry off, to seize. Uh-oh. Tehuti, you made it up. Bath, ba, and baba. To carry off, to seize. Evil, destructive. The name of a devil. A form of a pep. Ba'ath. A sick man who is vexed with a devil of a disease. Ba'a. A kind of disease. What? A sick man vexed with a devil of a disease. Destructive. Name of the devil. To carry off. To seize. The root word of a seizure. A kind of disease. Boom. Seized. Carry off. Boom. Seized. Carried off. Sick man. Possessed with the devil. Confusion. Contradiction. A kind of disease. What did our ancestors know? Other than the Egyptians were black. And when that Isfet frequency seizes your mind, your ku, and your body, you are the physical manifestation of that vibration. And you are now that voice. Now you are the voice. You're not hearing voices anymore. Now you are the voice projection or frequency personified. Thus, guess what else the word Karu means in Metanetter? Karu, voice personified. A voice personified? How do I use that in a sentence? What do you mean? My voice comes out of my body. How can a voice be personified? The voice is personified. And when that Isfet frequency seizes your mind, your ku, and your body, you are the physical manifestation of that vibration, and you are now that voice or frequency personified. Voice personified. A voice personified is not a voice anymore, is it? A voice personified is now a physical thing, because a voice is not a person unless it's speaking of a sound frequency or frequency that overtakes a ku, and now that sound frequency becomes that person, or that person is now the sound frequency, where you are now not hearing voices in your head, you are the voice personified. For all those who are watching, we're going to continue. For those who are watching so far, please support the Tehuti PODCLASS. If you are getting this anywhere else, let us know and we'll let those people join the House of Atten. If you're not getting this anywhere else, please appreciate what you have never heard of, seen before by your conscious Kemetic priest, Kemetic teacher. Please support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV if you've ever tipped a waiter before. Support this, and only support the Tehuti PODCLASS if this has benefited you in any way. If this is not benefiting you in any way, type in the room, none of this is beneficial. Not a problem. If this is benefiting you in any way, support what this is because we're already an hour in. This is what you learn after the Egyptians are black. Then you learn what was actually taught. After the distraction. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Kerr. Now you are the voice sound frequency personified. The voice, the Kerr, sound frequency personified. The Kerr Aku. You are the sound frequency personified because the Kerr is the possession. It takes the ownership. It is over. Kerr is over and under at the same time. It means to be under, as in netter curse, but it's also possession, which means the thing is over the thing that it's under as well. It is a possession of something. Kerr, which is also sound frequency, voice. Are you concerned? Are you a little confused? Do you not want to tell anybody because of how you can be judged? That's the voice, the Kerr. Those are voices, voice. The Kerr Aku. Possessed by a spirit. It's acting hostile. Very evil and violent in its disposition. Let us continue. Kerr. Voice personified. Boom. Now that we have all agreed to either what we have seen on documentaries, movies, or have seen maybe with our own eyes, the description of spirit possession, it seems to stay the same. Convulsing of the body at times, foaming, typo, foaming at the mouth, speaking in a form of gibberish, or in a way that one can not understand, flailing of the body across the room, etc. So the question is, that was sent in, when the name of Jesus is used in exorcism, for example, is this energy cast away? Well, let us look at some footage from not a movie, but some real life situations. We're going to go to footage 1 and footage 2. Because the question, you remember, was when the name of Jesus is used in the exorcism, is that energy cast away? What energy? The convulsion, the speaking in confusion, contradiction, gibberish, flailing the body, being tossed across the room. Everything you've seen in the Exorcist movie and in exorcism, and they use the name of Jesus to remove these things. To remove this. So now I'm going to show you some live video. Watch the video, and then you tell me if the name of Jesus actually removes these things. Let me go ahead and put this on here. There's one. Let me shrink this down. And here's another one. Exorcism video. There we go. There's another one. Let's see. The name of Jesus should remove these descriptions. Ready? Okay, here we go. So this is boom. We're gonna cut that. We're gonna cut that. There should be one. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're gonna invoke the name of Jesus right now. Let's see if this behavior disappears and is removed by the name of Jesus. Let's see. Ready? Boom. Boom. Here we go. Ready, everyone? Here we go. Let's see if this is on the screen. I hope so. Let's go. Jesus should remove this behavior. Here we are.
Messiah. God tells you que sí, que sí, que sí. It's yes, it's yes, it's yes. Let's see el Espíritu Santo y fuego otra vez. Ahora en nombre de Jesús. Ahora en nombre de Jesús. Fuego, 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 fuego. Gracias, gracias. Todo lo que tú has hecho, todo lo que tú has hecho, todo lo que tú has hecho. Glorifica al Espíritu Santo en esta tarde. Glorifíquele, glorifíquele, glorifíquele. Dale alabanza, dale alabanza, dale alabanza, dale alabanza. Ya que estamos viviendo loco aquí. Adórale, 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 Jehová. Adore, 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 adore,
There's Jesus' name invoked. Did it remove, which you saw in the Exorcist movie? Did it remove the convulsions, the flailing, the seizing, the seizures, the contradictive speech? Did Jesus' name remove those things? Or did it add to it? Let's find out where the diametric matrix comes into place. Ready? I'll go ahead and play one more. Here we go. We're not done. What about the violence? Any violence? Let's see. Any violence involved? Jesus' name should remove the violence. So here we go. Let's remove the violence. Jesus, come and help me remove the violence, because we don't want these spirits. It's the same one. Hold on. That's the same. We don't want that one. We want take that one off. Here we go. Boom.
Pastors, are you ready? You want something? Take it! That's yours tonight. You want it? You want it? Take it! You want it tonight? Take it! The power of the Holy Ghost! Take it! Oh, take it! Take it! Take it! Of the power of the Holy Ghost! The anointing of the Holy Ghost! You want it? You want it? Take it! That's the power of the Holy Ghost! You want it tonight? You want it? Take it! That's the power of the Holy Ghost! Oh, you want something? You ready for something? You ready for something? Take it! That's the power of the Holy Ghost! The anointing of the Holy Ghost! The anointing of the Holy Ghost! The anointing of the Holy Ghost! Ah!
It seems like the name of Jesus augments the characteristics described in the exorcisms. The convulsion, the speaking in contradictive ways, flailing, the foaming at the mouth, going into seizures on the ground, the violence, casting energy, throwing people to their feet, people toppling on top of other people, people moving their arms in strange configurative ways that are unidentifiable to regular human behavior or communication or body language. It appears that the frequency of what they say they bring to remove and exorcise the devil takes place more than the actual exorcisms. How many exorcisms take place a week? There must have been at least 400 people in that room, 80 to 100 people in the first room, every week. in thousands of churches across America and the world. How many exorcisms take place? It seems like this behavior takes place more in the name of Jesus than the exorcism. Or is it one and the same frequency? Let's continue, everybody. I'm going to go for a few more minutes and then take a break. Are you ready? Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Support. I hope. You are now that frequency. For that period of time, there is little separation between the intruding frequency and consciousness. In your consciousness, there's little separation, and that's what caused the confusion and inner battle. Appearing to the outside world is chaos in motion because the electromagnetic conscious frequency is overshadowing. Well, to get into the electromagnetic conscious frequency, overshadowing, and the illusion throughout the diametric communicative psyops between the exorcist and the illusionary opposition agreement, you know what it's time to get into? And I'm going to pause right there. Because now it's about to get even more interesting. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in for just a moment. I'm going to step away for a moment and come back with Tehuti Overdrive. Jump in the room, team. And I'll be right back in a few minutes. Just taking a break. High Grade TV is back. Shout out to High Grade TV. Jump in the room, team. If I see one person jump in, I'm gonna take a step off. I just gotta step off for a moment. Me and Saket, we're gonna step off for a moment. Try to catch a couple of holy ghosts and exorcisms, and we'll be right back. There is. Hamoon wears glasses now? What? What's that? Since when? All right. Hamoon, there's the Jed. All right, you all build for a moment. I'm going to step off for just a moment. When I come back, it's Tehuti Overdrive. You all build what you thought of this movie so far. And when I come back, we'll continue. This Hush Nation. How you liking it so far, Hush Nation? This what they teach over there on the islands?
No. I don't get on nowhere else but here. This is a whole nother level. It's a whole nother level of knowledge here, SABA. To us so much.
Wonderful. And I want to tell everybody, too, that in the Metter Netter, every word, you okay, Saket? Every word is a duality because everything in existence has a duality. So although you see me breaking this down, don't go to Annie sound saying, "Wait a minute, you call us members of the we're the Karu, we're getting possessed. No, get us out of the house of Atten." No, everything has duality. I'll be right back.
Hold up. Yes, that's one of the beautiful things I love about the Medu. And yes, as he showed the voice personified, powerful tone. So to our great Saba for this, and as we speak over the eerie sounds of the night, to our Hotep. Yes, peace and love. May you all support this this class and what the great Saba is showing. As it's very important to know this type of information. And I love that Saba started it out with Ptah Neferhotep, and in that story there, just to set the foundation of, before the Matrix, what was what has always been taking place. So to our great Saba for showing that and teaching in the way that you do, great Saba. So yes, support this. And I hope everyone is taking notes and understanding what the great Saba is showing. I'm looking forward to the overdrive section. And what he's going to take this into. So Tua, Hotep, to the great Kerr, Amun and Amunet come to the screen with like their Cash App name, the Cool Cats, Hotep Henu. Peace.
Hotep Henu, Uncle Justin Eb, Tua, Sawatudi for this fantastic class. Looking forward to seeing what's in the overdrive as well. I like as well how he started with the story with their ancestors, just to show how this has been happening for a long time. There's something that is very old. And I love how he has shown more interwoven meanings of various different meta words with each other, and how our ancestors spoke to each other, and how they connected various different things, various different concepts with each other. It is definitely very interesting. Everybody support our wonderful Sabatuti, because this is the only place that you're going to find this information. For me personally, this information is worth everything. What our Sabatuti is explaining right now happens. If you go outside, if you interact with people, this is most likely happening every single day to you within your surroundings, around people, or even within yourself. It's a lot more common than people think. A lot of people have been trained to ignore these things within other people and within themselves, but it's actually happening frequently. Maybe not to the extent of the videos that he showed, but definitely parts leading up to that, which could possibly take place. So this is very important. This is another great reason why it's so important to follow MAAT, follow what our ancestors did, because the frequency that they imbued themselves with was a frequency that defended themselves against these energies that are constantly trying to relive and take people over and feed. So by living within MAAT, it helps you stay pure, helps you live for eternity, to defend yourself, to become a netter. One of the Medu glyphs is an axe, a netter, and it's to protect yourself in various different ways. And one of those many ways is by imbuing the frequency of MAAT to protect yourself from these energies that are always waiting to take advantage of people that are weak in certain moments. So I hope that everybody understands how important this class is. I hope that after this class and during the class, people realize moments where they have seen these things in people or themselves. So that way they're able to use that as encouragement to stay on the correct side, which would be MAAT, because there definitely is a battle, there definitely is a war happening at all times, and we're always in it, whether we want to be or not. So it is best that you protect yourself and you imbue the consciousness of the great Nitiru. Hotep, Angu Jasanet.
To offer your words, Amun, Hotep, and Mary, everyone. Yeah, this is very powerful so far. I've had experiences myself where I won't get into the details, but I've had experiences of speaking to people and seeing like the switch happen. And it sounds like it sounds like them, and but it's not them. And if you don't if you're not in the knowledge, you might just think that you won't know exactly what's happening. But here, since you're all here, you know what's happening, and you have the knowledge to understand exactly what's happening, and the teachings about it, and the origins of this, and how far back this goes. So it's very, very interesting and important to know this. As Amun said, to protect yourself, it's very important to protect yourself and know what's happening and be aware of everything, even though that sometimes in the forefront it looks normal. Things may be happening behind the scenes that we cannot see with these physical eyes. So definitely send support to the great Saba for showing this Nefer knowledge that our ancestors knew and taught, and that Tehuti is bringing back and teaching us today. So Hotep, Mary, keep protecting yourself and keep staying here for the knowledge and supporting the great Saba Tehuti. Hotep, Mary.
You think so far, Urdasen, Hush Nation? Let's hear how you feel about the class. You asked the question. This is phenomenal so far. It's going to continue to become more and more phenomenal. So, what do you think?
Definitely. Hotep Marie, to both of you. We ain't even gone into Tehuti overdrive yet, and it don't feel like we're in Tehuti overdrive. So, you know, this definitely going to be like a overdrive. So, yeah, I definitely still got my safety buckle fasting and ready for Saba to continue us on this journey, you know, because I mean to say is like so much levels of deep how this matrix going, you know, and this just opening more Pandora box of the matrix, you know. So just to see this class exposing the matrix even more, how deep it is. I would say it never because of how Saba doing it, you know. But at the same time, it is crazy to see the levels, how deep the matrix is, you know. So yeah, I definitely enjoying Saba expose the matrix, showing them videos how the Holy Ghost itself got the people mess up, you know, and then they come into you to try to take something out of you, but they put in the Holy Ghost in you, you know what I mean? So then even a pastor running up and down the church crazy, you know? So is fit at his finest. Yeah, but it's chaotic, like mad chaotic self. Yeah, but I appreciate how Saba breaking this down. Real effort.
Peace. First off, let me just say I'm on net. Y'all are looking flawless in your glasses. Just want to throw that out there. Looking fabulous. Love the look. It's very interesting because I've seen, live in effect what Saba's shown. I've seen that in real life. I've seen those type of, I'll say performance, those type of performance put on. right in front of me. Being in Christianity, yeah, things get very weird. And I just want people to know that what Saba showed on the video, when Saba said that it's put in them rather than anything being removed, yeah, that same thing will happen to the same people the very next Sunday. So if they thought they were being delivered the Sunday before, why would it happen again the next Sunday? And these would be the same body gestures, the same movement, same, and it would blow me away, because I would sit there and I'll be like, man, I thought you got delivered from this last Sunday. And and that's what caught my curiosity. And I knew something was up. I knew something wasn't legit, wasn't real. Even the speaking in tongues thing, you know, how they interpret that. Yeah, this is possession. Amun, we done had conversations about some of these things. So yeah, I'm very interested in what Saba's going to do for the overdrive. And yes, like Amunet said, like, you know, yeah, I've seen people who act outside of themselves, a completely different person, as if something took over them. I mean, shoot, let's be transparent. I've even been in situations like that where I've acted outside of myself in the past, and it would be out of pure anger rather than how I truly feel, you know what I mean, inside. And at that time, you wouldn't think of just possession. Like Saba said, it was like, oh, I didn't mean to say that, or I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, it's true, but you can't. I mean, at that time, you can't explain that, how Saba's breaking it down now, right? Just we're talking about growth from who someone once was and then who they are now, right? So back then, those were hard things to explain. So when you get angry and you say things and you don't think first possession, at least I didn't. Let me just put it that way. I never thought, possession, right? It was more a defense mechanism rather than truth speaking. And now how Saba breaks it down, it makes sense when you say things that you don't mean, and those things have an impact. So there is definitely an invisible realm that if you're not aware of this invisible realm, it can drive you crazy. It can create a lot of chaos in your life, especially if one doesn't believe in it. And that is very interesting to me. So I'm curious what Saba's about to bring in this overdrive. I love the eerie music. I like when Saba get into these type of classes because there's nothing. Saba makes it fun, but in reality, there's nothing humorous about this, because these things alter lives. They alter realities. They create a lot of trauma. it can lead a person down a path that they'll never return from. And so I really hope everyone who's listening really pays attention to what SABA is bringing to the table, bringing to the forefront. Because if you really digest this and really break it down, hopefully this type of class will change the way you look at people and how they respond to life, and dealing with ISFET, and dealing with all kind of things that that they are not protected from. And this is why it's a beautiful thing to be a part of the House of ATTON, who serves the Natiru, because when you use that Ma'aheru, you'll be able to observe these things. You'll be able to see these things. If anybody ever comes against you, which with such ISFET, you know what you're dealing with. And you know not to participate in it. You know not to engage with the same energy, is what I want to say. You know, you don't want to imbue yourself in someone else's ISFET, because once you do that, you've become a part of it. And so just dissect this very well. It'll help you with any arguments you have with those who are close to you, and who mean a lot to you. So know what you're dealing with, know what you're operating with, know who you're engaging with, and support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Hotep Hanu, Great Saba.
Hey, Hotep. Hello, greetings, peace. We are back. I am back. We're ready to continue. I love the words I heard in the background. I see Hamunat. Are these reading glasses, or what? The glasses? What's a quick breakdown, build up of the glasses here? What's happening? I've never seen you two wear glasses before.
They're blue light blocking glasses to help block from the blue light coming off the electronics.
Oh, okay, wonderful. I'm glad everyone is enjoying this. We're about to continue. I see the glasses match. You're wearing the shirt matches the glasses. the gold. I don't even know what color that is. Goldish type shirt. And and to answer your question, the large mice is fine. A large mouse is fine. He'll take a rat down. A large mice, it doesn't matter. They eat anything. They eat anything. Okay, so we're gonna continue, everybody. We're gonna get back into it. Are everybody ready? Get your pen, your pads, your notebooks out. We're about to get into Tehuti Overdrive. The brother Hush Nation sent a question in about, what is this class called again? What am I teaching on today? Tehuti is asked about exorcism, casting out demons in Jesus' name, Hippocampus, Kemetic spirituality. We're gonna find out what's happening here. Everybody get ready. We're about to go back on go and get back to these answers. Here's the class topics right here: exorcism in Jesus' name, the truth, Hippocampus and Kemetic spirituality. That's gonna be interesting. We're gonna get into legless horses, but we'll wait for that time to come. So everybody get ready. We're about to get into Tehuti Overdrive. For those who just tuned in, welcome to the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. Everyone send in your questions. Send in your Cash Apps, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, @RockSV. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're about to get into the Tehuti Overdrive and the conclusion of this class. So peace and love to Patah, peace and love to Amun, Amunet, peace and love to Hush Nation, the Jed. Jump back in the room, and everybody, let's get back into this answer. Here we go. Everybody ready? Did I put the timer off? I hope so. Yes, I did. Let's go. I'm going to put, okay, ready, everybody? Press the 9 if you can hear me well. Nook Panuk is all over the chat. He's taking over every space in the chat so that Isfet can't come in. He's building a wall up in the chat. Isfet cannot get through. Hush Nation, press the 9. Okay, here we go, everybody. Get ready. We are here at Betty Moon with the 9. Maharu, good brother. That's my spirit Ka man right there. This man right here. This is a special brother. Hope you make it to the Pathways next year. Couldn't make it this time, but your presence was missed. Here we go, everybody. You ready? One of the greatest supporters of all time, by the way. Continuously. Maharu. Let me put his name back up here again. Maharu, the person who asked about out of body and then spiritual connection with his deceased Mut, his mother, and succeeded in making a spiritual relationship in connection, interaction with the deceased. That one man right there. Maharu. Get ready, everybody. Boots. I hope you went and got a camera now. It's been 3 years. Get a camera. Well, Boots got a camera by now. Shout out to you. Where's Lisa? Shout out to Lisa. Shout out to both of you. Great supporters. Send some great support into tonight, Boots and Lisa. I haven't seen any support in a little while, but send in some great support tonight. It is well needed, well necessary. We appreciate your presence, and I look forward to one day Sasha Boots coming to the screen and blessing the podcast with his warrior energy. Shout out to Angela Gates. Waldo's ready. VRI from London. How many people we have from London today? London's here. VRI is from London. Who else from London? I think the first person in the podcast who typed Daryl. I think Daryl's from London. Who else? Network First is from London. Someone else. London is here representing today. I think Cool Star. Is that his name? Cool Star's in London. All kind of London people. Peace to everybody. There she is, Lisa. There's Lisa, one of the great feminine supporters of the Tehuti podcast. Wonderful. Boots says, yes, supporting tonight, great SABA. Henu, great SABA Hotep. Henu to you. I look forward to seeing your energy when you come to the panel. I know you're going to be full of full of happier warrior energy. I look forward to that. All right, everybody, let's go. Ready, everybody? Let's get back into it. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are about to start right back into this beautiful class that we have been discussing, I've been teaching on and guiding on this beautiful class, which is what? Exorcism in Jesus' name, the truth, the exorcist. Let's find out what's true about this topic here. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Boom. Put the timer back on. I thought I wasn't going to do long answers anymore, but the nets refused to do short answers. So here we go. So we're going back a little bit. So here we go. So when that Isfet frequency seizes your mind and your ku and your body, you are the physical manifestation of that vibration, and you are now that voice or frequency personified. Thus, guess what else the word Karu means in Meadow? We already know it means possession, but it's also voice personified. Karu. There it is right there. And just to add on to this a little extra jewel, this symbol right here is the sound frequency. It is the word Ra. It is the word for speak or chapter. It is an actual mouth in the meta netter. It represents sound. This right here is a paddle that controls the boat. For anybody who's been to my teachings before, who's learned about the Per Emharu, what is the boat? The boat is the consciousness, the smooth travel down the spiritual Nile, or the smooth journey as a boat down the Nile would make. But in order to control the boat, you need the oar. See that oar right there? You need the oar to control the boat. When the cur, or the possession, takes place, the voice or the sound frequency where is it? Is it here? Sheps. When the cur takes place, here's the cur. When the cur, which is the possession, takes place, something possessing something, And that Kerr, that sound frequency, is now in control. It is controlling your boat. It is what's in control. You see that? The Kerr? Ask your teacher. Ask your Metanetter teacher. Ask your conscious priest, your New Age, all the New Age people. Ask them, say, wait a minute. What's this? What sound does this make right here? They'll say, this makes a ka. This is Kerr, right? This is Kerr. Okay? What does this make? This is ka. What does this make? An So here's Kerr or Kuru. Here's Kerr or Kerr. Here it is right here. Kerr or Kuru or Kara or Kerr. What is this doing right here? Does this make a sound? Ask your teacher, what is this doing right here? Ask them what sound this makes. Does this make a sound? Is it a determinative? What is it a determinative for? It's the paddle of a boat. What boat? When are boats mentioned in the Param Haru? The Atet boat, which is your consciousness, it's the same word for consciousness that makes it smooth travel in the afterlife or in the continued life. And here it is, voice personified, because this frequency now is in control. Whatever it is that's personifying, that's what's controlling your conscious boat. And there's the paddle right there. Ask your teacher to break it down. They'll tell you the Egyptians are black. All right, now that we have all agreed to either what, now that we've all agreed to, or either what we've seen in documentaries, movies, maybe seen with our own eyes, description, or spirit possession, it stays the same. Convulsing of the body, at times foaming of the mouth, speaking in a form of gibberish or in a way that no one can understand, flailing of the body across the room, etc. So the question is, that was sent to me by Hush Nation, when the name of Jesus is used in exorcism, for example, is this energy cast away? Well, obviously, it is not, because I just showed you videos of the people that are using Jesus's name, and all of these attributes: convulsion, foaming at the mouth, speaking in gibberish, being thrown across the room, flailing, hostility, violence, moving the body in contortionist ways that it doesn't move regularly, contradictive nature, changing and shifting of nature. All the exorcism attributes are inside of the church that's calling upon the name of Jesus. So when that happens, you are now that frequency for a period of time. There's little separation between the intruding frequency, consciousness, and your consciousness. A very little separation. That's what caused the confusion in the inner battle, appearing to the outside world that you're in a state of chaos and motion, because the electromagnetic conscious frequency overshadowing. Well, to get into the electromagnetic conscious frequency overshadowing and the illusion through the diametric communicative PSYOPS between the exorcist and the illusionary opposition agreement. You know, it's time to get into, again, to get into the electromagnetic conscious frequency overshadowing and the illusion through the diametric communicative PSYOPS between the exorcist and the illusionary opposition agreement. Yes, an agreement is made. An agreement, Tehuti. Yes, there's an agreement made, which causes the illusionary PSYOPs that you see in the outside. But there's first an agreement. But in order to get into that, you know, it's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready? Here we go. Our identity, what you're calling your identity, is not found inside of the cell. It is from the environmental signals that are picked up by the membrane of the brain cell. Our identities are picked up from identity frequencies in the electromagnetic field. So even if the cells die, the signals in the field still exist. And they are there until a future brain cell of receptors show back up and the broadcast plays through a new body. If one can interfere with the frequencies and thought pattern, they control the matrix and thus the masses through herd consciousness through what is called overshadowing. Experimentation is currently being done of conscious overshadowing today through electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms and conscious transference research of, as I've taught before, Michael Persinger at Laurentian University. And there's Michael Persinger right there. Michael Persinger, June 26, 1945 to August 14th, 2016. He's passed away, but they're continuing the research. He was an American Canadian professor of psychology at Laurentian University. Since 1971, he researched electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms and found that electromagnetism or electromagnetic fields can create mental states conducive to telepathy, conscious empathic transference. What is telepathy? Communication pathy, a pathway, a communicative pathway that's done through electromagnetic field change and transference. By changing the electromagnetic surrounding field that overshadows the individuals that are within the electromagnetic field, a thought can be transferred from one entity to another entity. This is what the scientists, this is what Michael Persinger is studying on. If I told them I was studying this, they'd say, Tehuti, you're pseudo to the spooky. Spooky to pseudo, the spooky to pseudo. But they never set up debates with any of the representatives of Michael Persinger. Where are those debates on the channel? Where's the debates of the people calling everybody spooky and pseudo with his students? It'll never happen. And he's studying today continuous ever since 1971 and continuing today after his passing. He researched, and now the continuous research of electromagnetic field effects on biological organisms that found that electromagnetic fields can create mental states that are conducive to telepathy, which is conscious empathic transference of what? Ku, which is intelligence, consciousness, transference. Not that it's spooky to spooky. Now, as I taught before, two people were put in separate rooms in the study. Each was surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. Then, light was directed towards one of the subjects and shined on the person, and the subjects in the next room reacted as if light was shined on them. In other words, an electromagnetic field overshadowing takes place. A consciousness, thought, or an actual event or occurrence takes place in a realm or a room that you can't see, and the person in the next room is going like this. You in that room is just seeing that person make these weird movements. They're going like this. They're blocking the light out of their eyes as if a light is being shined in their eye. No light is there in the room. The other person has the light being shined, and the overshadowing electromagnetic field transfers through the wall of the room invisibly, that makes this person in the room that's empty act in a certain way. Right? The same way you act if you hear a cur or a sound or a voice, a sound of music you like, that's invisibly going through the wall. You hear a sound, you're in your car, and you hear a sound coming from another car or through the wall of another room. And now you're in this room, no stereo systems in the room, no disc player. You're in the room going like this. Why are you doing that? Why are you even moving? You don't even know why. Something is making you do this and move to a beat that's coming through a wall, and you say, man, that's my favorite song. It reminds me of when I was with my lady at the park, or this reminds me of my mother, or this is making me emotional. I remember when I was at the party. It's bringing back conscious memory through a sound that's coming through a room. That's the most relatable aspect. The invisible aspect is there is no sound. There is no sight. It's only electromagnetic energy that's transferring an event that's taking place. The event is a person in that room is blocking their eyes from the light. You can see that event of the flashlight. It makes sense. When the thought transference of consciousness overshadows the next person, possesses the person, now that person is doing all these movements as if something is there. And you're watching saying, are you crazy, man? Are you okay? What can the person say other than, oh man, I didn't mean to do all that? Go back up, back up. I didn't mean to do all that. I don't know why I did that. Of course you don't, because you don't see the agenda in the electromagnetic field that's overshadowing you. You don't see what's happening in the other room, or in the case of possession, the other realm. You're just doing all the movements from a frequency or a sound frequency or a voice or a curve. Welcome to the PODCLASS. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Light was directed towards one of the subjects and shine on that person, and the subject in the next room reacted as if the light was shine on them. They're reacting. Persinger said, we think that's tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of quantum connection, or so-called quantum entanglement. Where have you all seen that before? Oh, you saw that in the intro of the PODCLASS. Did you? Government PSYOPS, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. It's in my introduction. Is it real? Or is it pseudo to the spooky to the pseudos? Or is it being practiced by Michael Persinger and his students as reality? And is it being practiced on you? How is this possible? There's a section from the case studies of Michael Persinger and Ingo Swann, which spoke about the frequencies under remote viewing with the artist Ingo Swann, neuropsychological profile. Electroencephalographic correlates magnetic resonance, imaging, MRI, and possible mechanisms. Michael Persinger. This is the study. He found that the communicative field was at a 7 hertz spike. At 7 hertz spike, the same hertz as the resonance that surrounds the planet. And once you go to that spike, then thought conscious transfer can take over you, or you can become a part of it. But if you don't know what's happening, then it overrides you because you're confused as to why you're receiving these thoughts, as to why you're making these bodily actions. But yeah, they're doing this in science. And they're not calling upon Jesus, are they? Or are they? With an interactive remote viewer, Ingo Swann, they were able to find that his consciousness combined with 7 hertz, he was able to reside on a field of consciousness that was shared with many others, and thus if they made the artificial electromagnetic field of similar hertz with other subjects in an enclosed environment, they would also share consciousness. Quote unquote, sharing consciousness is just a friendly way of people saying they're being imbued or possession. Meaning one one was completely shared consciousness with another, an outside person would not be able to tell them apart. So if one completely shares the consciousness of another, and that person is moving in a particular way or sharing the consciousness of a coup on that frequency, you wouldn't be able to tell that person apart from the possession that's entering, and that person would go from a state saying, I hear voices in my head, to eventually saying, or eventually acting out as the voice itself. Complete overshadowing of the electromagnetic field. Ask your teacher about it, he'll tell you. Now, when we think of exorcism, what was the main religion you think of? Huh? When you think of exorcism, what is the main religion you think of? Who does the exorcist? Who is the exorcist? Who is the main person that does the exorcism? Who is always associated with knowing what to do and how to remove the so-called evil frequency? Who is that, everybody? You typed it earlier. You already typed it. The priests, the popes. What? The Pope's exorcist, inspired by actual files, chief exorcist of the Vatican. Pope's Exorcist is a 2023 supernatural horror film starring Russell Crowe as the late who? Pauline Father Gabriel Amorth. Do you remember him, everybody? He's the one I introduced the PODCLASS with. So there's a movie made on Gabriel Amorth. Okay? Longtime exorcist, diocese in Rome. The film is inspired by the Italian priest's memoirs and was to be released in the United States of April 14th, 2023. The Pope, Gabriel Amorth, not to be confused with Gabriela Lopez. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Yes, the Catholic popes and Catholic priests, like real-life exorcist priests, Vincenzo Taraboli. Here's another real-life exorcist priest. This is not just in the movies, but it always seemed to be the priests and the popes. This is in BBC News. Let me fix something, hold on. This is in BBC News. Exorcism in Italy. A job too scary for the young priest. What? Let me fix this. These are real life. These are the ones that are always called when it's time for the exorcist. They don't call a Hindu. They don't call a Jewish rabbi. They don't call an Islamic imam. They call the popes of Catholicism. Always. How come they're not calling a Tai Chi artist or a Buddhist? It's always the popes and the priests of Catholicism that's called for the exorcism. Exorcism in Italy, a job too scary for young priests. This is Vincenzo Taraboli. Sees dozens of people every day in his backroom office. That is a possessed woman there, says Vincenzo Taraborelli, as he points up to an 18th century fresco in his Roman church. They're holding her with her mouth open. She has little devils coming out of her. She is being freed. It is a scene the 79-year-old priest says he knows well. For the past 27 years, Taraborelli has performed exorcism, the Catholic rite of expelling evil spirits. It's a Catholic rite. It's not an Amish rite, not a Jewish rite, not a Hindu rite. It seems to be the Catholic rite, huh? Ready? Here we go. Have you ever noticed in the interaction between a priest, pope, or so-called Holy Father and exorcism, there's a dialogue taking place? between the priest and the demon. Have you ever noticed that? Well, let me take you straight to the Catholic newsletter website, Aletheia, April 5th, 2017. There's a dialogue taking place. Aletheia, why do exorcists ask demons to reveal their name? Why the exorcist asks demon? That means there's a conversation going on. That's interesting, isn't it? Conversation going on. Well, let me ask all of you fathers, all of you husbands, all of you people with little sisters. You walk in the room. Let me ask, who's in here? Amun Ka. Let me ask, Boots. You walk in the room, there's a man trying to overpower and sexually assault your lady. That's what you walk into. That's what you see when you walk in. He is your adversary. He's attacking. He's possessing your lady. You're gonna ask him what his name is? What kind of conversation is gonna take place, Boots? Huh? What are you gonna ask him? You have 20 questions for him? You got 21 questions like 50 cents? Huh? You're gonna ask him the name. What's your name, sir, rapist of my daughter? What name? What's your name? And somebody put here, he said, oh, first letter says, you need the name to control it. Let's get to that. I'm glad somebody typed that. Their name is their weakness. Who put that? Who put their name is their weakness? So we got Zai the Great saying their name is their weakness, right? You need the name to control it. I asked that question hoping that someone would type that. You need their name to control it. Boots says never that. Straight belt to the Oh my goodness. No accent, just accent. You need the name to control it, right? You need the name to control it. Their name is their weakness. Interesting how you know that, isn't it? It's interesting that you know that. We'll get into that in a moment. And I want you to ask yourself, how old are you? How old are you, First Netter? How old are you? Where's Zai the Great? Where's the great brother? How old are you, Zai the Great? You don't have to type it. Think of your age, First Netter, and think of your age, Zai the Great. And it's interesting that you know that at that age. On this short time you've been on Earth, you know. You know. But they need the name to control the being. Their name is their weakness. And you know that at your age. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's go, everybody. Ready? I was born in the 60s, and he was born in the 60s, and he knows that. Right? Ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I love it when these situations happen. These are so natural and organic. It is a beautiful thing. It's actually what I use in my debate styles. But here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. So, why do exorcists ask demons to reveal their names? Sharia, Santa Maria, published April 5th, 2017. I wonder if Zai the Great and Netter First are right. They may be right. Let's see. Let me ask the question before we read this together. According to the biblical narrative in Christianity, how old is Satan himself? According to the biblical narrative, how old is Satan himself? Go ahead and type that in the room. How old is Satan himself? Go ahead. I want everybody. Zaya the Great, First Nether, anybody, Tanya, anybody, Nook Panook, everybody. How old is Satan himself? Type it in the room. First Nether says, oh no, snake style. How old is Satan himself according to Christianity? You know, that if you were to ask a priest, a pope, according to Christianity, how old is Satan? If you were to walk up to a priest, a pope, a pastor, a father of the church, a minister, how old is Satan according to them? What would their answer be? That's it, Hush Nation, 400 years old? That's what they would say? I will send you a Cash App if you can find me any... What? Find me any preacher, pastor, pope, father of a church that says that Satan himself is only 400 years old. How old is Satan himself according to the pastors? When did Satan come into existence in the Bible? When was he there? When was Satan there, everybody? Huh? When was Satan not? Here's a better question, right? When was Satan not there? Wasn't Satan there since the Garden of Eden? They say that's 6,000 years ago. Wasn't Satan there in the heavens and got thrown out before the Garden of Eden? According to Christians, wasn't there a war in heaven? And the devil and his angels fought against Michael and his angels? And he was cast down to earth? You are of your father, the devil, and he's been a deceiver since the beginning of time. And that sound familiar to anybody? He has been a deceiver since the beginning of time. There we go, Zaya the Great. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. 550 BC, if I'm not sure what's going on, but if anybody can bring if Tiny Experience or Hush Nation or Angelic, if anybody can bring a pastor to the Tehuti PODCLASS, a pope, a minister, and you ask them how old is Satan? If they say he's only 500 BC, he's only 400 years old, bring that pastor and I would love to have a great dialogue with him. According to Christianity, the devil was always there. There is no creation of the devil in Christianity. So when I ask, according to Christianity, according to what the pastors and popes and reverends say, how old is the devil? He's as old as creation itself. According to Christianity, he was there before creation. He was there watching creation. He was one of the angels. This is what they will say. That's what the pastor will say. Every pastor will say that. They will never say the devil has a birth date in earth time. They'll say he was one of the jealous angels that were there watching God create Adam and Eve. He was jealous. So the devil is older than someone born in the 60s. Satan himself is older, according to Christianity, and the Pope started doing the exorcism, than anyone in this PODCLASS. But you know, born in the 60s, you know, born in the 70s, born in the 80s, born in the 90s, we know somehow his name is the weakness. You need his name to control him. We know that. I wonder if Satan himself knows that. Here we go, everybody. So why is the name asked? Satan was there from the beginning of time. He was there with God, watching him create man, according to Christianity. Great. Now let's read why this conversation takes place between the apparent opposing two opposing forces. Back to Aletheia, April 5th, 2017. What do the popes and priests say? In the case of the Frenchman, in the first exorcism I participated in, I remember that when the demon manifested itself, I had the impression of being surrounded by pride, as if there were smoke or fog. It's hard to explain. It's called overshadowing. But pride seemed like something you could touch. It filled the room. The exorcist asked him for his name, and he responded, "I am Rex." There is no demon named Rex, King. The exorcist insisted, "Tell me your name." And finally he responded, "I am Satan, the prince of this world." That is who the Catholics are exorcising. Who's talking? Satan himself. I am Satan. In the Bible, there's one Satan, the prince of this world. He's over all the evil. The entity that's being exorcised from this person is Satan himself, who was there from the beginning of time. Why do you ask the demon's name? The ritual requires it. And here's why the greatest was right, according to the Christian theme, and why Netzer first was right. For a specific purpose. Naming something or knowing its name means having power over that thing. In fact, God gives Adam the power to name things. At the instant the demon reveals his name, it shows that he has been weakened. If he doesn't say it, he's still strong. So you have the power over something when you know its name. But it's Satan himself. What does it say? I am Satan, the prince of this world. Boom, everybody, and there it is. And there it always has been, right in front of you. The two apparent forces of opposition actually work together in agreement, where supposedly one gives the other one, which is the priest, his name. He gains full power over the situation, and they think that we are so foolish that we would not think that the devil, Satan, would not know this. From the tens of thousands of years ago, or the hundreds of thousands of years ago, that the devil existed from the beginning of time, that the devil himself doesn't know this. Obviously, if Satan knows this and gives up... If Satan knows this and gives up his name, then there's a coalition, a consent of power transference. Thus, they are working together. And this is why you see no one else being called for the so-called exorcism other than the priests and popes themselves, because they have a relationship on a first name basis and an agreement that somehow Satan himself always falls for. Satan himself. So we know, being born in the 60s, we know, being born in the 90s, we know, being 20 years old, 60 years old, 7 years old, 14 years old, all the people know when you get the name, you have power over that thing. We know this in the few little minuscule years, little sand grain years we've been on earth. But Satan himself doesn't know this. The prince of this world, Satan himself, who was there with God from the beginning, from eons of times ago, before the creation of the world, who was there to watch Adam and Eve being created. He doesn't know, oh, yo, shoot, man, listen. Yo, man, if I give this Pope this name, he's going to have power over me. I think I know this. I've been around for you know, about couple million years, you know. Hey, those people down there on Earth, that little pope that's 70 years old, he's been exercising people since he was 20. He knows the secret, man. Yo, he knows the secret that if you get the name, you have power over me. I'm Satan himself. So when I go and possess somebody, nobody told me that secret. Nobody told me that, man, yo, if I give my name up, the Pope is going to have power over me. Well, the 17-year-old Catholic kid knows it. But Satan himself doesn't know this divine secret. But every Pope that does it does the same thing. What is your name? Satan himself hasn't caught on yet? Satan himself hasn't caught this secret attack yet. Say your name, and he has power over you. We're not going to tell you, Satan, and you're going to possess people every day. And every time you possess somebody, you're going to forget that one thing, and you're going to give up your name. If you become weakened. Well, in reality, names are given on a first name basis when you have an agreement, a conversation going on between two parties, two packs. And when the people or the beings become more familiar with each other, they're allowed to call each other on a first name basis. That's why you called your teacher in high school Dr. Brown, Mr. Williamson, Pastor Reverend Croy. But his wife calls him Craig. Hey, Craig. Hey, Craig. His good friends and his wife call him Leroy. You call him Pastor Williamson. You call the doctor Dr. Wilkins. The people that play golf with him call him Mario. They're on a first name basis because they have a relationship with him. Not because there's some big secret that if you get the name. What is that name, by the way? Think of how foolish the PSYOPS is. What's the name? Satan. Oh my goodness. The devil himself doesn't know? Doesn't know that the priest and pastor know that his name is Satan? That's the secret name. Yes, you get my name, you're in control of me. What's thou name? You'll never guess this one. You're not going to get this one. Guess what my name is? Satan. We got you now, man. All this time when we got here, we never said, get out of ye, Satan. We never knew your name. We never, what's this word? Satan? What kind of word is that? Yo, Pope Billy, you ever heard of that name? I never heard of it. What's that? That's a secret name, Satan. I got that secret name now. That's the name. Yo, man, I saw that in the Bible already. That's not a secret. That's the secret name, Satan. The name that every pastor says. Get behind me, Satan. Get out of her, Satan. Leave us alone, Satan. They're saying it every sermon. But that's the secret name that controls the devil that's been here for eons and eons of years. It is Satan. And the devil never knew. I'm not going to tell them this word Satan, because if they ever say Satan, they have control of me. I'm going to say Rex. I'm getting weaker. You got me now, Pope. I'm going to say my name. Satan. You never would have guessed it. You never would have got that one, man. I got me now. Satan. If you get the name, you control the being. You have power over the being. His name is Satan. Never would have guessed that one. PSYOPS is deep. The Matrix is deep. The way they have everybody thinking. That's the secret name, Satan. Satan! Or are they on a first name basis where they give power over, like the Pope says, consents the power over. So obviously the devil himself must know that trick. So the devil is being asked a simple question, what's your name? And he tells them a name that's in every Bible that everybody knows. Obviously there's agreement going on. Obviously they're having a conversation. Obviously the devil knows if I answer this question, which he already knows it's Satan. He already knows who it is, but if I tell him it's Satan, he's going to have power over me. So therefore it's an agreement going on between the two, just like the agreement going on between the people in the church and the pastor catching the Holy Ghost. And that's why they can't do it outside the church. Tell the pastor to come to a Hindu meeting and do that. Come to an atheist meeting and throw hayukins. They're already seduced and agreed. Yes, apparent opposites are really the PSYOPs or Orwellian diametric matrix illusion, which form the dramatic illusion that compounds and reinforces the Christian God devil PSYOPs, because in reality, there is no Christian God or Christian devil. There is no being named Satan. They stole it from Seth. So there's nobody possessing anybody who has some secret name, Satan. You got me now. That doesn't even exist. There is no secret name to control any being named Satan. So that's a PSYOPs happening. Now I'm going to ask you a question that will cause you to think. Then you'll be surprised, or you have never thought of this question before. But first I would like to ask you, tell me again everything that happens with a person that seems possessed, that needs a demon exorcised out according to the popes. It is Satan himself, the great dragon. So we know all the attributes that happen to a person. And Satan himself, the great dragon. That's what the Catholics call him. So the Bible call him the great dragon, Satan, the great reptile. Yes, apparent opposites. Whoop. Hey, my dear. Okay. Yes, apparent opposites are really the PSYOPs of Orwellian diametric matrix illusion, which forms a dramatic illusion that compounds and reinforces the Christian God devil PSYOPs. What do they call him? The great dragon. Right over here, here's the Pope Francis. We're going to get to Pope Francis again after this. But here's Pope Francis. This is the morning meditation in the chapel of Domus, Sancte Marthe. Pope Francis. One word is enough. Friday, 25th, November 2016. The Apostle John in the first letter of the book, of Revelation, 21-4, 11 to 21-2, speaks of the final judgment. What's the final judgment? Final judgment. Everyone will be judged. Moreover, the devil will be the first to be judged. There is an angel, Pope Francis continued, who will come and take the dragon, the ancient serpent, the devil Satan. Hey, there's a secret name. Clearly, as you can understand well with whom you are speaking, and will enchain and throw into the abyss. There, the devil, the ancient serpent, will be shackled, so that no longer he may lure the nations away, because he is a seducer, a great reptilian being, the dragon, the draconian is what the word actually is in Greek, the draconian, the devil, a serpentine being, Satan himself. This is a depiction of a large reptile-type creature that some of which descendants still exist today in the form of monitor lizards. There's a popular depiction of what they call an old dinosaur type. Get this image locked in your mind. This is the side view of the large reptilian type creature's head. There are creatures that look, I have actually one right in front of me. I have one right in front of me that looks just like this. And it's a reptilian monitor lizards. The larger ones were just called dinosaurs. They're just lizards. Dinosaur just means large lizards. So large lizards called monitors have this type of head shape. It's a different type of head shape than a regular lizard. It's this particular head shape, and I have a monitor right in front of me that looks just like this one right here. All right, get this image in your mind. This is an old reptilian type being, and they still exist today. They're just monitor lizards. As a matter of fact, the movie Jurassic Park, the small reptile creatures that were in there that were plotting on the people were actually based on Nile monitors. They're based on monitor lizards today. This is how the reptilian dragon Satan who possesses people is depicted in the Christian Faith Guide. Note the wings. When you go to the Christian Faith Guide, you see this reptilian type head, and then you see wings, and it's a Christian Faith Guide. What does the dragon symbolize in the Bible? And you see this wing thing. Every time you see the wings, they're always open. You never see the serpent, the draconian devil depicted with him standing up like Dracula with his wings closed. They're always open like this, overshadowing something. They're always open with its hands up in the air, always like that, as if he never ever lands. Here it is. Now here is the Pope's 6th audience hall that I've shown before at the Vatican, and the priests which flank him, the ones who are called out to do the exorcism. Here they are. Here are the exorcists. They're the ones called to remove the great dragon, these serpent-type looking creatures. This one, these great dragon with wings. Here's the ones that are called to remove the great dragon. These ones right here. There they are. Now let me expand the entire scene. When you expand the entire scene, what do you see? You see this creature type thing flying in the air with wings and all, and its hands up over these people. Boom. A reptilian with wings and all right behind the Pope, apparent enemies symbolized together, just as hot and cold are apparent opposites, but a part of the same polarity called temperature. And in that reality, no one knows the exact temperature that cold begins. What temperature does cold begin, anybody? What temperature is that? When does cold start? What temperature does hot start? No one knows the temperature that hot or cold begins. They're on one thing called temperature. And what is hot and cold is selective or subjective by the person. But there is a hot and cold that seem obvious. Within that gray area, both polarities are one. Within the gray area, these two things are one. This thing that they say they're exorcising, and the exorcist people themselves, they're one. It's one energy force. Just like the pastor in the church and the people that are convulsing, catching the Holy Ghost, acting exactly like people that are possessed and need an exorcism, the pastor and the people are one. The ghost, the entity that's overshadowing the frequency and the people are the same as the pastor, because it's the pastor that was doing the hayukins that's throwing the entity to the people, yet behaving as if the entity is separate, the great dragon, and there's the great dragon right there behind the same people in that gray area that you can't tell the difference between hot and cold. In that gray area right there, the polarities are one, knowing each other on a first name basis, having conversation. What is your name? My name is Leroy. What is your name? The same thing you would say to somebody when you want to have a relationship with them, as opposed to when you're fighting somebody who's about to rape your daughter or about to molest your 5-year-old child or about to kill your mother. You're not walking in the room saying, what is your name? You're attacking and fighting that person. Well, I get the name because the name gives me power over him and makes him weak. Well, whose name is that? Satan, the one that was here before all people. He doesn't know that giving you his name makes him weak. Satan doesn't know that, but you know that? No, it's an agreement because they're both the same sound frequency. They're both the same thing, both the same frequency. It's an illusionary Orwellian diametric game that's being played. Well, let me show you the ever so popular sad face of Jesus. Here's the sad face of Jesus that's all over the world. This is the ever so popular sad face. Now let's look back at that reptilian type flying image that was over the pastor. Let's look back at this reptilian image right there. Get that image in your mind. Now, what if I were to combine both images as a dualistic juxtapose? Oh, remember the reptilian force behind the popes? The ones that are always called to do the exorcism in Jesus' name? Let me expand that image right there. The flying image. There it is. The side view of the reptilian head. This type image right there, the monitor lizard's head. And the line going through the other half is the Jesus. The apparent two opposing forces, which are really one. The serpent, or the reptilian dragon, or the Satan that they're casting out, and the Jesus frequency are the same thing, shown together. Above the people that are doing the exorcism, with the wings and all. Jesus right there, Jesus and the dragon are the same. Same thing. Same frequency. Same possession in the church. Jesus and the reptilian evil frequency is one and the same curve. So whether it is, what is the dragon symbol with the wings up flying in the air? Are the wings up flying in the air? With Jesus' head mutated on one side and this dragon type image on the other side? With the wings and his hands up in the air? What are his hands doing? Same thing that these hands are doing, or these wings are doing. There's the Pope right there. Apparent enemies, but actually work together on a first name basis. With a name that everybody knows, Satan. Both illusionary enemies creating an illusionary war in order to create chaos, which is needed to push you towards the PSYOPs of Christianity. And what is this war about anyways? What is the war that's taking place in the exorcism about? Here is the question that I wanted to ask everybody, that I want you to think on. What is the war that's taking place? What's the purpose? Think. This whole game is being played where Satan himself takes over a person so they can do what? What does the person do? Type in the room. What do they do? What is that person that's possessed with the devil being exorcised? What do they do to help the great agenda of Satan who's been here since the beginning of time? What do? They convulse on the bed? They speak gibberish? They foam at the mouth? What does that do to the world? What does that do? What does it do? What's the end goal of that? That's what Satan comes down for? With all the power that Satan has, what he wants to do is go into your grandmother's room and make her shake on the bed, right? That's what the war is about. They tally up, how many people can we make shake on the bed? God, watch this. You got pedophiles out there. You got rapists. You got people casting war. You got people's hands being chopped off. You got Jeffrey Dahmer. You got serial killers. You got cannibals. But check this one out. I'm going to make 100 people on the bed, 100 people in a day shaking the bed. I got you now. You're going to foam at the mouth and gyrate on the bed. This is helping the great agenda. But what's the real agenda? What's the end outcome? The end outcome is the person gets exorcised. That's the end of the outcome. The Pope apparently wins. How many people are still vibrating on a bed today from after the Pope comes? After the exorcist is called, how many people are doing that for years? This person's been vibrating for 25 years. The person's on the bed, head spinning. For 42 years, my grandmother's been on the bed. It's the 44th year, 45th year. Here we go. We're going into the 79th year of my grandma. She hasn't eaten a meal yet. She's rotting away. What's the purpose of this again? I'm lost. What happened? What's the outcome of that? The outcome is never for years, is it? Huh? the possession is never for years, is it? The person's never on the bed for years and years. Huh? It's a short period of time, long enough for Auntie Sue to pick up the phone. Auntie Sue, pick that phone up. Pope, get over here. Pope, priest, we need you now. Come on over, Pastor. Come on over. Pastor gets in the car. Pope comes over. Priest comes over. What's your name? What's your name, man? Satan, I got you now. The person in the bed. Hey, I'm back. I'm Susie again. How'd you do this, Pastor? I got that name. That name, Satan. I got it. In the end, the pastor wins. What happens? Jesus is real. How come nobody's ever possessed for 42 years, 25 years? How come nobody's ever gyrating on the bed for 8 months straight? I want this straight. Why is it only a day, a couple hours, till the pastor comes and wins? Because he got the name, the secret name, Satan, that nobody on the planet knew before. It was never known before. This is a game, because the two are one. The end outcome is the hero wins in the name of Jesus. Thus, Jesus is real. You thought it was a name to gain power? What's the name? Satan! What's the secret name? Satan! What's the mysterious name? Satan! What's the name nobody knows? Satan! For thousands of years of exorcism. Satan! They're one and the same. What is the war about anyway? What's the war about? Now here's the question. What purpose does that actually serve? The devil, Satan, is supposed to be here to bring evil, sin, abomination to the world. What purpose does it serve to enter a person and have them babble, scream, gyrate? What is the worst that could cause? What's the worst? What is worse? What causes more damage to families, everybody? Type into the room. Pedophilia? Child pedophilia? Are possessions of Mama Sue on the bed? Possessions of your brother on the bed where his head moving back and forth? Or are millions of children across the world being sexually attacked? Type into the room. Which one's worse? What's worse? Let me come in the room and see where everybody's mind is. What's worse? What has the worst impact on this planet? A guy named Jerry in the bed going, for an hour until the priest gets there. What's your name? Satan. Oh, my name's Jerry. Hi, y'all. I'm back. How'd you do that? What does that do? Or what is worse? Child attack. Children being brought in the van. Children being molested by Uncle Greg. Huh? Growing up traumatically abused. Which one's worse, everybody? Type it in the room. Which one's worse? Huh? And Jemima on the bed saying, that's right, Zaya the Great. Pedos and traffickers are way worse. That has a way greater impact of evil on this planet than having your friend Sally on the bed saying, until the priest comes and saves her. Huh? And after she's saved, what's the traumatic impact? She doesn't even remember what happened in the possession, does she? Nobody in the possession remembers what happens, but that child does. That child does. Huh? The devil came all the way down to the planet to do that to Sally, that she doesn't remember. But the child remembers and is affected and even can grow up to do the same. Some of the ones that attacked the children, they were attacked when they were children. And it impacted them to the point where that's how they lashed out. They thought it was a normal thing. It affected their brain. So now you have millions of people's lives lost, wasted, families destroyed, which is much more impactful than, hey, my name's Greg again. Definitely attacks on children, because the only people that would say different doesn't have the child to make that choice. Because I would way rather the devil come down and go into my friend, and for 1 hour until the preacher comes, he's then the preacher gets the name gets exercised, then your daughter. And if you think it's different, then videotape the one with the daughter and make sure it's your daughter. Make the choice and show it. Show the choice. Show that you live. Stand on that choice. Stand on that choice and make sure you're in the room when it happens too. I'll be in the room for the possession every day. I'll be in there. Huh? How many families come in the room while the person's being possessed? Because they know the outcome is the person's going to be freed. I'll go in the room with my uncle being possessed and I'll be like, help him. What do you need? You need some garlic tea? You need to squeeze this on him? What do I need to get? I need to get some ginger, some sage, incense. Who's going to be in the room with her daughter being raped? Press 1. Huh? What happened? You're not going to be in the room for that. Not going to be in the room for that one, are you? I'll be in the room for the other one, and I'll even help. Don't put you in the room with the other situation, because you know that one's way worse in the impact. But so the devil comes down to the planet to do that. So we're going to find out about the other one and what position the other ones hold. So here we go. We got everybody to answer that. Boom. Ready? Yes, of course. Pedo. And the attack on innocent children sexually. Let me take you to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Intelligence Bulletin, Cyber Division, Innocent Images, National Initiative, January 31st, 2007. What do we have here? Unclassified, law enforcement sensitive. Federal Bureau of Investigation, Intelligence Bulletin, Cyber Division, Innocent Images, National Initiative, January 31st, 2007. Symbols and logos used by pedophiles to identify sexual preferences. Here are their symbols. This one is little boy lover. Little boy lover is this one, or it's made in a swirl. These symbols right here. There they are. There are those symbols. Which division of religion, specifically, is known for attacking children? Is it Seventh-day Adventists? Is it Buddhists? Is it Jehovah's Witnesses? Is it Muslim imams? Which particular one? Which particular one? Let me take you to the images worn by those who are performing the PSYOPS exorcism illusionary warfare. That's what they wear. Even in blue. Huh? You'll never see a Seventh-day Adventist wearing this. You'll never see a Jehovah's Witness wearing this. You'll never see a Muslim imam wearing this. You'll never see anybody from the Nation of Islam wearing this. You'll never see a Pentecostal wearing this. This is specifically worn, and even preferably, even in blue, this same symbol that was on the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Blogo, aka boy lover. The same ones that are performing the exorcism are performing a worse crime than the person laying in the bed that's not hurting anybody, foaming at the mouth and saying, until these people come and so-called save them. These people are known throughout the ages for attacking the children. Doesn't that seem worse than the crime the person on the bed is committing? Boom. Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go. Are you ready? Question for the class. Wouldn't you say possessive thoughts of sexually attacking 5 to 10-year-old children would be a possession? Would not that be the demon that the world would love to be exorcised out of people? There must have been several exorcisms done on priests, right? Popes, who have been caught several times sexually attacking children. Tell me, class, wouldn't the conscious energy of somebody doing that to a child, wouldn't that be a demon possession? Why is the demon possession always unrelatable? When you ask anybody, what are some evil acts that people can do? They're all relatable. That means we all understand them. That's how we know that their evil is fit. Attacking children sexually, we all understand innately that is wrong. Getting angry at somebody and then murdering them, we all understand innately that is the wrong action. We all understand that, don't we? It doesn't matter what religion you are. Well, isn't Satan the father of evil? So the people that are doing those actions, aren't those the ones that need exorcisms? Or is it the guy in the bed going like this? That's the guy that needs help? That's the one that the evil possession comes in you so you can dance around and that's the one? Or is it Jeffrey Dahmer? The one that's eating black people? The one that's eating people? Wasn't every slave master possessed? The one that was cutting off the scrotums of melanated men? The one that was cutting the wombs open of the pregnant women and letting the baby fall to the ground? The castration, the child attacks? Weren't those the people that were possessed? Or is it the guy in the bed like this? He's not doing nothing to anybody. If everybody just leaves him in the room, he's going to keep on the room like this until the pastor comes in and saves him. But the multitudes of people that go out and attack people viciously, trap people, cage people, flail them, cut off their skin, aren't those the ones that are possessed? Isn't that the devil's work? Well, let's find out. We're going to find out from the popes and the priests if those are the ones that are possessed. Let's see what they say. Let's see if the pedos are the ones that are possessed. They're caught several times sexually attacking. Well, let me take you back to the exorcist mentioned in the beginning of the class. The master exorcist, who's been doing this for decades. Remember the master exorcist? What's his name? What's the name of the master exorcist? Gabriel Amorth, a longtime exorcist. So he's getting the devil off of this woman in the movie that he does in real life. This woman's sitting there calmly. She says she has some spirit in her. Did she do anything with the spirit? Did the spirit do anything? Here he is being called to get the devil out. Satan himself is in this woman. What is Satan making her do? Is it worse than what Jeffrey Dahmer did? Is it worse than Adolf Hitler? Is it worse than Charles Manson? Is it worse than the killers, the slave masters? Is it worse than the man that went to the Congo and cutting off people's hands? Was it worse than that? Well, we're going to find out. Here is an interview of Amorth where he is asked directly. He's directly asked if there were exorcisms done on priests and popes who are serially sexually attacking children. Let's find out, everybody. Let's find out, everybody. We're going to find out right now what is worse in the eyes of the exorcist. What is worse in the eyes of the exorcist? Are you ready? Let's find out right now. Cut that one out. Because there must be exorcisms done on the popes, on the priests that are committing these heinous acts. Gotta be, right? There has to be. There must be. There has to be. I know there has to be. Because the person gyrating on the bed who's not hurting anybody, I know that person's not. Let's find out, everybody. You ready? Let's find out right now. There we go. Let's find out about the Pope's exorcism, the priest's exorcism. Here we go. Oh. Something going on with the volume here. Oh, it's cut all the way down. Something's happening with the volume here. It's okay. Let me see. That's his job. Have you ever performed an exorcism on a priest accused of molesting a child? No. It's never happened. Now, pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. I'm not sure what happened to the volume there. It's never happened. The exorcism of a priest or a pope has never happened because pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. Can you all register that? Just register it. Register that. Pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. Did you all catch that? So the person on the bed, gyrating, foaming at the mouth, that's the person that's possessed by Satan himself, that came here to destroy the world. That person is possessed. The people that are called to exorcise the one possessed, the same Catholics and popes, seem to be recorded throughout multitudes of history performing heinous crimes. Is that the possession of the devil, or is that a normal action? Amarath, the main exorcist, said pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. Have you ever performed an exorcism on a priest accused of molesting a child? No. Pedophiles are not a possession. They're not a devil's possession. Hotep, I am done. Wait! No, it's never happened. Now, pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. Hotep, I am done. Oh, wait! I'm not done. If you still don't understand that both frequencies, the exorcist and the one who is supposedly extracting the so-called devil Satan and devil Isfet frequency are the same illusionary polarity that Tehuti is breaking the matrix on, let's hear directly from the Catholic priest on the Pope Francis himself. Remember Pope Francis? Let's hear directly from the other Pope on Pope Francis himself. Remember Pope Francis? Hey, Pope Francis, we see you. Let's hear directly from the priest, the Catholic priest, on Pope Francis. Hey there, on Pope Francis himself. You want to hear it? We're not going to hear from Tehuti. We're going to hear directly from the priest on Pope Francis himself. I'm not even going to find Pope Francis right now. Let's go, Rick. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Here we go. Forget about what Tehuti says. We're going to go directly to the popes themselves to the priest speaking, we already acknowledge now that pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. That's not a devil possession. No pope or priest has ever had an exorcism. Let's go directly to the priest to find out. What the priest has to say, representing Pope Francis himself. If you do not believe, even after all this, that the devil entity, consciousness, Satan, and that this is all a big psyops, that they're all one and the same overshadowing frequency, let's see it or hear it out of the horse's mouth. Are you ready? Can you all see that? Hope you can see it. There we go. Ready, everybody? Are you ready? Ready? Here we go.
You know, Francis recently said, "I am the devil." He said that.
Maybe I should play that again. Maybe that didn't come through. I don't think it came through. Maybe it didn't come through. I don't think it came through. Did that come through? Let me play it again, just in case it didn't come through. This is one priest quoting the other priest of what he said himself. Let me put it on again because maybe the people in the back didn't hear it clearly. Ready? Let's try it one more time. I was about to be done on the pedos not being possessed, being said by the exorcist himself. Now let's hear what the priests say about their own pope. Ready? Here we go.
You know, Francis recently said, "I am the devil." He said that. You know, Francis recently said, "I am the devil." He said that.
Do you still doubt Tehuti? Now I am done. Have you ever performed exorcism on a priest accused of molesting a child? No, it's never happened. Now, pedophiles are not possessed by the devil. Pope Francis recently said, "I am the devil." He said that. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on the July 4th ritual, and if you have learned or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called exorcism, overshadowing, pope polarity, or any creative title that you come up with to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. Please support the Tutti PODCLASS. If you've seen this answer or anything like this anywhere else, please put the link in the room. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TTM Moon. I'm done. Two hours and 30 minutes. There's my answer. There it is. I'm going to invite the people in the room. We're going to go over the donations, and I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to let you all build what you all thought of that. Is that even an answer? We'll see. We'll find out. Let me fix my eyes. Peace, Amunet. How are you?
Hotep, peace, great Sabatudi. Doing excellent and wealthy. Even though that class was beautiful, it was a little disturbing. Just got to think about all the beautiful things within MAAT, counterbalance that is fed for this wonderful class. I appreciated it all. I really appreciated the beginning before getting into the religious aspect for personal experiences that I've had that I've talked to you about. So to all very much for going over that. That explained a lot of stuff to me personally. And to all for going over the second half of the class as well. It was absolutely phenomenal. Nobody else is going to get this anywhere else. And it's absolutely disturbing the way that these people work, the way that their minds work, and the way that they get other people's mind to work. So 12 for exposing this, and it's worth all the love in existence to be given to you for exposing this. So 12 very much. Hotep.
Appreciate that very much. I'm going to go into, I think other people come in the room. There's the Jeb, there's Hush Nation who asked the question. We're going to get right into the donations, and then I'm going to have to step off right now. I'm pretty drained. I'm going to step off for a few moments after that, and you all can build on what you thought of the answer. I really hope people appreciate and support. It is for those who don't know what the support is. The support is Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rock ASV. You can name the support anything you want. You can call it exorcism, overshadowing, polarity. If you believe that what I did in this 2 hours and 30 minutes was better than the waiter that you tipped, show support. If not, please be open and honest and just type in the room, Tehuti, what you've just done is not better than the waiter I've tipped. And I'll be fine. I just want to know what the truth is. And then I'll do better next time. I'll do as good as the waiter that you've tipped in your life. But if you feel this is better than the waiter that you tipped ever, or the break dancer you saw or tipped, or the granola bars that you bought, if you feel this is in any way better, support the Tehuti podcast and what I've done, because that was 2 hours and 30 minutes of the answer. That wasn't the making it beautiful. That answer that I had, 1/3 of that answer, or half of that answer I had in 94. It just didn't look like that in 94. So if you all appreciate that support, we're gonna go to the I gotta step off, so we're gonna go to the tips, read a couple of them, then I'll let you all build. I know you have a lot to say on that. I appreciate, I see a lot. I appreciate a lot of people that are supporting. Appreciate you all. We're gonna go to the first one, then I really gotta step off after this and let you all just explode and build on that, because that one took a little lot from me right there. That was a lot for me. A lot of that answer, some of the answers here are from 7 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I do not actually govern. I don't govern when the answer is. So, okay, we're gonna go to
Hey Saba, can I ask you something real quick?
Sure. Where is it? I can't see it, but yes, I can hear you.
I know a lot of these things you already know, and some of the additional answers that you got recently, you know, that you've gotten, that you received, can be staggering. But how do you maintain sanity knowing all of these things? And you're giving us the rated G version. Like, you're giving us the, you know, you can still keep it low key friendly, low key, you know, not too much to where you get kicked off. How do you maintain sanity knowing what you just expressed? And to us, this is like, oh, it's sickening, right? To us right now, it's sickening. But you know an even deeper version than that is more rated, that is more unrated than rated. So how do you keep that sanity inside, Great Soul?
That's a beautiful question. And I know the unorganized version of that. So it's easier for me to become what they call insane. Because what I gave you is the organized, structured, pretty version. That had theater in it. It had build up. It had suspense. It had booms. It had time. Everything leading up to something. Boom. This aspect of command. That was a very organized version. All of that is unorganized in my brain. I have all of that in my head scrambling around. So the sanity of it is I disconnect myself from the matrix completely. That includes me cutting off family members, cutting off people that say they love me, whatever it is. I completely only exist within MAAT that's in my controllable realm. My sanity is hearing the support that's given, and when I shut down this computer and I'm around the ladies that are around me, and I'm around my animals, that's the sanity. Also, because what I'm giving you as information is what I've experienced. So a lot of these classes are my experiences. I just don't put the experiences on there. I've experienced the possession. I've been in the bedroom with females that this has happened to, and their voice changes during intimacy. Their voice changes into a man and a man, and they tell me what's happening. I've had this face to face. So you're talking to somebody now that this is normal to, because what seemed like the spirit world and what seems like all this impactful information, this is my day-to-day life. I've had especially females, turn to me and say to me, I am possessed. There is a demon thing inside of me. I've had all type of experiences, and I say females because of the fact that it's females that get the closest to me. And getting the closest to me is like a wound getting close to hydrogen peroxide. So I've seen this, I've experienced these things, and I cut off everything with no fear of consequence. I do not care if I end up in jail. I do not care if I end up under a bridge. I do not care if some enforcement comes and gets me. I care only for the love of my ladies, but I live like an animal does. If you think you've ever lived a hard life, if you think you've ever lived in the hood, if you think you've ever had an argument, whatever you think, you couldn't survive in the Serengeti. You couldn't survive in the open plains with the wild dogs. And the animal, their attack is to pull your intestines out of you. They don't know how to kill. A wild dog and a hyena does not know how to kill anything. It bites and just pulls your intestines out until you die of pain. That's a hard knock life. I don't know what the Jay-Z song is about, but that's the animal world, where you're in a world where everything is going to kill you. So you don't care about nothing other than to survive. So your head is always on a pivot. You always think that you're going to die. So my sanity is always thinking that I'm going to die. My sanity is always thinking that at any time somebody could knock on the door and take me. My sanity is knowing that they want to take me. That's my sanity, to always be on edge, like I am going to die. So that's the peace, is just being around my animals, my turds, and seeing the support of the PODCLASS. Because if I ever tried to live a regular life like most of you all, I would be insane, because I'd be mixing the two worlds. And if you had what's in my brain trying to mix the two worlds, like a lot of you all are doing, then I don't blame you. Nothing. That's just everybody goes at their own path. But I couldn't get a job. I can't get a job. I can't get a job because I don't exist to show that I can be hired. I can't go on Medicaid. I can't do these things. I've extracted myself permanently. It's only consequence for me from here on out. So therefore, the sanity is the happiness of you all just appreciating it. The insanity would be if nobody liked any of this. I was gonna go insane when I thought nobody liked any of this, and that's why I kept to myself. But you all are actually bringing me my sanity because I only live for you all in my Turts. Outside of this, I wake up in the morning thinking that I'm going to be taken away. Like while I'm doing the answers, I'm saying to myself, come on and get me. Come on and get me. I mean, look who I'm talking against. Look who I'm teaching against. Look who I'm up against. I've been confronted by law enforcement and everything. So my sanity is that I can do this. And I can breathe. And when the podcast closes, I can fall into a bedroom with people that actually love me. I've had everything taken away from me. I don't have children, mothers, grandmothers, anything. All of it has been taken away from me because of the Matrix, because of some type of Matrix situation. So I have no connection or ties to any of this world whatsoever. And if anything ever happens, I will go and live in the wild with the animals. And at that time, I'll be feeling safer than I am around all of the people. So that's what keeps me sane, is that I think that I'm going to die at any time. I hope not, but I think I'm going to be taken away. And when I wake up in the morning and I'm not, I feel a sense of sanity. It's nothing that you all can ever. This is studying for you all. This is not what's happening with me in my realm is not what's going on with the YouTubers. They're doing this for study and debating and stuff like this. I'm actually being confronted by city councils and there's actual meetings in city halls about me. So I can't explain it other than that. But honestly, if you were to live this, you definitely wouldn't be having Gabrielle or any child right now. You would be the guy in The Exorcist. You'd be the guy in the bed. If you were to try to live this life right here, that's why I don't want anybody to live this part of it. I only want people to live the Ma'at part. Live the Ma'at part and be safe. Don't be like me, because if you live like me, you will be on the bed going when you get everything stripped from you, and you can't go. Imagine being hit by a car and you can't go to the hospital. You have to go to the hospital using magic. I walk into the hospital using magic. That's how I get into the hospital and out. When I got the snake bite, they don't know who I am. They never served me. No nurse ever served me. They served the strong man that my magic created. So I always have to be on that frequency, and I have to be like this all the time, because then anytime that magic goes away and they say, wait a minute, you don't qualify for this, then I just die of a snake bite. As I'm gonna say for right now, I'll just keep it right there. But use me an example. Is everything good? Don't try to be me. I mean, you can't. It's not. Don't try to be me. Don't only try to be me in the good ways. You don't know what it's like to it's to go into a room in the dark and to make agreements and pull out agreements with the law. Just everybody, all debaters, just leave me alone. I wasn't meant for any of that stuff. So I'm just here for this, and that's it. That's what keeps me sane. I'll be fully sane when I'm back as a coup. I'm actually crazy right now. That's what you all like about me, because I'm crazy. Only a crazy man could do what you see. No sane man can do this, because you'd lose your brain. Just stick with after all is said and done, and I become an older man and disappear, or whatever happens. It's just like the Nitiru. Whatever happens, when that's gone, then the people will just teach. It'll be scribe, Patah and you all will teach and just keep this up. But you'll never, ever, ever comprehend what I have to do, because you're still that name that you have, your government name, you're still that guy. You can still go do security. I need security. I can't do it. Whatever scribe, whatever Patah, Ani Patah, attend Tehuti, whatever he's doing in his regular world, he can still do that and survive and pay his bills. I cannot. I do not have that option to do any of those things. I cannot do those things. Not that I cannot do those things, because I've extracted, and once I go back, it's over for me. So I live a life every day that it will be over for me if I ever try to do any of the things that some of you all do. All the Medi-Cal, the Medicaid, the Social Security number, the W-2 form, I can't. It's over for me. So thank you for asking, though. That's the best answer I could give. And after I'm gone, you all, whatever happens to me, if I retire or go somewhere, or whatever happens to me, you all that have the ability to do all the things in the regular world, use that power, please. I can. I give myself up from the matrix. You all use that power to go open up businesses and go do tax resume, whatever the people can do. Use that as a power for yourself and go build up the house of ATTON, because I'm living like as if I'm an animal in a human skin. So that's all I can say for right now. We're gonna get into it, everybody. I hope that somewhat answered some crazy answer. I don't know what kind of answer that was anyways. Welcome to the PODCLASS. We're gonna get into the donations to see who appreciates me being here. If you all think that I am like what all those teachers you all name, if you all think this is the same thing going on, that's fine. When everything is done, then everybody will investigate what I actually was, and then you'll say, "Holy!" You'll probably start cursing. We're gonna get into the donations. I appreciate all of you. Keep up whatever you all doing to keep me here and this here. Thank you so much. Thank you for asking, Dejad. Appreciate you.
So appreciate you.
All right, let's get into the support system while I can still get support. Okay, who's let's see. Shout out to who's this? Robert E. Williams. That's the Jed. I'm sorry, I left one thing out. The Jed, you can hear me?
Yes, of course.
I keep my sanity by keep laughing. I laugh myself to sanity. That's why I'm always laughing. I forgot that part too. That's why I'm Sab, the laughing one. I have to keep laughing, because if I don't laugh, I'll start crying. So we're gonna go to Robert E. Williams, $20.72 for Exorcism. I think Jesus brought the ill effects. Give him some big noise, please. And I'm gonna put on the other music to lighten everybody up, because it's too late. Thank you so much, good brother. I appreciate you. I still got one more answer to do. I thought this was. I gotta find a way to make this these answers an hour. They're getting longer and longer. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, good brother. And thank you. All right, there we go. Let's wake everybody up. All right, boom, boom, boom. We're gonna go to a couple more. Who else is sending support? Thank you. There's a brother way at the bottom here who sent early. He ordered what is his name? He ordered some men in the class. I gotta find him, but he's a new supporter. But he came in just. What's his name? Philip Holler. Philip Holler. Shout out to you. I'll be reading your support soon, Philip Holler. He just came in just brand new, just boom. Shout out to you. Shout out to hey, Z the Great. Is that Tiger Woods? Is that Tiger Woods? That looks like Tiger Woods. Let's get this knowledge out to Tiger Woods. Let's get this knowledge out to Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods can have me teach the PODCLASS on the island somewhere. Exorcism, Exor. Shout out to Z the Great. Thank you, Z the Great. I'm not familiar with the name Z the Great, so it must be maybe as a new supporter, and I appreciate that, Z the Great. If you're in the room, I can't see the chat right now, but shout out to Z the Great. Boom! Z the Great, give him some big noise. Pata. Z the Great. Oh man. Oh, Z the Great says, I would like to learn that magic. Hold on, one moment, everybody. One moment. I'll be right back. One moment. Hold on. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. My body's bent. Okay. All right. I am back. Shout out to Z the Great. Thank you so much, Z the Great. Appreciate you. You are popped up out of nowhere supporting. Thank you. Appreciate you, good brother. Shout out to I saw Lisa's name somewhere twice. Lisa, there she is. There she is. Shout out to Lisa. Okay, thank you, everybody. I see great support coming in for this one. Thank you so much. Lisa, where is she? Where's Lisa? Shout out to Lisa. Peace to you. Give her some big noise. Annie Patah Ten Tehuti. It's I'm not reading them. Sorry. Amonet, could you read this, please? Let me read this one.
Yes, I can. $20 for all your teachings with a hands holding up a heart.
All right. Give. Yay. All right. Look, Pinnock says Cash App is not allowing me to send you funds right now. What does that mean? What? Look, Pinnock, come up to the panel. Tell me what's happening. What does that mean? Cash App is not allowing you to send funds? Is anyone else having that problem? Well, this is a Cash App right here, right? Let me go to the new one. This is a new one. No, let me go to the new ones. Is anybody Lisa just sent another one, Cash App, just 3 minutes ago. I hope you resolve that, Nook Panook. That's very strange. I want to know if that's happening on your end or my end. On my end, I just got a Cash App 3 minutes ago from another one from Lisa. And let me go ahead and put that in the room. Boots. Okay, boom. Give Lisa a round of applause. This one just came in a few minutes ago. $8. Give her some noise, please. We all love you, great SABA Tehuti. I appreciate you so much. I know what you are. For real, for real. Okay, shout out to you, King Lamua. Look forward to meeting you one day, King Lamua. I know you're far out too, but you can wait, what's going on over there, Nukpanut? You said they took your money. Is anyone having this what does that mean, they took your money? What do they call it? Primordial, are you there?
I'm right here, Saba. Say it again.
Cash App took his money. What do they call that on the streets? Ganking?
Oh yeah, they snatched that. We call that they reached in them pockets.
What does that mean? That's horrible. I never heard of that before. If anyone else
Hush Nation know, Saba.
What's that?
I said Hush Nation know. He know them streets.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about the islands compared to the streets of California? Primordial, you ever been to Jamaica before?
No, I've never been to Jamaica.
Okay, the guys that think that they're hood and gangster here, the guys that think they're having a rough life or think that times are hard, just look up the documentaries on the Jamaican ghetto. Look up the documentary on the Jamaican hoods. And the island rough life is completely separate reality from the street life here in California. These guys would die. Guys where I'm from or where I'm used to live in Jamaica, you find people in garbage bags because the guys out there with machetes, they make you the size of a garbage bag. It's not. You don't hear. Some guys can't afford guns. You can always buy a machete. And machetes are legal to walk around with. So the fights up there, you don't hear the gunshots. You hear people screaming, and then you see a garbage bag. It's really
I believe it.
whole different rough life. I don't know if it's like that where Hush Nation's at, but Jamaica. Oh my gosh, man. Oh, they don't wear shoes. They kill you with no shoes on. Oh my goodness. I mean, okay, let me get back to the podcast. Yeah, so Hush Nation may know street life, but it may be nothing what we could comprehend over here. It's a different, the island is a different world. You can, the police are gangsters. The police don't abide by the laws. You know, they have bad cops over here. Over there, you commit a crime and literally you could just give them money and they go back home. Anyway, let's get back to it. All right, so shout out to the Jed, the brother right there I was just talking to. He sent for the extra tip. Jed loves the inner jewels. The inner jewels right there. Or any ladies?
So those are everything to me. Like when you give those after the breakdown and build up, like so like that's you already get pure energy, but I love the extra energy. So to you for that.
Thank you so much, brother. To you. Bijan first at SABA, did you get my voicemail on my turtle not eating, and why is that? No, I didn't get any. Is that in an email? I have to scroll. If it's an email, it could be buried under the bottom of podcast support. But I didn't see anything on Bijan Farrow with you about a turtle. But I'm scrolling down now. This is my first time looking at my emails since the podcast began. So maybe it's somewhere there down at the bottom. If it's not, maybe you could send it to my message box. I don't have as much messages there as the email. Things sometimes get lost in the email. I didn't get anything about turtles. Shout out to the Jed Dem Hemp Out Cool, and go ahead and read that, the Jed.
Yes, it says tip for the extra gems. I appreciate you, Great Sabatua, for that. Those mean more to me than anyone could ever imagine. And I appreciate those. And I know you know what I mean when I ask you these questions. So and I appreciate you not giving me the watered down version. This one was just I appreciate you for that, Tua, for just expressing the Eve and giving and expressing what you can express here on this channel publicly and live. So to you, Great Saba, waiting on the serpent.
Okay, good. What do you say? Waiting on the serpent.
I thought I'd throw that in there, so I was just teasing.
I have something for you. I have a big reptile meeting tomorrow to go to, and I'm gonna arrange some things. People always ask me, how do I have so many SABA? How can you afford so many pets? Where are you getting all these animals from? And I tell everybody all the time that I've been breeding animals for decades, and I invested money in the past into rare reptiles that are not in pet shops. And when they have babies, their babies are worth like $500, $300 each, and therefore I could have 2 babies and give 2 babies of one of my cobras or anacondas to somebody, and literally receive 6 new animals for 2 babies for free. So well, it's not really free, but it's for the 2 babies. So I'm going to be getting some animals and deciding which one is going to go to you, Primordial. I have something for Gabriella too. It's not a snake either, but it's something for her and the children that they could just get familiarized with the animals. It's from Kemet as well. Came in from Kemet, but they can't hurt anybody. But it's very rare. But I have that too. Okay, so
Tua Saba.
Okay, we got Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet. And what did they do? What did they do? They did boom! Amun and Amunet. Go ahead and read that. You all are merging so much. You're starting to look like the same. Almost the face is looking the same. I don't know if you all are really meshing into each other. Your face, you're starting to look like brother and sisters now. Okay, go ahead and read that. You 2 twins.
To our Saba, it says $20 for Tehuti fixed in front of the boat to annihilate fiends.
Give some noise for that. Pata 10 Tehuti. I need Boots. I want Boots up here on the panel with all his. I know he's full of energy. Thank you, Amun and Amunet. Appreciate your great support as usual. Consistency is the key. I told Amun and anybody who wants to get Tutti PODCLASS serpents, contact me. Let me know. Amun and Amunet. I told Amun what the shipping fee was. And by the time I said fee, by the time the E came, I saw the Cash App pop up. I don't know how he did so fast, like he was waiting for it. And they're super fast. And you know what? On the break, bring your snakes to the panel. Show the world, show them what you received. Show them spirit. Spirit is very. You saw the yellow and the pink on him. I don't have any other snake like that. Nothing else was like him, like her. I don't know if it's a her or him, but that's the child of the big one. That's a father and daughter, or father and son, and so that's a family I gave you, and that's the last of the family that I have. Well, other than some new babies, but that's the last of the family that I'm ever sharing with the PODCLASS. the mother passed away. That's why you didn't get the mother. So the mother passed away, but I still wanted to imbue the family on you, so I gave you the son or the daughter. And the daughter could become the mother. You know how we do in Egypt. All right, here we go. Ready? So we're gonna go to the next support here given. Let me go down to this brother here, who's he's all the way. Where'd he go? Philip, I have you for the Men Netter class. I'm gonna read your other. I'm gonna read this one, and I'm gonna read this one. And I'm gonna give this to you on the break, or give this to you now. Shout out to the good brother Philip Holler. That's a new supporter, a new name, and we're gonna give some big noise, maybe with some transformer noise, because this is a new person that I've seen, or maybe an old person that's come back, but I haven't seen his name in a while, or never seen it before, like maybe 2 weeks ago. And give some big noise to Philip Holler, who actually sent in 2 supports, and this one's from Metanetter class. We're gonna give some big noise to Philip Holler. I'm gonna read two more tip donations, then I'm gonna take my break. Let's give some big noise to Philip Holler.
Humans have asked for to play by their rules.
Yo, let's go. Yo.
And do me a favor, Antu, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Antu?
Amunets, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, I keep saying, oh man, see, I'm Antu, I'm stuck, I'm trapped. Antu has me hypnotized. Antu, oh my god, okay, we gotta go from the Sumerian back. I keep flip flopping from Mesopotamia to Kemet. Okay, Amunet, yeah.
It's okay. I got called primordial 3 times by SABA already.
I can't. This is the first, like I said before, this is the first time I've given people names that didn't start off with me. They don't have matrix names. So Scribe was already Scribe. Primordial, everybody was Anu. Anu's name goes back. That's not a matrix name. Antu, and so I'm giving people his name, but their old name is still in my head because it's not like your name was Craig and Shaquanda. So that's why it's still in there. Antu, I still study about Antu till this day. I may do it. So okay, we're Amunet. Forgive me. All right, Amunet, if you could read the email for me, please. What's the email there?
It's HAHNDYNASTY@hotmail.com.
Say it again.
HAHN.
Wait, hold on. HAHN.
DY. NA.
What in the world?
STY.
What language is this? Okay.
At hotmail.com.
Okay, let me try to do this here. I'm gonna do this live here. Let's see if it registers. If it's, oh, it is. Okay, good. So now I have it locked in. So because I have it locked in now, what's showing on the screen? He's still on the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, shout out to you, Philip Holler, and I'm gonna go ahead and oh, it's not showing up again. What is it again? H what?
HAHN.
How come it's not showing? HNDY,
NASTY at hotmail.com.
Okay, here we go. At hotmail.com.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna okay, Philip Holler, you have the MedNetter classes. If you check your email, the MedNetter, you have the MedNetter classes. If you check the email, you should see them in your emails right now. Okay. All right, we're gonna read two more, and then I have to take my break. So shout out to you, Philip Holler, appreciate you. And I'm gonna go ahead and read a couple more, than I have to rejuvenate myself. Shout out to oh yes,
two off for Ba and Heru, and we fed them today, so I don't know if I'm able to take them out of the tank or not.
Oh, you fed them today?
Yeah.
The spirit ate fast, didn't he?
Yeah.
How did Spirit eat?
He ate fast. Heru ate quick too.
Yeah. I noticed when you sent me I don't know if it was you or Amonette sent me a picture, and it looked like there was some very nice aquariums in the what's this in the screen? Very nice enclosures in the background. Is that for them, or do you have other pets? Those look like some big enclosures.
We have other pets, but I don't know.
You have a big enclosure?
We have one other big enclosure, and then we have two for the serpents.
Okay, maybe that's what I saw, but it looked very nice.
Are we able to take
wonderful?
We had fed them.
You can take them out. You can take them out, and if you just want to take them out and hold them and put them in the screen and put them back, that doesn't affect them. It's the handling that affects them. So if you have a snake that just ate and you start holding it and it's slithering around, what happens is the food starts to move. It moves sometimes out of the digestive system, and then it can cause it to vomit up because wherever the snake can't hold it. That's why if you give a snake water and you hold it up, you'll notice the water will come out its mouth because it can't hold it in the digestive tract. That's why they have to stay flat. So if you take them out and just hold them like this up to the screen, no problem. Just put them right back, no problem at all. Just don't handle them for like 5-10 minutes and move them around and put them on your neck and start dancing or whatever. All right. Nini Hook. Shout out to Tanya, 23 Experience, for the tip of $11. Give her a little hand clap. Thank you so much for sharing the knowledge your way. Wonderful, wonderful. I need some type of computer undamaging wire system to hook up to Patah's brain. Patah, you look like you're always calculating something, you're always plotting or thinking or something. And I would love to see that mapped out on the screen. I don't know what you're doing, but your mind looks like you're something's going on in there. You look like you look like a scribe. You look like you know something. You look like you know something, man. What's going on over there? What's going on? I look forward to hearing you talk. I'm gonna do one more donation and let you all build. Scribe looks like he knows something. All right, shout out to who's this? Shout out to Hush Nation, who gave an extra tip, and he's the one that asked the question, and he still gave a tip on top of that. I'm gonna go rejuvenate myself really fast after this because I do have one more answer to give still. 8. We're going to give a shout out to the good brother Hush Nation who's on the screen. Oh, what's happening? Uh-oh. Am I here? Yes, I'm here. Shout out to Hush Nation to give him a hand clap tip. Give an extra tip on top of asking the question. Give him a hand clap for that. And one last one I'm going to read, and then I'm going to come back and answer the next question and read some of the rest. Tehuti Harakuti, Mr. Consistent Man. He doesn't come to the panel as much, but he's always watching. He's always in the background. And he's always supporting. He has supported every single day ever since we had that beautiful talk and got clarity on the situation. He has supported every single PODCLASS day, sometimes more than once. And it's always these higher numbers. Tehuti Harakuti sent $31.72. I'm gonna get wait, did we read Hush Nation yet? Did I put Hush Nation up?
Yeah, you put it up, but we didn't read it.
Oh, let me get it back. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Sorry about that. Let me get that back. Okay, let's get that back. Let's put that back up so Mr. Hush Nation can read it. What we say back in Jamaica? Read it for the people, then. Go ahead and read that, my good brother.
Yeah, Tua Saba. Tua Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. Appreciate your attention, time, and knowledge. Tua for clearing up the ISFET more and more every day. Hotep Marie.
Thank you. Give him another clap. Give him another clap for that. Okay, now we can read Tehuti Harakuti. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get Susie. Oh, brother with the big deep radio voice. The Jets to them. Could you read that for us, please, brother?
Yes, Saba. It says tuition for yet another powerful matrix shattering breakdown. Great Saba Tehuti, the Netter Acts. We thank you now and will continue to thank you for generations to come. Tua Mary for building up new Netters and elevating our consciousness. Uncle Jasaneb with the prayer hands.
Give him some big noise, Pata. Thank you. Hold on. Do that again, Scribe. do that horn again.
But yeah, we the real champions around here.
I can't wait for that's my when the bigger donations come up and I hear all that. What's the other one I like? We the real champions around here, and I don't play with pseudos and all that, and Menkura screaming in the shower and all that. We're gonna get all that soon. All right, everybody, I'm gonna take a break. You all build on what you thought of that answer. Build on just build. Tell the people that are watching. I see there's some new people that are supporting. Thank you so much for the new people that are supporting. For those who watched that answer, for those who went back, or those who just tuned in and went back and watched a little bit of the answer until we got to this point. However you did it, support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to step off and take a little break for a moment, revitalize myself, and come back. And when I come back, ladies and gentlemen, I do see some other tips for this this answer. I'm going to read all of them. Don't worry, everybody. Everybody who gave support, your tips are being read. When I come back, we're going to get into this next topic, everybody. The question was sent in by it's a new brother, so I'm gonna just read his name when I see it on the when I put it on the screen. Hippocampus and Kemetic spirituality. We're gonna get right into that when I come right back. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS only if this has benefited you in any way. Only if. If not, then let it be known this doesn't benefit me in any way. No problem at all. And I can't get off this screen. Interesting. Oh, wait. Yeah. All right. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'll be back, everybody. You all build. Peace for a moment. I'll be back. Peace.
Hotep Ma'at, Uncle Justin Neb, peace and love. Tua, yes, continue to support the PODCLASS, support the Great SABA. Links are pinned to the top of the chat, and they are also in the bio underneath, as far as all of our other links as well. Support Tua Hinu to those who utilize those links and participate in the reciprocity system that allows this to continue at the rate that it does. So Tua to everyone who sends in questions and supports those who do ask questions, and reprogramming a lot of the subconscious isfet that people have when it comes to reciprocity and support. So Tua for leading by example. Hotep Big Blunt, I see you in the chat. Peace to you, good brother. So yes, this particular answer that the Great Saba gave us is very nefer. Hush Nation, Great Brother Fix, I'll come to you. You asked the question, Great Brother, and how do you feel now after receiving that from the difference between how you were thinking about it prior to now?
It feel kind of strange because it's like it there the whole time, and then Saba take off the cover, you know, and then you see everything clear, you know. So from the monomania thing, you know, to the ship, going down to the Meronetta, breaking it down. It is real never, you know. There's something like this, the 666, we are gonna have to go back in and do some IBIS digging, you know, to clear up some more stuff, because then I wasn't expecting the target to aim and tap the predator. Then I wasn't expecting the switch, like, you know. So yeah, it was really never from the logo and just exposing. Yeah, boy, from the bath, disease, and the monomania thing. Yeah, but it really left for, you know, because they work this one for you to think that you have this thing in you that they want to take out. This time they coming to put that thing in you, you know. So I like how Saba clear that up, but yeah, by Tua so much for that Saba, you know, because yeah, I know where else we can get an answer to clear up a question like that, you know. So Tua, so much for taking your time to answer this question, to break it down, and to make it so interesting, making like a story, dumb it down and keep it hardcore at the same time. That was really nice. I appreciate that so much.
Yes, Tua Hinutu, great brother. Absolutely, I agree with you. The Matrix is real elusive and it's very real. So how they portray particular actions, and they create these movies and which does some powerful hypnotism to the subconscious, and to be able to look out into the world around you, and to see these things happening creates a very interesting dynamic within the consciousness. So Tua, to you for asking this question and bringing this forward, and to even to ask a question like that is very good, because there's another form of consciousness that's attempting to place itself in a more primary position, which is atheism, and the and what all comes with that, right? And the which is shutting off so many things, which is very troubling, especially when it comes to being able to properly defend self and the ones you care about and the ones that are around you. So Tua, for asking that question and bringing that to the pod class, so you can receive this, what you was looking for yourself, and everyone who listened can benefit from that. So yeah, Hinu to you, great brother. This was very deep, and the topic in itself is an extensive one. And when SABA showed the video of the Pope speaking about how other popes who participate in those nasty acts aren't possessed, there's no form of possession in there, says a lot. And to to have these popes, these priests, right, these holy men, do what they do and practice what they practice, and veil it in holiness, is a very real thing. So a lot of the ones who are quote unquote, as the great Saba showed, doing the exorcisms are that's an act in a way, because they feed off of that. They feed off of that and everything that comes along with different type of people who carry multiple forms of consciousness within their body. And so, these type of topics are some of my favorite to get into, but it's difficult to teach them in any type of public forum, because of the censorship and the protection that media has for these particular type of entities. So it's a real challenge. So for Saba to be able to teach it in the way that he does, and everything is always, we keep backups of backups now when it comes to the pod class, in case. But yeah. So I don't like not being able to own what's yours, and when someone can just come and just snatch something that's yours and say you can't have it back, like what we say, you strong arming, right? They come in strong arm. But yes, when reading the medical texts, the medical papyruses, we see within those documents, there's always, and the Egyptologists always put these things together, is medical and magic. They always put them together whenever they write about the papyruses, because they were one and the same. And so we would see the body and any type of ailment or sickness be associated with what the great ancestors taught as cool, right? As a conscious form of light. And this would become a form of possession within the sickness themselves. So when reading the different medical papyri that the ancestors documented, it definitely shifts your consciousness and your perception when it comes to what the great Saba brought forward as possession, as Ker, and how that ties directly into medicinal and sickness. Which today, they'll say is mental health, again, dealing with health and wellness. So it's very interesting just to see how this is an actual reality, and seeing the perspective from both sides of the religious side, and the damage that does in implanting subconscious fears and creating an illusion of what's really taking place, and the other side that says none of it exists. It's all a trick that happens within the mind because it's not real. And just all of the fronts that we have to combat, first for self, so that way you can teach it and bring it forward to others, to have a chance to be able to move forward, right? Keep moving forward and purify and cleanse. So, I love these topics because it brings awareness when the Matrix does a lot of suppressing. And when you don't keep something consistently at the forefront of your hot, your eve, your mind, it can tend to blend itself into the Matrix. So it's very important that these topics stay at the forefront of everyone's consciousness, which makes you helps to make you more aware of every thought that you have, every decision that you make, which is the best way to begin to build up a defense mechanism for these particular entities that aren't for the benefit of light. So I love this class, and I love where he took it. Yeah, I'm thankful. So Hinu and Tua to the great Saba for this, and showing the Medu words of a lot of these concepts, which of course existed before this false matrix, and the actual real teachings of it. Which again, it just ties right back into all of the Netzer Kurt, the teachings of the Duat, and all of the travels that the great ancestors documented for what's beyond this physical reality that that a lot of people tend to get lost in, and it's about that, right? It's literally all about that. And so this is when I first heard of the Pertin Peru, and all the words that teach about light and purity, and relearning what that means, because right, we just have spirit and soul, right, in everyone's teachings when it comes to any type of force that exists, right? It's either spirit or soul, which it just, that doesn't properly teach, because that just goes back to breath. But it's not really teaching about what people think that they're talking about whenever they say spirit or soul. And so the elimination of that knowledge completely puts one at a disadvantage when it comes to the overall battle. So, you know, to have the different aspects of eternal life, right? The Ka and the Ba, the Ren, and all of the other six, and understanding each of them individually, and what the great ancestors taught about this is something that's so important, and why I'm so happy and proud of what the great Saba is doing, and the House of ATTON being erected and built to create a space where the proper teachings can be given in its proper context, to really give one the opportunity to truly begin to purify and cleanse, and start to prepare properly, because I can just imagine, you know, for however long for those who are prior, and where this was lost, you know, trying to figure it out with no real accessibility. And so you have to learn as you go. So Hinu and Tua to the great Saba Tehuti for this, and for teaching on this, and going into these realms that he goes into to bring forward this information. And I hope that everyone really holds it close to their eve, and takes it serious, and understands that, as he spoke about, you know, when you see these different possession movies or things like that, you know, it's someone in a room for a day, couple days, a week. But you know, when you know that there's others who are consistently nonstop 24/7 putting in that work, and are very disciplined in their practice to combat what we're doing for lifetimes, thousands of years, it's a different seriousness that has to come from those of us who want to produce something of purity, and it starts with recognizing and relearning the question that you asked, great brother. So Tua, much love to you and all your powerful questions that you bring to the pod class. Yeah, I'm sending you much gratitude for that, and for being who you are to be able to even ask those questions. So Tua to you.
Nini up, my brother. Nini up, my brother. Tua.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Definitely, like how SABA had shown the revelation too. How he had shown the revelation there. Yeah, I know if I had noticed that. You know, he had went. I like how he had. It was something like a 666 breakdown part 3. You know, so I like how we keep it all in sync. For some reason, it had still feel like it was in line with the other two. You know, so. That was a plus. That was a bonus.
Yes. Yeah. Great observation, great brother. The Jed Sajem Ma'a Hemet Pauk Ku Hotep, great brother, you there?
Yes, I am here. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu. What's your what's on your Eve, great brother?
Hey, you know what, man? Just building, just making sure we represent the House of ATTON. We're definitely here, still creating in the background. Once again, I need to get some of those glasses like Amun and Amunet. Send me the link, Amun. Man, I need to be over. I need to rock some of those, man, because they look stylish. They not just, you know what I mean? They not just, them weak, trying to block them Blu-rays, right? Like they're not some of them little dorky ones, man. Them actually look like something you could just walk around the street with, man. You could just rock those just in general. So to y'all, because they look phenomenal. I need one of them necklaces, man, because I rock things like that, man. I see you shining over there, man. You got the stones on. That's my vibe, 100%. But anyway, we feeling good, man. Once again, shouts out to the HUSHNATION, the great SABA Tehuti. Like I said, man, we just creating, making sure these visuals is ready to go tomorrow. And me, I'm just right here in the background, man, doing my thing. Appreciate the great SABA for sharing those extra gems. Once again, if I hope people, when they get the chance, rewind what SABA broke down when I asked him the question of how does he stay sane in all of this. And that is literally, from what I got from it, is to literally get rid of all of the matrix, everything. Like whatever you can get rid of it. And structure yourself in a way to where you don't have to involve yourself into it. And yeah, that awakened something within me, what Saba shared. So to that, the House of ATTON is evolving me every day, little by little. Anybody out there with a gift, hey, this is the perfect place for you to exercise that gift, whatever it may be. This is the perfect place to practice and mature your gift. And I guarantee you that if you spend time in that gift, you will come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rises and shine forevermore in Ma'at, because who shines brighter than the great Ra? So once again, if you have a gift, this is the perfect place to exercise it. There's no Isfet judgment here. We know that everyone are at certain levels within who they are, and you will be welcome with open arms. So whatever that gift that you have that you sitting on, hey, bring it forth, because you are amongst the perfect out that will give you the support, give you the energy that you need, give you the Mary. Like I said, this is a perfect place to be. So may you utilize your gift here. And I'm speaking to you, even if you're not on the screen, even if you're not, jumping on, just know that you have that inside, and this is a perfect place. We not like the internet. You know how the internet is very savage. They joke on everything. They talk about everything. They joke on people's vulnerabilities. But here at the House of Atton, we don't live in an Isfet life like that. That's not us. We bring much merry. And so this is a place to where you never have to be shy. You never have to be, you never have to worry. There's no fear here. We are the divine out, and we welcome you with open arms. So may your gift come forth, and may you be that Netiru, just like our Paut. May you echo that. Hotep Henu.
Hotep Henu. To our great brother for that, for your words of encouragement, great brother. To Henu to you. Looking forward to the primordial vision tomorrow. Can you give us a title?
Yeah, it's called mask off. Removing the mask, removing the removing that false identity that we wear every day. And that's why it touched me so well what Saba said when I asked him the question, how do you stay sane? And oh my gosh. Yeah, so I'm gonna share that with y'all right now. Yeah, it's called Mask Off. It's time to come forth. It's time to live up to your Ren. Even if you haven't received your Ren, understand that it already exists. And it's there already. You may not have received it from Saba, but it sits. It still exists. It's hovering over you. It's around you. It's ready for you to request and bring it forth. So yeah, once again, it's called Mask Off, and it's time to abolish the Isfet. It's time to abolish the defects. It's time to Pekka Mku and really live up to who you are. And the Netiru does exist. I am the Jet Sajim Ma'at Himti Pauku Hotep Mary.
All right. That was a perfect close. Got me excited, great brother. I'm looking forward to a mask off. Hotep Great Saba, welcome back.
Hotep, the jet just summoned me. I don't know, conjured me up with the voice. I don't know what that was about, but I had to come on after that. All right, this is great, everybody. We're gonna get where I started. That was a good build. I was listening in and out of what you all were saying in the podcast. I like Hush Nation said it was like a part 3 of his other questions, and I'm glad you all really appreciate this. We're gonna get right into the next answer. Oh, is that her leg? We're gonna get right into the next answer here, everybody. I'm gonna show the question on the screen, and the question is sent in from and all the people that sent in tips for the last question. Don't worry, you will be read off. Israel Hoyley, I see you. RPM, I see you. I see everybody on here. After I do this next answer, I'm going to go ahead and read everybody's off at once with the new tips for this next answer, and a couple supports I didn't read for the last one, and supports that were given by regulars that were not actually tips for the question, but the donations that were given earlier. We're going to get into the next question, everybody. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen so we can give this man his props and respect for his support, and let everybody know who this new donator supporter actually is. So this is coming in from a new brother. Let me go ahead and put it back here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, everybody. Okay, this is coming in from a new brother. Let me go ahead and get the question up on the screen. Questions that need to be answered. What is the brother's name? Oh, here it is. Ronald Warren. I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen. We're going to give him his hand claps again. King Graham. There's the name. King Graham. So I'm going to give him a hand claps again. Then I'm going to put his question on the screen that he actually sent through email. So this one was just the support. And the next one I'm going to put through email. So we're going to give him a hand clap again. So shout out to this brother right here, Ronald Warren, King Graham, 445, $20 with the purple check mark. Give him a clap, please. Nice loud clap. That was 97 Merz were shaking. It was like clap is on super stereo sound mode. I don't know. That was a nice loud clap. Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Your system is working perfectly. Nice and loud. And here's the question the brother asked. He sent in this question right here for everybody to see. He sent in the question. Could you read that for me, Eminette?
Yes, I can. It says, what is the hippocampus and its relation to Kemetic spirituality?
And let me ask everybody on the screen here, those who are on the screen, have you seen any images going around, anything that relates to hippocampus area to any Kemetic symbols at all, any MAAT symbols? Anybody ever seen any, Patah?
Yes. With the pineal, I know it's not necessarily in the hippocampus, but I've seen images of the watch it on top of the brain. I think you have it in the thumbnail, but yes, I've seen that image.
Okay, the watching on top of the brain. This one right here.
Yes.
Okay, and let me ask the good brother Amun, the good sister Amunet, have you ever seen that image or anybody teaching or anybody associating the hippocampus area and any teachings with association with Kemetic symbolisms or teaching?
I saw that image. I have not heard anybody teach on the hippocampus being related to the Nile Valley.
Okay. Amunet, what have you heard in your life?
I haven't seen that picture or heard any of that.
Okay, okay. The Jed Sadem Ma'ah Hems come to the screen, good brother. Hope he's there. Gabrielle, are you there? Anybody there? It's just movie time, commercial time. Okay, we're gonna go to Hush Nation. Hush Nation, have you heard anybody teach or anything about the hippocampus area with any type of?
I'm here.
Hey, Gabrielle. All right. Hush Nation, have you heard of any association with the hippocampus area and anybody teaching it with any kind of Kemetic teachings at all?
But no, Saba. I never even hear about it. I ain't familiar about it at all. I just see the picture, and the picture get me really excited, you know. So I can't wait for this one. I can't wait for this one.
Okay. And Gabrielle, are you there? Is the Jed Saddam there? Okay, they're taking care of the household. All right. Well, anybody in the chat ever heard of any connection? We're going to get into it right now. Welcome
I'm
to
here.
the. Oh, good, wonderful. Have you heard of any connection or teaching with the hippocampus area in Kemet?
No, Saba.
Okay, wonderful. We're going to get into it, everybody. Get your pens, your pads out. Here we go again. Another interesting journey. Question sent in by King Graham, 45. You probably never thought I would have answered this question so fast. You may not even be here. If you are here, King Graham, say something in the chat. Let us know that you're here. And we're about to answer your question today. So everybody get ready. Jump in the chat. My beautiful brother Patah, love and peace to you. Amun, Amunet, the Jet Sadem, Ma'ah, Hemt Paut, Ku, and Gabriella, and Hush Nation. Jump in the chat. Let's get to it, everybody. Let's get the timer out. We're about to get to this next question here of the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's get right into it, everybody. Let's find out what's going on. I'm going to come off the screen for just a minute. You should still be able to hear me. I'm off the screen, but I should still be able to be heard. Word. Okay, good. I'll fix your little leg here, man. Oh, my God. Hold on a second. I got to fix. There we go. Okay, one moment. Everybody's got to fix the Okay, you're on. You're good. You're okay. I'll put the hat back on. So to fix Saket's leg there. Saket's leg was stuck up in the areas. Okay, we're ready, everybody. Are you ready, everybody? Get your pen and pads on. Here we go. Welcome again to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're about to get into this next answer. My arms are getting hot. My body's hot. I gotta cool them down. Body getting warm because we have to keep the temperatures high for all these animals in here. But we're gonna get into this beautiful answer. Here we go, everybody. I'm gonna put the timer back on. Get your pen, your pads out. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, everyone. And here we go with the next question here. And the question is on the hippocampus. Oh no, wait. Something's happening. Hold on with my computer. My computer is hold on. We're gonna go back to the class. Okay, here we go. Okay, boom, there it is. And boom, there that is. Okay, everybody. Get ready. Here we go. We're back in effect. Who is in the chat? Can everybody hear me? Press A9. And here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Timer set on, and boom, there it is. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of your history and your spiritual identity, it's been stolen. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are and where they come from. So let's start again. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Nitiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences. Are there any sources of that in ancient writing? What about government psyops, Big Brother, government conspiracy? Does that really exist? Telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and has infiltrated in the form of the new age, quote-unquote, black consciousness, the atheists who have disguised themselves as, quote-unquote, Kemetic teachers or Kemetic priests or whatever they claim to be today, in the agenda of the Matrix, just focuses on, quote-unquote, the knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients. They will not have any class on the actual teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from what are called memes, or they can do what is called counter-teaching, which is they just go against someone else's teachings. That's their class. That's their presentation, just to go against what someone else says. They only do debate, debunk, expose videos, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, topics such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians were black, the Egyptians are not this, the Egyptians are not that, or that the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the Abos, we are American Indian, not African. Or they speak like, let me tell you where you're wrong. What you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. This attacking everyone, everything is an attack or contention, but they never give you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place. They just remove things, but don't add anything to it of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, family, those so-called conscious teachers, actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Question that came in from the good brother, King Graham, is, what is the hippocampus and its relation to Kemetic spirituality? Another great question sent in to the Tehuti PODCLASS, and this time by a brand new supporter and questioner, King Graham 445. So let us begin, and let me start by asking the class, because we're always interactive. Let me start by asking the class, have you ever heard, or from any quote, from any conscious teacher or woke person, or a person into Kemet, discuss the hippocampus area and its relationship to Kemet spirituality? And what have you heard so far in short? I asked that question actually live to everybody on the panel and in the chat, and I received the answers. In the chat, I didn't see much. Maybe they're typing the answers now. Okay. Well, first, before we get there, which we eventually will, let me go directly into some of the teachings of the ancestors pre-Matrix and what people call today, quote unquote, Kemetic spirituality, which in truth is what was called MAAT. Let's go over a few of them. Let us go back a few thousand years before the Matrix. I will start with the Ipiru Papyrus from 1850 BC. And let's see if there's a trend or a theme taking place with the teaching. Let's go to the Iperu Papyrus, and here's the Iperu Papyrus. Let me expand this a little bit. Here's the Iperu Papyrus. Between 1850 and 1600 BC, Papyrus Leiden. They call Papyrus Leiden 1334 recto. This is in the Dutch National Museum now today of Antiquities in the Netherlands, Holland. The original story of the order Abkeo and its cyclical pattern of nature. So let me see if I can read this. It's a little blurry, but I'm going to do my best to read this. Forthwith, magical spells are divulged, and because they are remembered by men. Remember, use natron and prepare the white bread, and the rest is hard to read because it's a little blurry. The next one, remember. Let me see if I can shrink this down. Why is it so seems to be very blurry? It came out. But remember, oh yeah, remember to chew natron and prepare the white bread. The next one, remember to get the flagstaff and to purify the temple and the netter's house, being plastered white like milk. Remember to make fragrant the perfume of the horizon and the perpetuates bread offering. The next one, remember to observe regulations and to adjust dates. Remember him who offers upon the priestly office in impurity of the body, that is to perform it wrongfully. So there's a few from the Iperu Papyrus. We're going to go to the next one and on to the papyrus known today as the Chester Beatty IV from 1200 BC. And there it is right now, located today in the British Museum, ESA number 10684, 1200 BC. And this one goes on to say, for those learned scribes from the time of the successors of the Nitiru, those who foretold the future, it has come to pass that their names will endure forever, although they are gone, having completed their lives, and although their offerings are forgotten, they did not know how to leave heirs who were children who could pronounce their names, but they made heirs for themselves of the writings and books of instructions which they made. Their mortuary servants are gone, their memorable tablets covered with dust, their chapels forgotten, but their names are pronounced because of these books in which they are made. More profitable is a book than a graven tablet on a chapel wall, well built. A man has perished and his corpse has become dust, but the writings cause him to be remembered in the mouth of the storyteller. Is there any here like Hadi the Deaf? Is there another like I am Hotep? There have been none amongst their kindred like Neferti and Keti, the foremost amongst them. I recall to you the names of Ptah M, the Juti, and Kakepere, son of B. Is there another like Ptah Hotep or Keres? Those sages who foretold the future, that which came forth from their mouth took place, they are gone. Their names are forgotten, but their writings cause them to be remembered. From Papyrus Chester Beatty IV, translated after A.H. Gardner. Okay. And on to 2055 BC. Today, what is called the Tale of the Eloquent Peasant. I don't know why it came out so blurry like that. That's interesting. The Tale of the Eloquent Peasant, which is this papyrus number EA10274. They call it the Eloquent Peasant, but as I've revealed in earlier classes, this is actually called in Meru, the Seketi Nefer Meru, one of the field who is in good speech. This is from 2055 BC, and this is the Seketi Nefer Medu, which we see right here. Here's the Seketi right here. Here's the Nefru Medu right there. So Seketi, that's the Seket, and there's the T. There's the Nefer, Ru, Nefer, and there's the Met, or the Metu. So the Seketi Nefer Medu, that's its real name right there in the language. Okay? And what does it say? Let me blow this up. The people, to see you read with me. Wow, Tehuti, how does all this tie into the hippocampus? Here we go. For Ma'at will endure into eternity and go down to the grave with him who performs it. He will be buried, and the earth will enfold him. But his name will never vanish upon the earth, for he will be remembered because of his goodness. Such is the integrity of the decree of the Nitiru. It is balance. It does not tilt. It is a scale. It does not lean to the side. So it's a consistency. And he will be remembered because of his goodness. Okay? What do you notice, class? I want everybody to type it. What do you notice is the common theme of the common word of importance, focus, within all of these writings of the Nitiru ancestors' focus? What do you notice, everybody? Let me come to the room. What do you notice is the common theme that's echoed throughout all of these writings, even though they're thousands of years, hundreds of years apart? What is the common theme? We have brain members. I don't know if that's typed right. Brain members. Maybe retype that, Robert. I'm not sure what that is. Brain members. What do you see as the common word or common theme throughout all of these writings? What is the focus of these writings? Who's in the prod class today? Who's awake? Who's here? And Robert Williams, just go ahead and retype that. I don't know what brain members. No. Go ahead and. I think I know what you're trying to say, but just go for a retype of that. What do you notice is the common word? There we go. There we go. I think that's what Robert may be trying to say. Brain members, no. Memory, remembering. Shout out to everybody. Oh, and shout out to Tiny 23 Experience. I saw your question also. I saw a question come in from the last pod class. What's your wording? Yeah, the wording was off. Something was off in the wording. I was like, why is Osiris and sisters, brothers? Why are Osiris and brothers, sisters get? Something was off there. If you could send that in an email, and I can understand it better. Okay, there we go. Remember. So the common theme is remember. Right? Remember. Memory is the common theme of that. Wonderful class. Let us continue. Here we go. You ready, everybody? All right, boom. So what do you notice is the common theme of the common word of importance with focus within? So what do you notice is the common theme of the common word of importance of focus within all of these writings of the Nitiru ancestors' focus? And ding, 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 you are right. It is memory. Remember. Yes, memory, remembrance. So what do these what do these echo-themed writings have to do with the hippocampus, which leads to the quantum echoed body, which is the base foundation of quote-unquote Kemetic spirituality? So again, yes, you are right. They all focus on memory, remembrance. So what do these echo-themed writings have to do with the hippocampus, which leads to the quantum echoed body, which is the base foundation of all of the Kemetic spiritual writings? It is the base foundation of Kemetic spirituality. That is a good question. What does all this have to do with the hippocampus area and Kemetic spirituality, and the base foundation of Kemetic spirituality, which is the quantum echoed body? That is the foundation of all of the teachings. What does that have to do with all this, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to find out. But, in order to get to that level, in order to go to that stage, we're going to go to where do we got to go? take these writings of memory remembrance to the quantum echoed body in the hippocampus area, and the quantum echoed body being the base foundation of Kemetic spirituality, as it's called today. In order to do that, everybody, you know what we have to do. We're going to step right into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. Here we go. Boom. Let's go. All right. In what area of the brain is the main interface for olfactory and associative memory? What, Tehuti? What are you talking about? So, I don't expect most of the podcast to answer this, but you can take a jab at it. Take a stab at it, as they say, take a jab at it. In what area of the brain is the main interface for olfactory and associative memory? Does anybody know this? You may have to be a doctor to know this. I don't know if anybody's going to guess this right, but let me see what the podcast has. You ready? That's right, Lisa, to remember. That's right, Robert, to remember. Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. You ready, Lisa? You ready, everybody? So again, I asked the question, what area of the brain is the main interface for olfactory and associative memory? Does anybody know? We got we got polindrum. Is that an area of the brain? Polindrum. Amun Ka Tut Tehuti says the hippocampus. Let's see if that's true. Ready, everybody? Boom, let's go. Boom, boom, and boom. I'm feeling great tonight. I love doing this guidance tonight. And let's go. Here we go. Boom. Let's see. So what area of the brain is the main interface for olfactory and associative memory? Uh-oh. What's this, Tehuti? What is this? The entorhinol cortex in memory. In recent years, scientists have made headway in understanding the entorhinol cortex. They discovered, for example, that stimulating this area promotes neurogenesis and improved spatial memory. Widespread, which is a widespread network hub for memory, navigation, and perception of time. There's the area right there. Part of the cerebrum is sectioned sagittally to the highlight of the amygdala, which is in the green, the hypothalamus, blue-green, hippocampus is in the red. The hippocampus is here in the red. The entorhinol cortex is in the blue. These four structures make up part of the limbic system, which plays a significant part in the body's emotion, motivated behavior, and memory. So what do we see here? We see the amygdala in the green right here, the hypothalamus in the blue-green, the hippocampus here in the red, the entorhinol in the blue. You don't see the color separation? Okay, good. So the entorhinol is the main interface for olfactory and associative memory and spatial memory and the perception of time. Without a properly working entorhinol cortex, you would not have any comprehension of the space and time that you're in. You would have no memory of the events that took place that put you in the space and time. Space, time, and the memory of it creates the coordinates of where you want to be and need to be. All of those coordinates are necessary. The space and the time creates the coordinates for you to be somewhere, and the memory creates the environment for you to know why you're even there. That is your whole existence. And what is the entorhinol interface memory to? Where does it go to? What is the entorhinol? What is entorhinol interface memory to? What is it an interface to? So what is an interface memory to? The entorhinol is the main interface between the hippocampus and the neocortex. We go to Nature Neuroscience, and we go to March 6, 2017, a distinct entorhinal cortex, the hippocampal CA1 direct circuit for olfactory associative learning. There's the hippocampus area right there. So the entorhinal is the main interface between the hippocampus and the neocortex, which you're going to find out. What is the connection between the hippocampus and the neocortex, and when is it most activated in this learning process? A very important time and space that it is activated, which is going to show relevance to what they call Kemetic spirituality. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom. Yes, the hippocampus. Let me take you to the Cleveland Clinic under Body Systems and Organs. Let's go to Cleveland Clinic under Body Systems and Organs. Ready? Here we go. Cleveland Clinic. Under Home Health Library, Body Systems, Organs, section, hippocampus. Hippocampus, the hippocampus is a part of your brain that is responsible for your memory and learning. This small structure helps you remember both short and long term and gain awareness from your environment. The hippocampus is at risk of injury or damage from underlying conditions such as Alzheimer's disease, which of course, Alzheimer's disease results in what? One of the main symptoms is the lack of memory. Let's go over here to the chart and see the hippocampus. I'm going to shrink this down. Boom. And here we go. Conditioning programming, part of the brain. Memories aren't stored in just one part of the brain. Different types are stored across different interconnected brain regions. For example, memories, which are about events that happen to you episodically, as well as general facts and information. That's the semantic memory. There are three important areas of the brain, starting the hippocampus. Here's the neocortex and the amygdala. Okay? So memories aren't stored in just one part of the brain. Different types are stored across different interconnected brain regions. For example, memories, which are about events that happen to you episodically, as well as general facts and information semantic. There are three important areas of the brain, the hippocampus, the neocortex, and the amygdala. Implicit to memories, such as motor memories, rely on the basal ganglia and cerebellum. Short-term working memory relies heavily on the prefrontal cortex, attaches emotional significance to memories. So there's memories, there's the attachment compound, links and association, that attaches emotional significance to the memories. This is the difference between a computer memory on a disk or hard drive and what the prefrontal cortex, the neocortex, and the hippocampus do. Attach emotional significance, which a hard drive can't do. A robot or computer can't do it. That's the difference between a human hominid memory and a computer memory, one of the main differences. This is important because strong emotional memories, those associated with shame, joy, love, or grief, are difficult to forget. It means the more emotional you go through something, the more that the neocortex and hippocampus and amygdala compounds the memory, serving as a way to remember it more. It'll come quicker to your memory. And of course, all this is interfaced with the entorhinol system. Back over to here, the entorhinol cortex. So this is the interface, and once it goes through the interface, then these parts here, they control the different aspects of the memory. So it's not just the memory, not just the interface, but also the emotional significance. which compounds you to remember it more. The more shame, joy, love, grief happen, the more difficult it is to forget. The permanence of these memories, that means to be permanent, suggests that interactions between the amygdala, hippocampus, and neocortex are crucial in determining the stability of a memory, that is, how effectively it is retained over time. Thus understand that there are certain areas in the brain dedicated to storing information and episodic memory, and linking and tying them to your neurocortex in emotion that is affecting you chemically by simple thought and neural connections that happen on a consistent basis, and as they are rethought about, they are compounded chemically. That's harder to forget. The hippocampus area of the brain was so important to the ancients, and the practice of it through links and associations were known to echo into what is known now as the non-physical realm. This echoed memory was necessary to maintain the sound frequency that composed each individual, because in that out-of-body realm, you are only light and sound frequency of the echoed projectable double, the pure energetic projectable double. So in that realm, you're just echoed light frequency. It was very important to do a transference and have a strong partition between the working brain, the hippocampus, and transferring that consciousness into a body that doesn't have a physical brain. It's made up of light and sound that is more elusive than the physical brain is, because the physical brain is held together by what we consider physical matter. As you transfer out into a light body and into a quantum realm, now things become more unstable. So it was very important to focus on the retention of memory and the discipline of the strength of the mind, so that when you go into a more elusive state, you could project your memory consciousness up into more higher refined states of body that are not as compounded as the physical realm. They're more elusive. So thus you have to be even more focused as a light body. This aspect of conscious memory retention practice was so important to imbue in the spiritual lifestyle of the followers of Ma'at that there was an entire chapter dedicated to it in the Per Emharu for the out of body. Here's the entire chapter now, called the Re En Ertat Sekau, which is the chapter of making one to remember. Memory and the working of the hippocampus area and transferring the consciousness from the physical to the more refined light body was so important. There was a chapter dedicated called the Sekau, or the Sekem, or the Seket chapter, which is the Re En Ertat Sekau, which is the remembrance of your sound frequency or your sound wave that they translate here as name. So the chapter or the utterance, but it doesn't really say chapter, it really is the utterance of sound, because the word is Re, which is the mouth. It's the utterance of sound, not the chapter. Chapter comes from the word kaput, which means head of, because Re was literally the head of the Nitiru, so they put chapter here, but it really is the sound words. The sound words to remember the sound frequency in the Netzerkert. May be given to me my sound frequency in the Par Or, also called the Par Or Pa, which is a palindrome, one of the first palindromes on earth, for the Pa, which is the physical house. You can tell by the line there, it's a physical realm. It's not literally just a house, but it's an environment. A physical realm, because the line means something is literal. And then this one, which is the Or, which means something that's powerful, into the next house, which doesn't have the line under it, because this is the double of the physical. Or in reality, the physical is the double of this one. That's why these are both the same word. This one just has a line under it, emphasizing this is a physical house or physical realm, and this one is a realm that doesn't have a line under it. It's not a literal physical touchable realm, but it's a copy echo of this one, so that they call it the Great Double House. The Par or Pa, or the Par or. What is it? What do you say? May I Seka, Sekem, Seket, all the same memory. May I remember, retain the memory of my sound frequency in a realm that is light. The Nesser, a realm that is light sound light. Nesser, they have fire here. This is light. Nesser is fire light, and it's sound. It has the tongue in it. That's where you get the word Nesubiti. Nesu, the one with the fiery tongue. That's the tongue meru glyph right there. And it's the fiery tongue. But here it's talking about something outside of the after death. It is a realm. There's the house realm. There's the realm right there. It's a realm of sound light. Nesser, that's sound light. Nesser. In the Kur, night, that is the judgment of time, years, which is the responsibility of the consciousness of Sheshet and Tehuti. Because years now, the judgment begins in this next realm. After you pass the scales of judgment, they have computing, because Eep is the enumeration of something. It's also the original name of the Karnak temple, and it is the word for judgment. After the judgment scene, after you're in this realm, now your life begins again. Now there's the new computing of a new Renpet. Renpet means to be young again, or to be a babe, or to have time period starting over again, to be youthful again, because you're now born into this double realm, and now you're starting all over again. Now there's a new computation, which is the new judgment of your new time period beginning here. It's the telling of numbers of a new time, not your physical life. But the focus was on memory, a whole chapter dedicated to memory. Tehuti, are you saying that the hippocampus, and it's some typos here, but Tehuti, are you saying that the hippocampus and its high ability to maintain memory would actually transcend the physical and cause one to ascend or rise from the body? Let me take you back to the Param Haru, chapter 26. Here it is right here. We're in chapter 24, 25. Let's just go to the next one, chapter 26. What does it say about memory and conscious memory giving you the ability to ascend out of your body? Let's see what directly the ancestors said, not the new age woke people. It says, rise up. So, Tesu, which is to rise up for yourself. I want to rise up. Make me to rise. What? Seket. That's the conscious memory. Seket. Seket is the power of memory, which is what the power of this lion Netzert does, which I did many classes on that. It is the power of conscious memory. Seket, the Netzert, Seket. May I be in the pets, being consciously done. What I utu, what I command, utu, in what? The head pitaka. I know my heart, my eve, I gain power. See here, the power is the same word for memory. Seket or sekem is the same word for the power of memory. The root, seka, which is to remember. Because once you have that memory, now you have gained the power. Now you have the power to control over your heart. I sekem over your two hands, your two arms. I sekem over my 2 feet. I have gained this power, this conscious power, because in that realm, the only thing giving you the ability to move is your consciousness. When you pass, when you get hit by a car or something happens to you and you pass away, you realize, hey, I'm dead. I can't move. Nothing's happening here. I can't move. When you go into the next realm, now you want to gain the memory that you practice on earth on how to move that body. Once you gain the memory, the seket or the sekem, now you can start moving your etheric light body on that realm because you remembered what you were doing here and practicing in the physical realm. If you have no memory of it, your practice was in vain. boom. There is the Saket memory being used to cause to rise and gain power to control the doubled echoed body parts in that realm of the out of body. Okay? Come back here one moment. Boom, boom. Okay, good. Let's go back to it. Here we go. All right. Boom. Yes, the hippocampus and its health is crucial when its consciousness is doubled into the consciousness of the pure energetic projectable double, which is practiced in the out-of-body experience when episodic memory is necessary to be reintegrated back into the physical body. The hippocampus plays a crucial role because of its transference of information into the out-of-body while your physical body is asleep. While your physical body is asleep, your hippocampus is at work. We're going to find that out in a few moments. Your hippocampus is at work. And now your episodic memory is extremely important for the pure energetic projectable double to project the consciousness to each refined higher echo of its own self and to reintegrate forwards and backwards. Reintegration is when the body comes, the light body comes back this way into the body. Reverse reintegration is when it's going to go this way. We're going to find out about that in a moment. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Each echoed body transfers the Saket memory of the experience downward, apparently. Down and up, apparently, because in our mind we're having an out-of-body ascending upward. What's actually happening is each body is just echoing at a refined frequency. It's not literally going up or down. It's just going into another refined frequency. But by the time we are conscious, the body can look down at the physical body. So we think our out-of-body experience is up or down. In actuality, you were just in different refined frequencies. So each echoed body transfers the Saket memory of the experience. You see, Nefertiti Saket name ceremony is still going on. Here we go. So each echoed body transfers the Saket memory of the experience downward, apparently descending back to the physical body. This is called reintegration. The information must be woven, weaved, connected in a sequential episodic form in order for the information to be in order, in order for it to make sense to the conscious mind. Once you wake up, to make it more clear and relatable, if you wanted to get the correct theme of your favorite show, TV show, you would not watch it as episode 3, then episode 10, episode 19, then episode 2. The mind receives information correctly as structured episodic manner. Structured episodic memory, which is controlled by the hippocampus area. Thus, guess what else the word was for memory needed to rise and ascend in the meta-netter? All these things have to be connected, like 1, 2, 3, 4, interconnected. In other words, woven together. They can't be broken up. They have to be woven together in an episodic memory. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what makes sense to us. So that's the Saket, which is also the word for memory. Guess what else the word is in the meta-netter? So here is the Sekau, Seka, Saket, which is rise to power, make me rise to power and memory. Guess what else Saket means? Saket, to weave, mold together, spider. You see? Here we go. Boom. Memory that is woven together, episodically connected, as a spider's web is connected, and those making sense of thus making sense of episodes, structured and symmetric time and space each frequency body occupies. So that's when the episodic memory is woven together. The time and space makes sense. The memory makes sense because there's a storyline. So if you just open your eyes and you wake up in China somewhere and there's no explanation of why you're there, you'd be very confused. But if you have episodic memory of, oh, I took the plane to China, or I came to China to check on my my investments over here in China. I remember ordering the ticket. That makes sense. I got on the plane. That makes sense. I didn't just wake up in the morning and I'm in China. So it is a structured episodic memory that the hippocampus controls. And also the hippocampus controls your regulation understanding, your understanding of space and time. This is called spatial memory. So what time and space are you in? Oh, it's 4:45 a.m. in China. Why is that? Where am I? What space am I in? Where am I occupying? If you don't understand the space and time you're in and the episodes which led you there, you'd be living a life of utter confusion because you wouldn't have an episodic life. Your life would be 1, 5, 8, 22, 103, 2, 4, 17, 1,280, 1,800,000. It would be confusing. So the memory that is woven together episodically, connected as a spider's web is connected, and thus making sense of episodes structured and symmetric time and space each body occupies. So that's the same word for memory, and the power of memory is the same word for weaving things together, because when things are woven together, they're in a structured manner, sometimes even symmetrical, such as the spider's web. And does that look familiar? As you can see on my head, which represents conscious memory as I teach you this class. Tehuti, why you have a spider on your head? How come you don't wear it on your chest? Why isn't it? What's a spider about? Because the spider is Sekhet. The spider is the conscious memory woven together, the word for memory and consciousness controlled by the hippocampus. In episodic memory is the word Sekhet, memory, which is the same word for spider weaving something like this. That's her name. Her name is Sekhet. That's when I tell the Jets to them and other people, I've completely separated myself from the matrix. Everything that I do is based on this. I cannot relate to any other frequency. So everything that you see me do, the spider on my head, because that is where the consciousness is, that is where my hippocampus is, it is where the brain memory is. It's not in my shoulder, it's not in my lips, it's in my brain. So the Sekhet is right there all this time. That's what it's there. Tehuti is weird. He has a spider on his head. I want to be weird. Let me be weird while you wear a Raiders hat. Here we go. Boom. Ready? So as you see on my head, which is conscious memory, as I teach you this, that's the spider Sekhet on my head. There's the spider weaving, all symmetrical, all organized. It's not weaved all over the place. Spiders' webs, especially orb weavers, look very structured and organized. Even the ones that don't look organized to us are very organized, and I could answer that when I come to the panel, but that's another thing. Here we go, boom. Oh, guess what? Exact types of memory the hippocampus covers. Let me take you to Science Direct, Volume 35, Issue 4, August 15th, 2002. What are the exact types of memories that the hippocampus governs? Here we are. Science Direct, Volume 35, Issue 4, August 15, 2002, pages 625 to 641. What does it say here? The human hippocampus and spatial and episodic memory. That's what it governs. The space and time you're in. The episodic memory. It has to be in episodes woven together to make sense sequentially. That's the spider's web. That is the Sekhet. That is the memory. The Sekhet. Seka. Same as the spider. Same as weaving. The memory has to be interconnected. So if you remember you're sitting down, you have to remember, if you notice you're sitting down, it only makes sense to you if you notice what were you doing to cause you to sit down. That's woven to the next episode, which is woven backward to the next episode. Each episode in your life has to be interconnectively woven together in an episode form or your life would be you'd go crazy. You wouldn't know why you have a shirt on. You wouldn't remember when you put the shirt on. You wouldn't remember if it's a hot day, a cold day. You wouldn't remember how to drive your car. You wouldn't even remember that you owned a car. You wouldn't remember who your parents are, who your mother. You wouldn't remember your friends. Everything has to be an episode. When you wake up in the morning, you see the woman or man beside you. You have to remember, oh, this is my lady because I remember marrying her. I remember meeting her at the park. If you didn't have episodic memory, every time you woke up beside your loved one, you'd be like, who is this? I don't remember you. How'd you get here? The episodic memory is what keeps you sane. That's the spider's weave. That's the saket that you see on my hat, the conscious area, or the seat of consciousness, which is my head. Okay? So, guess what exact types of memory the hippocampus governs? Of course, space and time that you're in, an episodic memory. Okay? Science Direct. Let me take you to Science Direct, Volume 35, Issue 4, August 15th, 2002. And there we see it right there. Human hippocampus, spatial and episodic memory. Now it makes sense. Boom. The hippocampus governs episodic. Boom. The hippocampus governs episodic, time, and space memory. Each body that projects must go through a sheath, a frequency barrier that can result in a traumatic sound that your double body consciousness is sensitive enough to hear and feel. So thus, when you're having an out-of-body experience, some people may say, I heard like a lot of buzzing. It sounded like a helicopter. It sounded like a whirlwind. It sounded like some type of, it's always something that is it's a violent sound, like a lot of strong wind, or that is the sound of you going through the barrier to the next frequency. The same sound you make as the person on land walking in the frequency of land, just walking around, and now you want to dive in a pool. So the professional divers, it doesn't affect them. So a brand new person that sees water and jumps and dives in the pool, when they go from the land and air to the frequency of water, there is a tearing sound, like we call it splash. It makes this big loud, and if you're unfamiliar with it, it could shock you. You could be like, what the heck is that? What is that? What is that sound I'm hearing? It's the sound of you breaking the barrier of a different dimension. You're in one, we're just in air and landmass, and then you're going to jump into the water, and you're going to hear that sound of you going into something else. That's the same thing when you come out of your body and have an out of body. When you come out, sometimes there's energetic conflict, or there's a sound you hear, and for those who are not focused, sometimes they can't get past that sound, and that sound is what wakes you up, so you can't go into your out of body. Most people who go through sleep paralysis or have an out of body, it's always accompanied with a sound. If anybody's ever had an out of body and experienced a sound, let me know. Type it in the room. Ooh-wee, let's go, man. Let's go. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. There's no slander. There's no tough talk. There's no craziness. It's just what the ancestors thought. Here we go. Are you ready? Boom. Okay, so hippocampus, boom. The hippocampus governs episodic time, space, memory. Each body that projects must go through a sheath, a frequency barrier that can result in a traumatic sound that your double body consciousness is sensitive enough to hear and feel. This abrupt, apparent, violent sound can cause an adrenaline effect in the limbic system that is sleeping, resulting in the out of body to want to prematurely reintegrate, shifting consciousness back to the physical body, breaking the episode of events. Disruptive memory disrupts the memory that was needed to transfer while you sleep. Now, guess what specific type of memory the hippocampus controls? And guess when the scientists say the hippocampus information is transferring? Do you remember in the beginning? In the beginning, way over here, we were into the entorhinol cortex memory, which is what? The entorhinal cortex memory is the interface for olfactory and associative memory. What is olfactory? Does anybody know? Could that be sound? The olfactory and associative memory. What's olfactory? Olfactory, what is that? So olfactory memory, remember I said we would get back to. Why is the entorhinal so important? Because it is the interface in the olfactory and associative memory to the hippocampus area. You see? So now that we know that the entorhinal is the interface of the olfactory and associative memory that works with the hippocampus, now it can make sense why is it when this memory is disrupted or interfered with, that was needed to transfer you while you sleep. It's while you're sleeping. That's when you have most of your out of bodies. Now guess what specific type of memory that hippocampus controls, and guess when scientists say the hippocampus information is transferring. When is this information transferring? Is it while you're walking around? Memory functions in the limbic system. Hippocampus, let me shrink this down. Hippocampus is critical for acquiring new memories and consolidating short-term, long-term memory. Amygdala is crucial for fear memories. Storage of memory is cerebral hemispheres. Higher order processing and planning occurs in the prefrontal lobe. So when is this transferring? Let's go. Hippocampus. The hippocampus is located in the brain's temporal lobe, is where episodic memories are formed. An index for later access. Episodic memories are autobiographical memories from specific events in our lives, like coffee we had with a friend last week. In higher mammals, for its wrinkly appearance in humans, the neocortex. Here we go. So the neocortex is the largest part of the cerebral cortex, the sheet of neural tissue that forms the outside surface of the brain, distinctive in higher mammals for its wrinkly appearance in humans. The neocortex is involved in higher functions such as sensory perception, generation of motor command, spatial reasoning, and language. Over time, information from certain memories that are temporarily stored in the hippocampus can be transferred to the neocortex. Remember the connection between the hippocampus and the neocortex? The entorhinal cortex, here it is. General knowledge, things like knowledge that coffee provides a pick-me-up. Researchers think the transfer from the hippocampus to the neocortex happens as you sleep. That's what the science is starting to discover. This transference, where your memory is working the highest, is when you're in a state of rest and sleep. The exact same time that people usually have the out of body. The exact same time when you connect with your saket. The memory transference to project from the pure energetic projectable double back and forth to the physical body to bring and retain its experiences that you were having while the physical body is asleep, because that's when the hippocampus is working the most in its retention of memory and learning. Why would it need to be working the most in learning while you're sleeping? Shouldn't it be working the most in learning while you're at school writing the test? Shouldn't you be at test? And that's when my hippocampus is working the most. That's when the transference is the most. When I'm writing the test, when I'm studying, I remember this test. I'm studying to learn the test. It says it happens while you're sleeping. The same time that you're having the out of body, when your pure energetic projectable double needs the saket the most. That's when it's activated the most at that time, not while you're studying for the test. Uh-oh. Tehuti, you made it all up. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Researchers think this transfer from hippocampus to neocortex happens while we're asleep. What transfer? The transfer of the neocortex is involved in higher functions, perception, motor command, spatial reasoning, languages, and of course the hippocampus working with memory. Neocortex, general knowledge, things like knowing that the coffee provides a pick-me-up. The knowledge is transferred while you're in the alpha wavelength or the theta and delta wavelength, not while you're in beta wavelength. And with this memory and hippocampus sharpened in the physical realm, they can transfer through outward reintegration and reverse back to the pure energetic projectable double called the Ba. And now we can return to places on earth that we remembered and thus are familiar with, such as the revisiting of family members. And thus now you become an ancestor in that realm, but you remember where to go back to, which now you can be called upon due to the purification of your memory, which was controlled on earth and practice. There's a type here, as stated through your by the scribe of Orkau Keti in the laws of Ma'at 2150 BC. So this is practiced while you're on earth. So now we go to the scribe. This is the palette of writing tool. The scribe, the laws of Ma'at from Mary Kara, Orkau Uketi, 2150 BC. And now this is the instructions of Mary Kara, teachings from Mary Kara. For an upright heart is becoming to a lord or to a neb. It is the front of a house which creates respect for the back. Observe Ma'at that you may endure long upon the earth. The Ba will return to the place which it knows, and it will not wander from what it is familiar with. All magic rituals will be unable to oppose it, and it will make its way to those who offer it water. So in order to be familiar with something, you have to have a memory of it. So in the out of body, the pure energetic projectable double has a memory consciousness called the Saket that you were practicing with your hippocampus here on earth. Thus, when you pass into the afterlife, the pure energetic projectable double takes the doubles of everything that made up your physical body and transfers it upwards. Transfers to that. So that's why an out of body sometimes has 2 hands, 2 legs, and a head, because that is what you remember having while you were on earth. It is your consciousness that creates your light body into a shape. Woo, Tehuti made it all up. Yeah, me and Urketi made it all up in 2055 BC. Here we go, boom. When in a healthy brain state, all working together with the basal forebrain, which corresponds with wakefulness, and the amygdala and hippocampus, which holds emotional episodic memory, one functional corresponding memory episode leading to another one that corresponds, thus a linear line of focus, a coherent continuum, the opposite of tumultuous chaotic thoughts, because each echoed body called the Ba, which literally means to double, has to pass the memory backwards into a less refined copy until the complete reintegration of consciousness back into the physical body, so that the out-of-body experiences was meaningful. Because no matter how successful an out-of-body experience is, if there's no memory of the reintegration, it is as if it never happened. Thus, Saket memory is key to all spiritual experiences in Kemet, in Ma'at. There's a prefrontal cortex. Here is the basal forebrain. This is the wakefulness. Here is the amygdala and hippocampus, which is episodic and emotional memories. Right here. Amygdala, hippocampus. Working together. And thus, one of the main attacks of the matrix is to shift or degrade the working consciousness and memory capabilities of the hippocampus, which in turn will nullify spiritual experiences with the Ba, especially under the diametric matrix guise of helping you. Dr. Michael Nels, the molecular geneticist, immunologist, author, and educator, was interviewed by Tucker Carlson, and Carlson asked him a very interesting question on a particular vaccine shot. Let's go to the footage. A very interesting question on a particular vaccine shot. Tehuti, how do you get away with it? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Put this here. All right, I'm going to load it up here, and then I'm going to put it on the screen for all of you to see. Okay. So, again, Dr. Michael Nels, a molecular geneticist, immunologist, author, and educator. He was interviewed by Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson asked him a very interesting question on a particular vaccine shot. Let's see what he said about this. This is coming from an immunologist. What better knowledge can we get on a topic of immunity and the shots than from an immunologist and geneticist himself? Let's see what he has to say. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Everybody see? Bam, bam. Here we go. Ready?
Those of us who've noticed that people who've taken the mRNA vax and boosters seem different psychologically.
Yeah,
we're not imagining that.
Yeah, no. It's that's what's really happening. You see, people who have not a high production of these cells in the hippocampus, they act normally during the day. In a normal situation, they do whatever humans do, and you don't realize it. I saw that actually even in the part of my of people I know, that when I saw them at parties, we could talk about everything which is trivial. But as soon as you start talking about something more difficult, that was before 2020, you realize they don't want to you put their brain into a working mode. They just avoided these topics, and these very people who are not interested in really thinking were the ones who actually took the shots very quickly. Because you have to see the mental immune system, as I already counted off, the curiosity is lacking, so the other side of the coin of curiosity is psychological resilience, because being curious, meaning you enter a new space, new thoughts, and everything that's new is per se potentially dangerous.
Yes.
So you have to have a high psychological resilience to enter this new space. So if both is down, curiosity and psychological resilience, then you accept everything. And particularly if something comes with a lot of fear, oh, you could die, your family could die, everything is very, very dangerous, then you fall back to I would say cortical reflexes, like something that is inborn in us, behavior that's inborn. And one behavior that's inborn, of course, in humans is, and that's natural, is if there's a danger, you go into the group. You don't try to be isolated. You follow the group. And if people tell you the group is going to take this vaccine, then everybody runs and I want to have it too. You don't think, you just follow the crowd.
The hippocampus, they act normally during the day. Tucker Carlson. Typo, I said Carson. Boom. The hippocampus governs psychological resistance. Healthy working hippocampus means high psychological resilience. Sorry, boom. The hippocampus governs psychological resilience. Healthy working hippocampus means high psychological resilience to enter the new space of curiosity. This mental growth, this mental growth needs a strong, healthy hippocampus area which promotes resilience for emotional resilience in order to enter a new space of reality, which is the ability to learn and remember new things. Thus, with a low psychological resilience and low curiosity, the mind nullifies to accept everything. The critical thinking is inhibited. All of this is governed by a low or high, healthy or unhealthy hippocampus. And those who can control the hippocampus can control the direction of your decision making and thus control the direction of your fate by altering the hippocampus's resilience. I was the first to reveal to my students that the quote-unquote boat in the Purim Haru was actually your consciousness in travel on this journey out of body. By revealing that, now the actual definition of the word we know is not boat, but it is int. And what does int mean? The previous teachers thought it's just the boat of Ra. The word there is actually int, and it means consciousness, to know something, to perceive something. And what's the symbol of int? Anybody know? The weaver. That's the Neith symbol. Do you see it now? That's the Neith symbol. What do they use that symbol for? They use it in modern day science, modern day quantum science, for string theory. Huh? String theory uses this symbol for modern day science. You've heard me teach it many times before, but now you know. For the first time, I'm letting you know that the word for the boat is actually the Neith symbol. That's the Neith symbol. It's consciousness, because now you know that Neith Neith and Saket are the same. Neith is the string, the weaver, and Saket is the weaver. Because consciousness has to be connective, and it has to be episodic for it to make sense to you. So thus the scientists take the symbols, they give it back to you, they take the Metanetter symbols, and they give it back to you as that. Do you see this? That is the word for Neith. This is now modern day science interaction with the quantum string, as in a thread, as in a web, as in Saket. This is what the scientists are using, telling you that they're atheists. And there's the Neith symbol. That's the weaver. That's the Neith symbol. Now today, called the quantum string. Of course it's called string, because string is what you weave things with. That's where they took the word knit, which is N-I-T, knit, and they made the English word for stringing something together, which is now knit. Now Neith's name is the word for stringing things together. We know that that is consciousness strung together so that it can make sense. Without episodic memory, your life doesn't make sense. So that's the word for the boat. Int is also really Neith. Int and Neith are the same word. That's the string, something woven together, and the boat represents the smooth movement and also the fastest vehicle in Kemet. Faster than a horse, faster than the horse and chariot, faster than a man running. The fastest way that you can get from the top of Kemet to the other bottom part, as they call it, Rez and Mehi, is with a boat, smoothly going through water, controlled by the oar. That's in the Karu word. And so the word for boat is the Neith symbol, which is string, which is the same meaning as Saket, which is weaving the web or the string, the spider. Episodic memory. Episode 1, weave to episode 2, weave to episode 3. We've to episode 4. Now it makes sense to you because it's Niyat. That is the boat. I never taught you that before. I'm teaching that now. There it is. Boom. See it? There it is. Anit. Anit. There's the boat. So it's not just the boat of Ra, it's the smooth traveling symbolism of your consciousness moving down a path, and the fastest path to get from point A to point B, because you're a being of light, light consciousness. And there's the Niyat symbol right there, which is the weaver, the same as the Saket for memory. This is the aspect of consciousness that carries the memory throughout its journey in the out of body and the afterlife, represented by the smooth traversing of a boat with no mental, spiritual, tumultuous interference, which would be the direct result of the lack of episodic memory, which would cause your life story to be convoluted when you get over to the other side. Let me take you to 900 BC to the tomb of, here we go, Bast. Why are you taking us here, Tehuti? So here we are. This is the detailed interior of the coffin and tomb of Bast, 900 BC. Here's Bast about to be CAT scanned at the Manchester Children's Hospital. Imagine you go to the Children's Hospital. Imagine you're in Manchester and you go to a hospital and you look through one of the windows and you see the huge Kemetic coffin of Bast in the Children's Hospital about to be CAT scanned. So here it is. So this is Bast, 900 BC. Now it's logged as account number 5053A. Something very interesting was found on the walls of Bast. Are you ready? What's this? Remember I told you that in the next answer we're going to get to legless horses. Anybody ever seen this? Here's something brand new for everyone. Have you ever seen this Medu symbol? Huh? A horse with a scaled body. It looks like a serpent. Anybody ever seen the horse? The horse Medu? That's a clear horse's head with a scaled serpent's body. This was found, not just found in hers, but I have about 4 others, but I'm just going to focus on her to keep the class short. But this is found in Bast's tomb. A horse's head with a scaled body. What is this, Tehuti? A serpent-tailed horse. And these images of a scaled-tailed horse have been found all the way up to the Ptolemaic period and is always associated with the out-of-body and afterlife. Remember I just taught you that the boat in the spiritual teachings of the out-of-body was the word for consciousness, which held the memory needed for the smooth transition? That's the init. We just went over that. The boat. The consciousness. Let me show you how else the serpent scaled tailed horse was depicted. Uh-oh. What's this, Tehuti? The serpent-tailed horse on the conscious memory boat with Aset and Neptet on each side. A scaled serpent-tailed horse thousands of years ago, pre-Matrix, associating a serpent-bodied horse, which associated you on a boat, becoming a god or a netter of waters. The Nile River, there's the waters right there. Because whenever you see blue waves, that's the waters. There's the boat, and there's the horse again, a horse's head on a serpent's body over waters. Because you transition, become conscious, and just as in the physical realm, the people back then were traveling on a boat, in the next realm, you become the god of the waters, or the god of the boat, the nether of the boat, because your boat is your consciousness moving smoothly as the boat moves over the water. So you become a god over the waters, or the neters over the waters, which is consciousness and conscious waves. But there's a horse with a scaled serpent body in the same image as the Atet boat, which is the boat of memory. This image right here. But instead of this rectangular box with a serpent over it, it's the same boat. Aset and Neptet usually flank to each side. But now we have a horned, we have a horse's head serpent body. These images were all the way up into the Ptolemaic period. They never stopped. The nets are over the water. The nets are over the water. Well, you know what, everybody? In all this time, I never told you why modern day scientists, you know, the ones that they say don't adhere to the gods or spiritualism, why they even call this memory center of the brain hippocampus, did I? I never ever did actually tell you why. Why is that part of the brain even called the hippocampus? Why do the scientists call it that? What? That doesn't even sound like an English word. What is it? Well, hippocampus. What is that to why are they calling it that? So all this time, you know what? All this time I've never told you why the modern day scientists, you know, the ones that they all this time, you know what? All this time, well, you know what? All this time I have never told you why modern day scientists, you know, the ones that say they don't adhere to gods or spiritualism, call this memory center of the brain the hippocampus, did I? I never told you why. Hippocampus. Hippocampus. Classical mythology, a fish-tailed horse. Uh-oh. Huh? Hippocampus, a fish-tailed horse of the sea, was ridden by the sea gods. The unfolding of the cerebral cortex into the lateral tissues, cerebral hemisphere, having major role in learning, emotion, and memory. Named for the seahorse shape of the cross section. Learning. Hippocampus. Hippocampus in the Greek was the name of the horse on the Atet boat. Hippocampus, that was the literal name of the serpent body horse of memory. Hotep, I am done. That's where you get the name hippocampus from. That is the hippocampus right there on the boat of memory. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken for the for those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th ritual, or if you have learned or if any of this had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of appreciation of reciprocity. Send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Hippocampus, MAAT Memory, Seahorse, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App TT and Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Now you have learned on this date, November 9th, 2024, 11:45 to 11:48 p.m. that Hippocampus was actually the name of the horse, serpent-tailed horse on the boat of consciousness. The Greeks called it Hippocampus. That was the memory horse. Hotep, I'm done. Hope you liked it. If you are getting this anywhere else, please put the YouTube channel, book, chapter, and verse in the chat. If not, please appreciate this. One hour and 19 minutes. Let's set the panel up. The supporters. Jump up if you're a supporter. We're going to ask what people thought of that answer. That's my last answer of the night. And then we're going to go to the support and the donation. So that. How you doing, Amunet?
I'm doing excellent. Wealthy SABA, 12 very much for this class. The entire class was beautiful. The ending was extra beautiful. I've never saw until now the horse serpent and how you beautifully weave together it back into what hippocampus means. That's absolutely beautiful. If I had looked that up prior, I would have no idea, or anyone else would have no idea why it says the seahorse or anything like that. So the way you did that was absolutely beautiful. It really shows that that you are a master at this. You're the only person that can do this. So 12 very much. You make sense of things that really would not make sense whatsoever unless you have the knowledge that you have. So 12 very much.
Nini Uk. Yeah. Go ask, ask the current Kemetic teacher, what is this horse? Who's the horse in that term? What's this horse with a serpent tail? Tell me about it. Don't use the Tehuti PODCLASS and tell me about it. So, I'm glad you appreciate it. And Amunet. Was it Antu? Amunet. Give a few words. What do you know about the horse with the why they even call the hippocampus? Scientists name. How many classes have I done on scientists naming things after Kemetic material? How many classes? I thought they were atheists. Go ahead.
I appreciate this class very much. I appreciate you very much and all that you're giving to us and providing. I really love that you gave the reason on why you have the spiders on your hat. That's very powerful, and I'm very appreciative that you gave that out as a jewel. And yeah, it gives me more clarity on that. And I really love the out of body, as you know, and it means very much to me, and it helped me a lot with my practices. So I'm very appreciative of you. Appreciative of you to all very much.
Nini Uk. Okay, wonderful. Hush Nation.
Yes, Sarah. Big love, big MAAT, Perna M Sextet. I definitely appreciate this one. Definitely going diving deeper in the memory in the second. This one was new. You see, a lot of things about this one I didn't know. A lot of information in this one was new and literally mind blowing. And with the horse and the snake, all of that, yeah, all of that new. Definitely mind blowing. I definitely did appreciate this one. This was super nefa. Big Tua, big love, appreciate it so much. Thank you, Saba. Tua so much.
Nini Uk. We're gonna go to the supports to see what the appreciation was. If you saw that 1 hour and 20 minutes, support the Tehuti PODCLASS, support what it is that I'm doing, support what it is that we're doing, support this if you've ever supported Nathan's Hot Dog and cotton cone candy and whatever these things are, whatever these things are out there that we spend thousands of dollars on, popcorn for movies, on fantasies and all type of stuff we've done. Support the truth. This phenomenon is not happening anywhere else on the planet. If it is, let us know so we can combine forces with those. We're actually teaching from the culture. How you doing, Patar? You knew about the horse nectar? the horse serpent. What's that? What is the horse serpent?
Yes, that was the first time I've ever seen that. Absolutely. Yes, to our great Saba for this very extensive class and showing all of the. I love that you went through the different papyruses and how the scribes write about how that is what creates the memory for them, and I love that. So. Yeah, this was very deep. Tua Hinu, great Saba, and Tua, for showing the horse serpent nectar.
Yeah, that's Nini Uk. Yeah, I mean, look at the scientists of anatomy, the biologists are naming parts of the brain after the Medu symbol that was on the Atet boat of memory. You see, because what's happening is the switching of roles. The atheists, scientists, are the ones who read the papyrus, and the conscious, so-called Kemetic black community are actually the atheists in disguise. It's actually reversed. Go ask any black, woolly-haired, conscious man about the horse nectar, and then go into biology and ask them about the root of why they call it hippocampus. They saw the symbol. That's the actual name of the. That's the Greek name of that horse. That's its name. It's called that. So they say that it's hippocampus, named after this part of the brain is named after the shape. The actual horse is called hippocampus in the Greek writings when the Greeks Ptolemies came in. Anyway, let's get into it, everybody. So that was called that before. Ask your atheist friends. Ask everybody. Ask the scientists. So which one came first? Was hippocampus the name of the brain first, or was it the name of a spiritual endeavor? Was it the symbol of a spiritual immortality coming out of the Nile Valley, actually called hippocampus, and now they're naming it after that because they say they start mythological seahorse. What? Why would you name it after the mythological seahorse? Hold on a second, I have a question. Isn't there a real seahorse? What happened? There's a creature called a seahorse, right? I'm sure. Is there a real thing called a seahorse? That's a real animal, right?
Yeah.
So why doesn't it say it's named after the shape of a seahorse? You don't need the mythological one, do you? We already have this seahorse. Why are you naming it after the mythological one? There already is a real seahorse with the actual horse-headed body and that shape that looks like a serpent that already exists in so-called real life. So why don't the scientists say this is named after a seahorse? Because you're in the ocean, this is a seahorse, and this part of the brain is named. They say it's named after the mythological seahorse that the gods rode, the gods of the sea. What? What does that have to do with science? Why would you name it after a mythological lion when there's an actual lion? Unless the scientists are reading mythology. Let's go, everybody. Boom. Let's get into the support given. Let's see. The Jed jumped right on it. I'm going to read a few of these as much as I can. Then I'm going to take another break. You all build, and then we'll read more, build. And this is this is one of my favorite pod classes tonight. Actually, I don't know. When this information came to me, I was very, very, very pleased to that. Let me hold on. What am I gonna call this one? I'll call it Hippocampus. Hey, Scribe, do you remember Psycho Pump? I remember that one.
Say that one more time.
Remember Psycho Pump?
No.
I taught on. Oh, it was Psycho Pump. It was a class I did that they called Ampu when they merged Ampu in Tehuti and they made Psycho Pump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This reminds me of that. This reminds me of that. There's so many classes. I mean, how many classes I have to teach and show you that scientists are studying the papyrus? I don't care if it's neurophysicists. I don't care if it's astrophysicists, neurophysicists, biologists, quantum physicists, neuroscience, anatomy. How many classes I have to do to show you that the modern day scientists are studying the papyrus and actually using the energy to make their success off of it? They're keeping because they're loyal and dedicated to the Ptolemies. The Romans were the ones that went against. They eventually went against Kemet or Nile Valley. Never the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies died. They lived and died in Kemet. They never went against it. They stayed with it until the Romans took over. So those Europeans that descend and worship the Greeks are still loyal to that which the Greeks were loyal to because they never gave up their loyalty. They will never give their loyalty to Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, Thales, who are loyal to the people of the Nile Valley in particular consciousness. And the Ptolemies never forsook that consciousness. So they continued it. Hippocratic oath. Everything continued to this day. It's the people that actually are supposed to be that are the ones into all different kinds of religion and chaos. And now they're the ones that say that all the study of the spiritual systems are pseudo and spooky. While the astrophysicists are calling their multi-million-dollar programs the program of Amun-Ra. All right, here we go. I can go on forever, but I can't, man. I gotta sleep. Who's awake? Okay, here we go. Shout out to the Jet, to them, Hemtpout, who, and he sent a $15 support. And I'm gonna read the mixture of these supports and the support that was given for the last answer. And it's not showing up here. Why is that? Okay. Saved. And is it here? Yeah, it's here. Cancel. Let's try it again. And boom. Let's give some noise to the good brother, the Jet Sadem Ma'ahem Potku. $15. And are you there? Is the brother here?
No.
He's not here. Okay. Amu, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can, SABA. It is $15 for tip for the Hippocampus with 3 emojis, like a mind-blowing emoji.
Yeah.
It says Tua SABA with a fist, Black Eve, and Ra.
Nice. Give him a hand clap for that, good brother Patan. Okay. Where's my good brother Ox Effect? I know he's in there somewhere in the supports. I know he's watching. Peace, good brother. He's in here somewhere, I can bet. Just haven't gotten to him yet. Oh, but I've gotten to the good brother that's on the screen right now. we just read. Amun and Amunet. I see Amun and Amun on the screen. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Go ahead and read that for me, good brother. Oh, there they are. Amunet, go ahead and read that for me, please.
$20 for Tua for weaving episodic saket back to the Pout Merc.
Wow, you're gonna. Let me ask a question. Who's putting this together? Is it like both of you just brainstorming in the time that I'm answering the question, or who's doing this?
Oh, most of the time it's you who's putting it together.
Most of the time, what?
Most of the time it's me who's putting it together.
Okay, yeah, you're a wordsmith. Whatever this is coming from, because all of your donations have this type of creative wording to it. Then you put the answer in the question, and I like it, man. It's really, really good. So,
I put
you
this
can,
one.
Go ahead.
For this one, one of the things I thought about was how when you're teaching us this, you're helping us put the story together. So you're helping our episodic memory because you're telling us what happened before, and in turn, by doing that, you're healing us at the same time. So that's why I put for weaving the saket, the memory back to the Paut, the ancestors. So Tua.
You got that absolutely right. Remember when I told somebody said, "What are you all building?" And I said, "Amun, you're what I'm building. You're the temple that I'm building." And that's exactly what's happening, because as I weave these stories together, as the episodic memories come together, I'm actually building each being. And that's how the ancient people thought of it. So if you look at the definition of saket, it's actually it's weaving, but it's also the word for molding. Molding is a physical object. It's not like a web. It's a physical object like pottery, or molding something to build a fortress, or something physical that you're building the foundation of something. And it deals with building a physical object, like a pot or a brick or something, or a house or something. You're literally molding it and putting it together. So that's exactly what's happening. The weaving is the molding, because the weaving is what's actually building the person back together. The episodic memory molds the person into shape. So you're absolutely right. That's very good. Interesting that you're the one that said that too.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Okay. Let's give some noise to Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet. Now it's Amunet in the AI. AI lady pointing up to Amun, pointing up to TT Amun. Support with Cash App. Question TT Amun. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let's see the support given on this. This one here is Hush Nation likes the the 666. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, Hush Nation comes with the 666 again, support. Shout out to the good brother Hush Nation. Here he is. And Hush Nation, could you I'm gonna step off the screen for just a moment. Go ahead and read that for us. Read that first, please, and then give him some noise. I'm gonna step off for just a minute.
No problem, SABA. Support for Hippocampus build up tour.
Let's go. Okay, I am back. What was that? What was Scribe? What is this? Is that one of us saying push the button? What is that? Where did it come from?
That's from the movie Rush Hour.
Oh, okay. Rush Hour. Okay. All right, everybody. Okay. Tua, good brother. Appreciate the support. Let's see who else gave tips and support for this answer. T.T. Moon, if you're listening, let me see something. If you're listening, T.T. Moon, check the PayPals. I know PayPals must have been given, and I know you're in a situation where you may not be able to readily check, but give it a check when you can. Oh, here, look who I asked for. Boss the Tep, and he's the next one with a monster one. I want to hear Transformers. Boss the Tep, Maka Ox Effect. That name is. I like saying that name. That name is incredible to say. Boss the Tep, Maka Ox Effect. That sounds like a rhyme. That is wonderful. Masa Tet Maka Ox Effect. That's a beautiful name, good brother, if you're listening. Original name. No one else on the planet has a name like that. That's a totally original. Shout out to Basa Tet Maka Ox Effect. Big. Oh, this one is for what's this? This is support for. That's today, right? November 10th. Wait, what?
Yes.
Oh, is it because after 12? Okay. Yes. Shout out to the good brother. Give him some big noise, and I can read that one. It says for 11/10/24. Technically, because after 12. PODCLASS support Dua Sabathuti. Give him some monster noise, please. Give him some big noise. Big monster noise.
You see, that's how it's done. You see, that's how it's done.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
So it's been here. So how long the pyramid's been here? 1 million years? Oh, the pyramid's been here before the Big Bang, brother?
You are watching a master at work.
I don't play with pseudos. Is that a button or is that a Tef has a button?
Yeah, that's a Tef soundboard.
Oh man, what did he say? The pyramid's built here before the Big Bang, brother? Where does that question come from, Patad? Please be honest. Somebody tell me. Somebody be honest and tell me. Where does that question even come from? The pyramid's been here before the Big Bang, brother? What?
Yeah, I think he was because he was trying to play both sides. He was scared about being called pseudo, right? He was really on your side, but he was trying to debate the other side of So he's like, I believe the pyramids are pushed back. They're older. And then somehow it ended up before the Big Bang, brother. So I don't know.
Like as if I was the one saying it. Pyramids before the Big Bang, brother. Like that's a claim I made. Oh my God! I remember when the man Unquest came on and said, he came on to the Sign Editor show and he said, Tell everybody that you said the pyramids were built by spirits. I said, huh? Tell everybody what you said. You said the pyramids were built by spirits. I said, what? What? Oh my! Everybody's trying to say what I said. I don't know, man. Oh boy! All right. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Daryl. Oh no, Daryl gave. Not Daryl. I'm gonna get to Daryl next. This is Robert E. Shout out to the good brother Robert E. Oh my goodness. Okay. Shout out to the good brother Robert E. I'm gonna get who am I gonna get? HUSHNATION, could you read that for me, please, good brother?
No problem, Saba. Robert E. Williams Jr. Payment from Robert E. Williams Jr. $20.72 for Hippocampus. May she neeth weave my mind to MAAT. MAAT.
Wonderful, wonderful. Give him some noise, please. Oh, Scribe, I think you're on mute. I can't hear anything. You don't hear anything?
Sorry, I was on mute.
All right. Thank you, Robert Williams. Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you. And we have here's Daryl. Oh, Vortex Ninja is back. Who is the mysterious Vortex Ninja? Right now, this is Daryl. Daryl with his mysterious 508. Always 508. We're gonna find out when. I think he's in the UK as well. He's in the UK. Well, we're gonna find out what this mysterious 508 represents. I was gonna show this. Shout out to Daryl 508 for the is on the screen. Shout out to Daryl 508 for the PODCLASS. Appreciate you, Daryl. Appreciate you. Israel Hoyley, there he is, good brother Israel Hoyley. Dashe. I think he calls himself Kufu, Watermelon TV. A whole bunch of names. And next week he'll get his name. Shout out to this good brother here, Israel Hoyley. Give him some big noise, please. $30 from Israel Hoyley. Give him some big noise, please. Shout out to the good brother RPM coming up because from what I remember, RPM is the brother who brought Tiffy. RPM brought Tiffy, which I like that because that is what we're supposed to be about. Everybody's supposed to spread this guidance and let people know what the truth is. So RPM, shout to you. And it says, for peace and love, brother. Thank you, RPM. I'm going to read two more, then I'm going to take a break. Where's Gabriella? Gabriella, where are you? Shout out to Gabriella. There she is with the purple. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. Let's put it on the screen. Appreciate you. What happened to good brother Nook Punuk? I hope he's okay out there. We figured out the situation. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez 22.22. And Amuna, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. Or always breaking us out of the matrix with a purple heart.
Give Gabriel Lopez some big noise, please. Where is Nook Panuk? Nook Panuk Panuk. He usually takes over the whole. He said Cash App took his money. What happened to him? Nook Panuk, hope you're okay out there and figuring out that situation with the Cash App. Betsy Moon says, please send in support to the lovely SABA Tehuti. His beautiful guidance is like no other. Thank you. Oh, we have a new name here. Did you? DJ Hootie Mithras gives a what is that AOK? Gives an OK symbol. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Who's this? Get Leisure. Get Leisure, shout out. You. This is Bijan Farrow. Still looking for that voice message. I have not seen that yet here. He said a voice message about a turtle. Okay, shout out to Get Leisure who says where are you? Shout out to Get Leisure. Shout out to Get Leisure with $11. Says Uncle Jasineb to you and your family Saba. Thank you, Get Leisure. Appreciate you. Hope everything is going well over there. Hope you're settled and everything is going smooth for you. On that side, sorry, wait. Hope everything is good for me on that side. Okay. We're gonna give him. There we go. Philip Hoyler, shutting the PODCLASS down with wow. This was sent in before I even taught on the topics. Let's give some big noise, transformers, and all of that to Philip Hoyler. Then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get who are we going to get here? Who's left? Amu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. $70.01 for peace and love, divine Saba, and the whole house. Paying attention to truth.
And it's like it's like an Nefertatan Saket message. Okay. Annie, go to what do they call it? What do they call it, Amunet, when you I forget what they call it, these terms, but it's when you give we give everything. Go to I forgot the term. Annie, make some big noise, all kind of noise for this good brother here, please.
Spoke that heck out on that night, and
yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
They are the grandest creators.
So it's been here. So how long the pyramid's been here?
Oh, okay. I feel you like a pizza slice.
You see, that's how it's done.
Wow. There's music too. Wow. Thank you, Annie. That was exciting. Could you read that for me? Who read last? Who read last? Amina, could you read that one for me? Oh, who read that? Amen. Did you read this already?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go recuperate. I'll be back. I'm gonna take a break. You all build. Support the Tehuti podcast if this has benefited you in any way. I'll be back to read the rest of the support. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love. Hotep. To everyone who's supporting the podcast, the Great SABA. It's beautiful to just to see and be a part of something that is doing something that just doesn't exist at high levels, and the support that's carried throughout the House of ATTON is such a never thing, and I'm very honored to be amongst such never boss who really take this serious. So to you all who support and continue to do that and send in your questions. Continue to do your research so you can attain more questions. Continue to dig, do your ritual and your utterances. This podcast is so important, and the SABA going into the Seka'u and the depth that carries, and how and how he shows just how important that word is in the Medu, and what it creates, right, from that root word sek, which is a word for scribe. Sesh, but it's also seka'u, dealing with memory. And I just I'm honored to have the Great SABA teach in the way that he does, and to bring this forward so we can advance ourselves. There are many different methods that we can utilize in today's time to our benefit, to produce high levels of results. But at the same time, because the matrix is what it is, a lot of times the benefit gets lost within that. So we see what the Great SABA just taught on in memory, and within today's time, everything is moving so fast, and people are ready to move on to the next thing so quickly, when our great ancestors did not teach in that way. And the repetition of doing the same thing over and over, and reading the same things over and over, and reciting, that's what really creates a strong memory within the subconscious, right? Etching it within your Eve. That's where the real memory is, right? Etching it within the Eve, the consciousness, the mind. By many different methods. And one thing that I utilize to create different forms of memorization is recording, because it's another thing when you record yourself and you listen to yourself back. A lot of times when you first start doing that, I've heard a lot of people say it's difficult to listen to your own voice, which again is another subconscious ISFET product, right? And learning to love your own cur. So whenever you record and you listen back to your own vibration, it's a cycle, right? Because it's coming from out of you, from within, and then you're placing it back in, and it's a beautiful cycle, and it creates a beautiful relationship with your own cur. And it's a good method to begin utilizing whatever it is that you want to memorize. And so that is a method that I use, is that, and you all see I put it in tone form a lot of times. And so a lot of what I read, a lot of what I want to memorize, I literally will record myself, and I'll just listen to it back over and over again, and play it while I'm sleeping, while I'm resting, and etch it there, and it's always accessible, and it works really well. I've done many performances that have a lot of words and that are very lengthy, and people always ask me, how do you remember all that? It's because I don't fill myself with unnecessary information that I don't want to retain. I don't even take it in. There's a limited amount of space and time, and I only want to take in what it is that I want to retain. So a lot of things don't make it as far as being etched within my memory. And so it's a very powerful thing whenever you can refer back to something that's within your subconscious at any particular time, and it's a great way to begin to produce resi upeshes and outer body experiences by programming the subconscious. And so that way it plays itself out without having a conscious thought to do it. And all that's just based on repetition of etching that within your own self. And I've found that one of the best methods is to do it through your own cur. So that's something that I'll give to everyone as something that I do that produce great results when it comes to memorizing certain things. So I love this class. I love what the Great SABA went into, and just showing the importance throughout the writings of the works that we do today are for us to establish our monuments to be remembered tomorrow, and how we depended on each other to keep each other alive, right, through the utterance of our wrens. And if you notice, whenever you look at names in the Medu, most of the time it'll say, here's this person's name, and it'll say the son or daughter of the mother and the father. The person that you're talking about is always attached to their parent's name, and that's a beautiful way to keep that keep those tones open. So when they write, they're referred to as children of these people, and we're now establishing that again. So those who come from us, we will re-implement that back into the consciousness of today, and refer to each other continuously moving up to reestablish that. And that's something I'm very excited to be able to do again, and knowing the importance of the Ren, right? Knowing the importance of the vibration that you carry, that you represent, that you are, that you're a part of. So when you are in these realms that only deal with light and sound, there's a familiarity with that and with other forms and you become recognizable. You know, memory is different, and one of the beautiful thing about, you know, the senses is each of them contain a different relationship with memory, and the great ancestors understood that fully and completely. So dua to the great Saba, dua to the great ancestors for just being on such a extremely advanced level that just makes all of this that the Matrix creates just it sharpens your sight, and heightens your consciousness to place an importance on particular things that may not have been prior. So dua, just dua to everyone who supports this and puts it into action, right? Takes the method and utilizes it. This is all for a purpose outside of entertainment. The Matrix is completely has created a entertainment hypnotism where everything only wants to be taken in for that purpose, but no real purpose to benefit your life and enhance your own daily aku light. So yeah, Hotep Henu, Makaru. Yes, to our great Saba for this class and the teachings on the Seka'u and the ant and the net. I love the concepts that the ancestors can take something about knitting, thread, tying something together, putting something together, and while simultaneously teach on the quantum realm, right? That's so fire to me, to be able to take a symbol that is a loop and a knot and connect that to magic and life, eternity. It just really shows the dualism from the simple teaching to the most advanced. It doesn't matter what level you're at, you can and you will receive teachings and guidance within a language that is living. It's alive and is working. So yes, tua for everyone's ear on that, as I just wanted to build a little bit on the class. Amun and Amunet, y'all have to tell me about this this color conscious theme going on. What's the intention? I know that I know that everything is intentional. So talk to me about your aesthetic here. It looks great. Y'all look amazing.
It was not 100% planned.
Okay.
All came together. If anyone planned it, it's on Moon back here.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Yeah, I love that too, because it just really shows the connectivity. When you do something so consistently, again, it is it no longer has to be at the forefront of what it is that you're doing, because you've done etched it and programmed that subconscious. So now it just works on its own, and that's autonomous is the goal. Autonomy is the goal, where you can create something and then have it just start working without your need to always be there. Business, everything. That's autonomy is great. So you're living that, great brother and sister. Tua, Tua is wonderful to observe.
unique and autonomy is definitely the goal. It's a fantastic point.
Yes. As we continue to do what we do and implement and grow and expand, having your own reference point. You know, I don't know if you all ever look back at yourselves when you first started to come, just to see him like, look where you know where we've come. The distance traveled is a beautiful thing, you know. And you know, we're at the forefront of something very powerful and magical. That's being documented, right, in real time, in real life, that will always be able to be referred back to. You know, I look forward to those times when talking to the children. Hey, let me sit down with me for a moment. Let me take you back and show you what you originate from. And the Kepara, you know, we're teaching on the Kepara. Now let me show you in real time. This happened. I know. Being living examples of the teachings is a beautiful teaching point, right? Having the example, being the example, and experience is one of the greatest teachers. So yeah, 2 out to both of you and the great Hush Nation, who has been extremely consistent. Did some performances at the Pathways. I'm waiting to hear those tones in recorded form. I need to hear those. Send me those stems. Great brother. And yeah, put that MAAT music up front, where it should be, you know. These we have to find another word for them, you know, that these people call themselves artists and musicians, noise makers, or just isfet fiends that make noise. Yeah, this is and yeah, anytime someone can put together some words and some music, some tones, and bring it forward, you know, I definitely encourage that. So yeah, 2 out to you, great brother, for doing the works that you're doing. I'm looking forward to hearing them. I know I always put it out there too, for those who are producers or put together beats, send them my way. Send them to me. I'm looking for some House of ATTON producers. I know they're out there. So bring your creativity to the front. Whatever it is that you enjoy doing, what pleases your Eve, do that. You know, the Matrix has a way to be able to remove that from. I've seen it happen. I see it happen all the time, and it is a consistent battle within transitioning process, right? There's different methods, but making sure that you continue to exercise that creativity, especially when it's just you, right, in a hidden state. Amun is a word that means to create. Being able to create within a hidden state is absolutely imperative. So, you know, keep utilizing that. Keep going into different spaces, trying new things, seeing what you're able to do, and put your hands on some things, put your mind on some things, and bring them forward. there's always a method to what may seem chaotic. There's always a thought consciousness behind it, and learning to organize it is an art form, which is MAAT. So yeah, I'm excited for everyone who's able to come within the House of ATTON and really begin to find which weapon that you're naturally able to wield and hold, and begin to sharpen up that skill set with whatever tool that you have, as there's an infinite amount of tools. So that's a very important thing that we will and are doing, that you see in being able to produce and create. That's all that's taking place at the House of ATTON. So yeah, out to all the artists, all the creators, and that's art form in any way. When it comes to producing MAAT, bringing that forward, that's an art form. The real meaning of what that truly is. So it's a beautiful thing. And yes, Hush Nation, talk to me for a bit, great brother, about what it is that you're working on. If you're cooking up anything in the back, talk to me about some things you're doing.
Yeah, the thing is, I had come from pathways a little sick, so I wanted to clear up everything before I touch any mic, So now I'm feeling better. I'm ready to organize and cook up. Them same 2 tracks were inspired by yourself. So it's just a reflection from what I get inspired from half of you. You know what I mean? Them same 2 songs. Welcome back, SABA. Tua, big love, big MAAT.
Hey, Tua, wonderful. Thank you for having me back. Thank you for welcoming me back. And let us continue. It's 12:47 over here. We're gonna see if any. I'm gonna check the supports. I'm gonna read the rest of these here, and let me refresh the page. I don't know if TT Moon can hear. TT Moon, I hope you can hear. And get the PayPal's over. And okay, no new support has been given since I left, but I do see Gabriella again. Gabriella Lopez, not to be confused with 20. Not to be confused with Gabriella Morth, the Exorcist. Gabrielle Lopez is back, and what does she have here? Shout out to Gabrielle Lopez. Oh, we got the Inner Time is back. Inner Time has returned. The classic Inner Time is back. 2222. Gabrielle Lopez. Tehuti Inner Time with a Purple Heart has returned to the PODCLASS. Give her some big noise, please, scribe. Thank you so much. Shout out to you, Gabriella Lopez. Appreciate you. And we got Annie Pataten Tehuti is here with. We'll get him to read this. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Where's Mr. Atef? I think I got a message from Atef. He's out, but where's Mr. Atef telling people to support the PODCLASS? He's Did you get a message from him, Annie? From Atef?
No, but we did speak earlier in the week, and he said he was traveling. He was traveling to visit a family member that he wouldn't be in the PODCLASS. He did tell us earlier in the week.
Okay, yes, I got a message from him, but I couldn't read it fully. and I couldn't determine whether he was saying he was going to be running late or he couldn't be in it at all, but I did get some from him. I got to read what he said fully. But okay, wonderful. Okay. Shout out to Atef. Hope he's safe. Ani Pata attend Tehuti. What does that say, good brother? What does it say?
3372 for Dua Hotep Ma'at Neb Sekau Impet Imta, which
people that
yes, translates to adoration, peace, and truth. And Neb Sekau Impet Imta is a sentence from the Per Imharu. It's one of the chapters 185. There's many versions. And it means Lord of memory within heaven and on earth.
Oh, okay. Give yourself some big noise. Let me give yourself some big noise. Let me change the title of this support. Big noise to you.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Hey, no. What's going on here? Oh no, it erased it. That's weird. Let me put that here again. Okay. Shout out to you, Annie. I appreciate your consistent support.
You're welcome, Great Saba.
Yes, you tell these people on your breaks too that I don't think, from what I remember, I may track it, I may not, but from what I remember, from the very first time you gave support, have you given support every single podcast? Is that about?
Yes, I haven't.
Just about, right?
Yes, I've supported every class from class 1 of the PODCLASS.
Yeah, you supported from before that big one, right? Or was that big one your first intro? The big one about the vortex?
No. My first question that I sent in on the very first PODCLASS was on the number system that you answered in the second PODCLASS.
Oh, okay. I gotta go back to those old days, man. I gotta go back to see what kind of how the answers were then compared to now. I know they weren't 2 hours, right?
No, it was. Yeah, you were answering a lot of questions in a PODCLASS.
Yeah,
and this was before even sending. As soon as the question was asked, he was answering it right then.
Yeah. Yeah, because the first PODCLASSes wouldn't have been anything. They had to be right then because it was just starting, so there wasn't any backed up questions. It was send in, and yeah, I remember wow, I was doing like 7 answers a class, 5 to 7 answers. Oh my gosh, whoa.
Yeah, I do go back to those PODCLASSes often as well. I love that dynamic as well, and how you did that. That was how you did that, and it really completely changed the game and how you and your performance coming online. I mean, it really changed everything. So. Yeah, do out to you.
Wonderful. Shout out to the new people I see in the room. From all the way from the Killer Priest podcast. Rakeb El Sham, sounds familiar. Arif, Nate the God, never knew you did this late live. Ra Sakum Ma'atuti, coming to you live from Killer Priest podcast. Chat camp. Okay. Shout out to you. All right, we're gonna shout out to you, Rakeb. All right, we're gonna read the rest of the support here that was given for the answers here of the Tuti PODCLASS. Shout out to the beautiful support. And we got the good brother, Vortex Ninja. Vortex Ninja. Who is Mr. Consistent. Again, he's always consistent. We're going to give him some big noise. Appreciate the support, as always. And shout out to Vortex Ninja. And I hope you're safe out there. And one day, you're definitely open to, invited to come to the panel, to the PODCLASS, and tell us how you heard about the House of Attend, the PODCLASS, and everything. But until then, continue the great support. And it says Vortex Ninja 2593 support. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise, please. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And a PDF book sale. I'm going to leave the person's email out of it. But a PDF book sale from Queen's Wellness. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Shout out to Queen's Wellness. Appreciate the support, and I hope you hope you get what you need from that book. Shout out to Royal Queen's Wellness CTR Shea Butter Me book sale. Appreciate the book sale, and absorb that knowledge and consciousness and information. Shout out to you, Queen's Wellness CTR Shea Butter Me. Interesting long name. Shout out to you. All right, now we got the Jed. The Jed Selema. Where are you, good brother? He's not on the panel, right? Scribe?
No, he's not.
Okay, no problem. We're gonna give him some big noise. Shout out to the Jed. We'll put it on the screen. Shout out to the good brother, great supporter for the Tehuti PODCLASS. The Jed, Sedem, Hempt, Paut, Ku, and HUSHNATION. Could you read that for me, please?
No problem, Saba. $20 from the Jed, Sejem, Ma'a, Hemti, Paut, Ku, for tip for truth. Shaking my head. Tua, great Saba.
Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Okay, wonderful. Now we're gonna go to close this, X that out. Son of Ray. Son. Oh, is this Heka Kepara's son? Son of Henry. That sounds so familiar. Son of Henry Records. Okay. Shout out to Son of Henry Records for his support for the Tehuti PODCLASS and these answers being given. Son of Henry for the $10. Son of Henry. Is that Soze Mania? Do you know who Son of Henry is, Patah?
No, I don't.
I wonder if that's Soze Mania. Shout out to Son of Henry, whoever you may be. It sounds very familiar. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support, the continuous support, because I've seen this name a few times given support. I just don't remember who exactly you are. Shout out to you and your consistency, though. All right. Shout out to Atef Rem Kem Ma'at, who looks like he just popped up on the panel. Are you there, good brother Atef?
Okay, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. We can hear you well, and we're coming across your support and donations. So hope you're well. What part of the earth are you in now? What's you in Hawaii, Beijing? Where are you now?
Southwest Texas. So, yes,
Man,
South, I know.
this man is state to state traveling, man. Everywhere. Shout out to Tef Rem Kem Ma'at. I'm going to put your donation on the screen. This is the traveling man right here, the family man. He's all over the place with his family. Could you read that for us, good brother Tef?
Sure, Great SABA. Says from a Sephram Ma'at 2072 for Hotep Ma'at Tua issue.
Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Thank you. And shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at again. A Tefrem Kem Ma'at, were you able to catch these answers tonight? These questions and answers tonight, this class?
I was a little bit in and out. I was in and out, not like I wanted to. Definitely going back in the morning when I got more time. The jet lag catching up with me, so I've been in and out.
Okay. All right. Okay, no problem. I'm going to put this on the screen right here. Shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Are you still making backups of the pod classes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, Tefrem Kem Ma'at, read that for us in the Medu language, and then subscribe, give him some noise after he reads it.
Says from a Sephram Ma'at 777 for Hotep Tua issue.
Give him some noise. Thank you, good brother Tef. Appreciate you. And I have one donate. Let me get the support here. I'm actually gonna. This is from an anonymous, so I'm not gonna. That's anonymous. You all can send your support anonymous if you choose. Not a problem. Okay, we're gonna move on to who's this? Owen Hythe. Here we go. Shout out to the good brother. This man is so consistent. If he misses a donation and support, he will actually send the support with the date that he missed, just to make sure that it is logged that he has never ever missed one day. This is another man who has never missed one day of support, and that is none other than the good brother Owen Hythe in a palindrome 2772. Who's here? Atef, could you read that for us, please? Uh-oh.
Sure, Great SABA. It says Owen Hythe 2772 for my fantastic brother Tehuti.
Thank you, Owen Hythe. Give him some noise for that if we haven't already. Owen Hythe, wonderful, wonderful, excellent. And now we have this for all the new people who are wondering what this support is going to be for. I will go ahead and elucidate on this. So first off, let's This is from the great sister who came from Hebrew Israelitism for years. Started learning under a brother named Jabari, and then left Jabari and came here to the Tutsi PODCLASS. This is none other than the great young lady who reminds me of an oracle, and that is Mary Sekhmet. And Amun, are you there, Brother Amun?
Yes, I am, Saba.
Could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $20 for Medunator class 5 to offer the wisdom.
Give her some noise, please. And for those who are wondering what this is, what is Medunator class number 5? For the new people that are watching, I used to do live Medu Magic classes at 1:30 p.m. every Monday. People could attend the class and they could send in questions. And I would teach for around 3 hours. And as the classes proceeded, they started getting into every class being about a magic practice ritual, practice that you could do at home. Everything from out-of-body experiences, everything from memory retention, all types of different topics, magic using mirrors and all type of different type of things. They were all fortunately organizingly recorded. There were 65 classes. They were all recorded. So now, even though those classes are not live, you can actually send into this email and request any one of them. They're only a free will offering of $20 each, anything over $20 if you wish. And you can order 1 to 65 and they will come to you within a few days. If they come, or maybe the same day. If you order them while you're in the pod class, they will come within minutes. So you send it to this email, and the Medu classes have been saved, 65 of them, all around 4 hours or so each, with me teaching for about 3 hours of that. So it's an amazing phenomenon, and you can send in for that, and you will get them very quickly after you send in. They come into you with a passcode video. You put in the passcode, and then you're able to see the video. Shout out to the great sister, the consistent, who is the great mother of a beautiful young lady named Sky. And she is none other than the very unique, and I hope you're safe out there. Whoop, let me fix it right here. Oh, come on. None other than the very unique, one of a kind, harassed did, also known as Sari Jean. $45 for who read the last one? Was that you, Amun, or was it Hush Nation?
That was Amun. He's in the bathroom right now.
Okay, could you read the train, Amunet, please?
Yes, I can. $45 for making the world bright with your conscious light.
Nice. Give Sarah Jean some big noise, please. Let's go. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. A big monster donation coming in from another consistent young man, all the way from Quebec, Ontario. What is it? Nov 10, Nov 9. all the way from Quebec, Ontario. This is the same brother that sent in the class, the donation class, based on ADHD. I think that was one of the most impactful classes I've done. And this was the brother that sent it in. And here he is. Johan, Billadu, I want Transformers. I want Tef. I don't play with pseudos. I want all that noise. All that. Give this person great appreciation. Johan, Billadu, I can read this one. It's nice and big for me. Can you do a class on Saint Germain and its immortality? Whoa. Okay. Big noise for Johan, Billadu.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
You see, that's how it's done. You see, that's how it's done.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Johan, good. Appreciate you, brother. All right, everybody. I'm going to refresh the page. I don't know if anybody sent PayPal that I haven't read yet. If you have sent a PayPal that I haven't read yet, let me know. We have one more to read. I think there's one more in this. One more to read. Shutting down the PODCLASS with the biggest donation so far of the PODCLASS. Let me see when this one. The biggest donation of the PODCLASS tonight. Mr. Consistent Man, who's in another land. Right now, he couldn't make it to the pathways. That is A-OK. He's taking care of business in another area on the other side of the world. So shout out to this good brother here. And let's read this here. Let me put this on the screen. Shout out to the highest donation tonight of the Tehuti PODCLASS, none other than Beged Leisure Maharu. $100. Tua He Seket Peru Heka MAAT. This must have been sent in for this was sent in earlier before I did the class. He has Saket and Karu in here. Interesting. Give him some big monster noise, please. Give him the works.
You see, that's how it's done.
The Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. Wonderful. Thank you, son, man. Was that you, Annie? Or was it you, Atef? Who's doing those sounds? Or was it both?
Yeah, that was both of us that time.
Okay, good. The quality is good on your side.
Limited.
What do you say, Atef?
Said I'm limited, but I was trying to help.
Yeah, I'm very impressed that you're way out there with wherever you have, and your sound is your sound effects are great. And thank you, my brother. You're doing good. This man could be in Alaska. This man could be with the Eskimos with his family, but he's gonna find that one wire coming out of an igloo and make it to the PODCLASS. Shout out to a Tef Rem Kim Ma'at. Gonna find that one Ethernet cord coming from a polar bear and he will be here. All right. So that is it, everybody. I think that's it. Is that it for support of the night? Is that it? Let me refresh the page. Is the support complete? All right. So what I'm going to do, everybody, those who watch the podcast, support Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to get each person to do a beautiful closeout statement. While that's happening, I hope more people send in support before we close. I hope people are actually rewinding. They came in late. Some people are coming in. They come in the chat later. They come in late, not knowing that the class and the questions are already finished because we've been on here answering questions since 6 o'clock. I think about 5:45 is when I started answering questions. So support with Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And we're going to start with Scribe. Everybody's going to do some closing words, and we'll start with Mr. Scribe.
Yes, Hotep Ma'at, Ma'akaru, Aku, Great Saba Tehuti, Tua, for all that you do, Tua for leading by example and for guiding us, Tua for your consistency and always bringing forward the highest of quality of these pod classes on a consistent basis. I always like to remind everyone of that because it just doesn't exist. And what you do is just absolutely beyond phenomenal. So dua to you for that. All things seen and unseen. Tua to all that support your Djed, your Naturts, and the animals that bring you peace and sanity within a life of chaos. So Tua, Great Saba. Hinu to everyone who supports the podcast and the House of ATTON and appreciating what's taking place.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Jassa Neb, be sure to subscribe to the House of ATTON YouTube channel as well. The Jets, the Jim Ma'a, will be bringing another primordial vision to the platform. So I'm looking forward to what he puts together. And with that, I'll close with the Medu. Sakim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatu Natiru, Pert and Tetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Hotep.
Hotep, Annie, that was absolutely beautiful. I like that. Is that what you read at the end? Is that from a papyrus or something that you put together?
No, the Medu that I say at the end is from the Purim Haru.
It's all from the Purim. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Tua for that, and like I say to every. Oh, what'd you say? You say something?
No, I was just saying yes.
Oh, okay. Tua for that, and like I say to Amun and others, it is beautiful to bring the ancient words, what appear to be the ancient words, and to use them for the future, which means once you use something and you're continuously using it, it is not of the past anymore. You're using it right now. So you're bringing ancient words that were there thousands of years before us and bringing those tones into today's living. So now that is the words of the living. That is the words of the now. It is not the words of the past anymore. And I love it that people are incorporating the ancient writings into how they feel today about situations and about people. So Tua for that, Annie. Great opening and summary, brother. Great opening and closing.
Nini Great Saba, Tua to you.
Wonderful. Amun and Amunet, give us some great closing words, please.
Hotep Great Saba. Before I do my closing, Amunet said that there was a question that she had and you told her to ask her in the pod class. She wants me to say it. Do you want me to say it now or wait for another time?
If I said to ask in the podcast, yes, she can say it now.
Okay. She wants me to say it. So we have an altar to Sekhmet. We have said that we're going to give her offerings. And so far, we've given her one offering and plan to give more. At some point, we want to switch out the offering to switch out the altar to Amun. Our question is there certain conditions we need to meet or a certain amount of time or offerings we need to reach before we can switch it out to Amun?
No, and I would never suggest to switch it out.
Okay.
So, you're switching it. You're switching it out means that there's not going to be any more offerings to the second energy
for this time. Yeah.
Okay, so once you start that, I would suggest to continue and have a complete separate one for Amun instead of switching it out, because switching it out means you're discontinuing the adorations and energy toward a particular netter, and you don't want to do that. You want to just add on your new one and double the energy, but you don't want to start something and finish it unless you have some good some very good reason to. So did you have a particular reason?
Well, want to explain that a minute?
Yeah. So in the womb circle, Nana was explaining to us how, because I have, while the womb circle was going on, I had the Sekhmet statue in the altar. So she was explaining to us that, I don't remember the exact words, but she did say that imbuing the Bastet instead of Sekhmet would be better. She said that we wouldn't want to, or we would rather imbue the calm version of Sekhmet. So that was one of the reasonings.
Oh, okay. So Sekhet, as I've taught in a pod class, and if you contact me, I can give you the papyrus. Sekhet, Best Sekhet, and Best Sekhmet, which are both of them in one, are used to stomp out the Apep energy, that's around you. So you want to keep Sekhet, because Sekhet and Best were known for aggressive violence against Apep. The best one you're thinking of, which is the perfume one, was associated with the calm perfume cat, as opposed to the aggressive Sekhmet that was defending Ra. But both Bast and Sekhet are both violently aggressive against Apep always, and there's actually a papyrus ritual literature that goes to the stomping out of Apep, and it's Bast doing it. So both of them are violent because it's the same person. So you don't want to get rid of that, because you want to always go to that to stomp out any Isfet energy that may enter around you. That's a protection around you. You don't want to get rid of stomping out of the Isfet around you. You want to keep that. That's it. That's your security guard.
Okay, to all very much for the clarity, Saba.
To all very much, Great Saba. And I just sent in a cash app for those jewels. So to all very much.
Thank you very much. I want people to not become what appeared to happen to Akhenaten. So what appeared to happen to Akhenaten was, in appearance, he was so imbued with the Ma'at energy that he wanted absolutely nothing to do with warfare. it appeared. That's the apparent story. His mother had to step in. He wanted nothing to do with that warfare, and therefore he wasn't a good physical defender. His mother had to physically defend the people that he couldn't, because he wanted nothing at all to do with any kind of violence. And I always tell everybody, like I was telling one of my ladies earlier, we're watching nature videos, and I was showing her that the animal kingdom is an extremely violent kingdom, and it's one of the reasons why the people of the Nile Valley used the animals, because their biological imperative was so strong that they would commit all forms of violence to protect what was theirs. So you always want to have that protective violent frequency, because it is violence against the enemy. You never want to just remove that and only have the peacefulness of Amun, and without the protectiveness and aggressiveness of Bast Seket.
Very much, Saba, for your words of power. That makes complete sense. Definitely makes me feel more complete, have more understanding, and it makes me more excited too, because now more altars. So,
yeah, there we go. Yeah, you don't have to get rid of one; just keep adding them, right? That's how you keep add a new statue, a new statue, a new one, and a new one, and remember, they're all a part of the same one. They're all a part of the story of the Natiru, so all of their story is necessary. You don't want to do what Akhenaten appeared to do was he started taking down. He did the replacements, and anyway, it's another class. But yes, do that, my brother, and do that, my sister Amunet, and you'll be absolutely fine. The violence is against that which wants to commit violence against your brain. So keep it up. You're welcome to. I'll check out the cash apps.
Very much, Saba. You want me to give my closing now, or do you want me to wait?
No. Let me. I see your cash app, so I'm gonna go ahead and read that so we don't have a break in the closing, since you gave it in the middle of your closing. I just want to read these, and we just do one smooth closing.
Okay, to us, Saba.
Nini Uk. Shout out to the good brother Amun, who sent an extra. Well, actually not extra, but he sent a tip for that little jewel, that I just gave him and Amunet. So give him a round of applause for this. And you can go ahead and read that, and Amen.
$10 for altar question asked during the podcast. Dua, Mary, Hotep.
All right, give him a hand clap for that. And it's Ephraim Kemetic. Okay. Ephraim Kemetic with where are we? He gave a $5.55 tip for Ephraim Kemetic. Could you read that for us, please? Is he there? It says you're on mute.
To us, Saba, 555 from Ephraim Kemetic. For Hotep, Seket, Jim, Tua.
Nini Uk, wonderful, wonderful. And Atef, when you say Seket Gem, is this for the class or what I just gave right now?
Yeah, the same thing for like what you just gave about the author.
Say the last part. You seem you're fading out. What do you say?
Yeah, I gave a tip for you. The same thing Amun gave a tip for. I love it. I'm grateful for you, Saba.
Oh, thank you. You said you love it?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. It sounds like you're in an auditorium ready to do a concert with Prince or something. It sounds like you're... Ladies and gentlemen, Purple Rain, it sounds like you're in an auditorium. Awesome. Okay, give a hand clap to a Tefrem Kemaat for that. That's a little tip for the jewel. And I take it one of the inspirations for that tip was that Tef has a very close affinity with, as you see, Saket is right behind him. So Tef loves any extra information on Saket, helps him out. So shout out to you, good brother. All right, now Amun and Amuanet, now you can do your closing for the class. Go ahead, good brother and sister, please.
To all, Sabatudi for this magnificent, wonderful class. Uncle Justin Eb, Hotel Mary to you, to the ladies around you that hold up the Jed, to all of your animals, to all of your animals, to the whole Aout, everybody in the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody who has watched the class and will watch the class in the future, to all for this wonderful, magnificent class, to all for all that you do for Amunet and I, and all that you have done and all that you will continue to do. We love you. We love your family. We love the class. We love everything that you create. To all for allowing us to ask this question that we had quickly at the end and giving us the Nefer life expanding answer. To all for answering questions, even though some of them are touchy subjects, and to all for answering them in a very, very detailed, smooth way, to where we still can understand the full picture without putting out too much stuff. To all for being alive, healthy. Hope you have a Nefer Pech. And I will end with this adoration to you, wonderful Saba. E Tehuti, Satau, Uia, M Hetep, Ip, Au, M, Mau, M Atet, Tehuti, Aa, Ka'a, M Sektet, Au, M Atet. Hail Tehuti, who rows the boat in peace. Your heart is gratified by the winds in the Atet boat. Tehuti, mighty of splendor in the Sektet boat, mighty is he exceedingly in the Atet boat. Hotep Miri, Uncle Justin Eb, Nefer Pesh, have a Nefer Kur as well.
Beautiful, Amunet. Is your camera having those problems again?
Yeah, for some reason it keeps freezing up.
Okay. Beautiful words again, bringing the Medu from what appears to be the past into right now, which means it's a continuum, which means it is a part of the here and now because it's alive and being used. Tua for that beautiful opening and summary, and your great appreciation to me and your great love for my family. Much love to you as well, and you keep growing and expanding. And I love it. Uncle Justin Shinama to you, good brother. Peace.
Go very much for your Saba. Peace.
Okay, who is next? I can't see your screen, so I don't know if Amunet is there. Is she there?
Yes, she's here.
Okay, wonderful. Amunet, give us a wonderful melodic closeout.
Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, Mary Heh, or Saba Tehuti, Tua for being my Atef, my father, and raising me up in the ways that you've done and continue to do. Tua for all of the past personal life lessons that you've given me, the Netter lessons in this lifetime. I'm very appreciative of it. It truly saved my life and Amun's life. And I appreciate you very much for everything that you've done, and for your health, your life, your love, and for raising us up, as I said, and continuing to sacrifice and do all the things that you do daily for yourself first and everyone around you. I appreciate that very much. And you mean the absolute world to Amun and I, and we appreciate you very much. Hotep Marie, I will end with an utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Shasu Mket, Tehuti Pert Netre Emoset Imens. Kutsen her out and Tehuti or Hatep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Miri Heh.
Beautiful melodic opening and summary and closing. Wonderful words. I appreciate your adoration and appreciation. And you say that I mean the life to you and Amun. Very special. Keep up everything that you're doing. You're very loved. Nana says you became better after you got your name. You became an even better version of your Amunet is even a better version of from Antu somehow. So she's very, very impressed. So keep up the amazing work. You're doing great. Nani speaks about you a lot. Every once in a while, she brings you up and how impressive you are. So keep that up. You're a very fine asset to the House of Atten. And keep it up and even do better if you can, which would be amazing. So thank you for your words.
Minuk.
All right, wonderful. Tef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at, give us some great words, good brother. Close us out.
Okay, please, Saba, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you great. Loud and clear.
Yeah, it was a great class. I was only able to catch it on and off because I'm traveling, so I do have a lot going on. But I'm here, Saba. You're 100% right. That's where I'm at. Like I always say, people do what's important to them. So this is a very the House of Access, frequency, absolutely important to me. I will here. Definitely look forward to tomorrow being able to run the class back and digest properly. Very, very tired. I definitely look forward to this class. Frequency. My brothers and sisters up here, so to everyone on the channel, and to all the supporters, and to you, Great Saba, and all that you do for me and my family and the world. What you do is definitely seems as if it's only appreciated by very few. But you, your name live on for eternity, may be celebrated. You're just incredible, Saba. I appreciate everything for all of us. Classes are invaluable to us, to the world. And, I look forward to the day when people actually really do appreciate and really appreciate what you're giving us and allowing everyone here to elevate and grow. So I'm at a loss for words because I just appreciate you so much. Just want to give you a Hindu great Saba. I'll end it with may you advance your station among the venerable. May your car contend with your enemy. May your bar learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who goes to weary. Hotep,
Hotep, good brother. Beautiful, beautiful words. It was a little choppy, but I was trying to focus and listening into the main theme of what you were saying, and to it for saying that one day you'll be happy to see the one day when I'm truly appreciated. And I thank you. I'm looking forward to that magical day. I am truly appreciated by you, Annie, and Amun Amanat, and the ones that are here. But yes, I know exactly what you mean. So to it for those good words, and you be safe out there on your travels, good brother, and get home with your family safe. Uncle Justin Evans, Shinema to you. Thank you, good brother. Okay, we're gonna go to Hush Nation. First of all, what time is it out there where you are?
By me, it's 5:40.
Is it that late for anyone else on the panel? Even if we'll
For
test
me,
it.
it's 3:40, but the time thing just keep messing me up. I'm like, here and there. So it's very challenging dealing with that. But it's 3:40 where I'm
What time is it where you are?
It's 3:40 a.m.
Okay. Amunat, what time is it where you are?
3:41 a.m.
Oh, it's 3:40 everywhere. So, Hush Nation, you're up to the next, the cockle-doodle-doo. Go ahead and close us out.
Yeah, to SABA, for answering my question, for answering my aku, for saving my aku, for the sekem, for the MAAT, for all the MAAT, you're bringing in my aku, and for clearing up all the isfet from my aku, and for all the clearing up from the isfet from my life self, since the podcraft days, even though you start to do it more and more and more, but just the fact that you're doing it so long back, I appreciate it so much. For the pathways for awakening, for the time you spend with us, and for coming forth tonight and coming forth every night, every week, being consistent, and for all the sacrifices that you're making for us. Appreciate you so much. More prosperity, health, wealth, sekem to you, all of you, the Neturts, Titi Amun, Nini Aspet, Mer,
Titi Amun, and I need to call him.
Niet, your animals, Seket, who there tonight, ATTON, the whole family, appreciate you so much, Saba. Yeah, for taking so much chaos out of my life, regulating all this is fit. Appreciate you so much. Dua Sekem.
Nini, oh good brother, thank you for all that. And I was wondering at the end, I was like, I wonder how many of the animals he's gonna attempt to name here, because I got about 40 of them. So, but thank you for naming some of the main ones that you remember, and that was special to me. Thank you for giving individual respect to the ladies that are around me. I appreciate you, and keep up the good work and the strength as being there as a lone individual. You're the only one on the island. You're on the planet of the apes. That's where you are. You're on the planet of the apes, and you're the light consciousness on the planet of the apes, and everyone else is walking around lost. So you stay strong, and I love that you are able to stay strong in a place where you don't even have a circle of conscious people that can come through your door and comfort you in any way of how you think. You're totally alone. on the island. You're the guy with the ball. What's that guy with the ball? He had drove a face on a ball. Tom Hanks or something. You're the only one on the island. So you stay strong, good brother, and I appreciate you always. You're doing great. Thank you for your every once in a while sending these little stories. I'm gonna put you in a file of a Hush Nation file, and every once in a while I pop in and read these interesting stories you send me.
To ask someone for making the time to read them, so Saba, I appreciate that so much. To for reading them.
Nini Hook. Okay, everyone. It is time to close the podcast. What a beautiful day. We're gonna close out with the affirmation, and then I'm gonna go big screen and just say peace. So here we go. Atefrem Kem. Oh, Atefrem Kemat. You can still go, even though your mic's not doing too well, but no problem. We're gonna get Atefrem Kemat to do the closing affirmation. It's on the screen, so the newcomers, anybody listening, if they can't hear every word you're saying, it'll be they can see it. Okay, Atef, are you ready, good brother?
Tua, yes, Saba.
Okay, good. I'm gonna move this from the bottom of the screen. Okay, there it is, Atef.
Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at. An and S. Lintet or Set and Ma'at. Men have a pet and Ma'at. Her and Hugh Kiwi. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth on light.
Thank you, my brother. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna go big screen and close us out. Peace and love to. Oh, who's doing the Sunday class tomorrow? That's the Jed, right? The Sunday presentation.
Yes, the Jed.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, to you, Pata. I need attend Pata Tehuti. Attend Tehuti. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to Amun and Amunet. Peace and love to Atefrem Kema'ad and Hush Nation. I'm gonna go big screen now and close and say peace to the world. All right, everybody. What a who's here? Atef. Let me help out with it. I'm having some. Okay. All right. Peace and love to everyone that attended this beautiful event tonight, the Tehuti PODCLASS. Peace and love to all the great consistent supporters. Peace and love to all the new supporters that popped up first time seen and sent in big support. Support with Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. If you watched the PODCLASS and if anything benefited you at all, for those who just tuned in, go to Rewind and watch the 2 hour and 20 minutes elaboration on one answer and 1 hour and 20 minute elaboration on the other. The topics were exorcism in Jesus' name, the truth, hippocampus and Kemetic spirituality, and so many other topics. Reverse reintegration into the physical body. All type of different topics were discussed tonight, even all the way down to the seahorse, everything. So, for those who supported the Tehuti PODCLASS, if you're watching and you didn't catch it live, watch it. And if you feel that the information and knowledge and wisdom, as it says on the bottom, support the Tehuti PODCLASS only if this has benefited you in any way. If you watched the class and felt and watched these PODCLASSes and felt they've benefited you in any way, support what it is that we do, support what it is that I do, support the time that it takes to put this together, and show your appreciation as you should in Ma'at. All right, everybody, peace and love. I have Saket here. Saket, which is the ancient word for spider, weaver, and memory. The Saket appreciate everyone that showed up to this beautiful podcast tonight. It was a beautiful, great event. Some people showed up late, so they're not sure what actually took place. But for those who came on time, I'm glad you appreciate it. For those who came after time, just go back and rewind and catch up. And I'm sure after you rewind and catch up, you will greatly appreciate what it is that you saw. Peace and love, everybody. Go to tomorrow's presentation and watch the beautiful Primordial. He has a knack, an ability to create movies, to create small documentaries, and he's going to create another one tomorrow. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad everybody enjoyed the Tehuti PODCLASS. Continue to come. For those who just came in, or those who are just tuned in, who have no idea where they are, you have stepped into the realm of the House of ATTON. The House of ATTON is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. There's the website at the bottom. The ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, the last to represent the Neter that we know of. And when all is said and done, say peace, Saket. That is the ancient word for memory. That is the ancient word for the weaver. And we just did a whole class on the weaver, memory, and how quantum physicists use the Neat weaving symbol for string theory, which are things that are woven together in the subatomic quantum realm. When this is all said and done, and archaeologists find the remains in one particular area, they'll see